A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Cross Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Thanks for staying with us. Now, if you're just tuning in, we're asking how much impact does the environment have as it pertains to actualization of our dreams. Now, please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at WeShowAfrica1 with hashtag WeShow, or send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. Please, this number is for WhatsApp only. Someone has been trying so hard to call, but we can't take calls on this number. It's just for WhatsApp only. If they choose to send the phone-in number, though, you will see it on the screen. All right, so you have a question on WhatsApp.
Absolutely. Talking about those contributing, we have Benson who says, is it possible that the youth's orientation is not adequately infused with the can-do spirit to aspire and create the world they do desire? Now, he also said, are there examples of those beaming the light of possibilities for them to see?
I love that question because it's something I have thought about. It's one of the reasons I also wrote a book. It's another reason I started to even bring positive people into, limelight as much as I can, especially in business. Now let's talk about the can-do spirit. So there's a problem when your education system doesn't quite keep up. Because then what you find is that you've given, and it's happening especially even now among the middle class, you're giving your children what you make. You're not giving them what made you. Right? And this is it, right? So you find out you want to give them, you say you don't want them to suffer. You don't want them to do this. But the ingredient, the stuff that made you, you're not transferring. So as a generation, we haven't done that. And we are setting up these other guys for a mind that cannot handle challenges, And so it's like, oh, I can't do it, done. It won't be done, And that's really why second generation to third generation wealth is harder to sustain than people who are self-made, because those things make you, and then when they get to a point, you don't. So we have to have systems that help us teach our kids and the next generation, again, backcast into curriculum. That's why most countries will say go and serve in the military for 1 year.
Yeah.
And that's what your NYSC could do, But if you have a corrupt system, it goes into that and it becomes useless, right? And so it's tough, but we need to. We used to have clubs and societies in schools that would teach people how to do charities and all those things. Those things were part of what built society.
Exactly.
We understood that you couldn't eat and finish it. You had to consider the poor. Those were civic studies.
Yeah.
So we have to find a way to ensure that those things are more interesting, right? And that's it. Build that can-do spirit. And then Nigerian history, talk about, the Nigerian spirit, the Nigerian fire. Now, we also have all gone astray, even in the corporate world, because if you ask any brand today what they want to sponsor, they want to sponsor.
Tell me about that.
Yeah, they want to sponsor.
You know my project.
They
will never sponsor that project.
So that is...
You want to sponsor a musical concert.
Again, remember this.
Show.
Remember I said it at the beginning, that those that show up will be custodians of the identity of everybody. Right? So it's what you sponsor, what you push out there. So the average young guy, whether I can sing or not, is thinking, I just want to blow. You know? Then you ask yourself, the guys that go to school and come up with the first class, after 4 years of university, they said the price was 100K. First class. After 4 years of university, 100K, 150K.
Somebody goes into a reality TV house.
Or 50K.
And now someone with 60 million.
Someone goes into the... It has to be that we've lost it somewhere. And until we consciously show people that have succeeded, so that they can see, because you will become eventually what you behold consistently.
Exactly.
And so if you show, and I respect a lot of the guys in entertainment. Some of them are, again, more hardworking than they seem.
Yeah.
You know, more hardworking than they seem. But then they give us what they make. They don't give us what made them. Again, because that's what's good for TV. So we need to be deliberate. We need to be deliberate.
Okay, so I have a comment as well, and it's this, because I think Benson is having a good day today. He said, I also believe that in every limitation lies the huge opportunity. I agree with the guest that in solving the generational needs, help actualize the dream. E.g., anyone that can provide power solutions for us in the country is technically a hero. It says, these are the examples we really want to hear about. Thank you so much, Benson, for your comment. So, yeah, go ahead, Isi. I was just going to add that.
I was going to say the mindset of the youth. How do we now jolt them to reality to help them actualize their dreams? How do we jolt them?
Okay, let me be the first to tell you that you can't jolt them to reality. You will beg them.
Really?
This generation is quite different. You will negotiate. You will beg. You know, I have a 1-year-old whose favorite word now is Dad. Why? And that's it. And I'm like, why? And the old school guy inside me wants to see if I conk you. But I know that will not work. Why? He has access to the internet, right? And at one, he says, Dad, connect it. There's no internet. He says to me, there's no internet.
Sorry, 1 minute. I think we have Dario or something on the call. Who is? Hello, good evening. Thank you for calling. Let's hear what you have to say in 1 minute. Oh, thank you so much for calling from Kaduna. Thank you.
Awesome. Oh, we just lost
we lost the call. Oh, so sorry. Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so again, in how to reach them, you know.
So we have to negotiate.
We have to negotiate.
Okay.
You know, and that's, I think, probably where we...
Isn't that part of the reason why we have the problems we have today with them?
You can't... The operational level of science, of the intellect, of technology...
Exposure.
Of exposure, everything has moved. You can't...
You can't go back to brick and mortar.
You know, so you have the internet. You know, I always joke that this is you see someone say, walk up to your business or your bank or whatever and see a long queue and see something and say, it's only in this country this happened. The person has never traveled. But he has the internet. He has all those things. You know, so the customer sophistication has increased. And so you have to be careful. Your mode of communication with the next generation has to be different. I have to now tell my son, if you do this, you're going to get this, right? I cannot be bringing out cane and all those things again. Because he'll just tell me, he will just pick up the phone one day and say, look, this guy, he will just post, my dad abuses me.
Yeah.
You know, and by the time we're done,
that's the end.
Thankfully, I don't abuse you know, so, yeah.
We're in trouble.
So we're not in trouble. Because I believe that the greatest limitation for everyone is here. Yeah. Right?
I agree with that.
So I think maybe the question Isi was trying to pose is, you know, how do we get this?
So how do we get
not
through
to
to them?
See, yes.
That's my how do you get through to them?
Yes.
Yes.
You know, imaging. You need to use the same popular culture.
Yes.
That they
to paint the same pictures.
To paint the same picture. Again, very deliberately. Giving them, so you pick the things that you want. I'll give you an example.
So that's brainwashing.
Technically.
Yes.
Technically. You know, Ben Gurion is one of the founding fathers of Israel. He said something that I saw changed my life. He said all experts are experts of the past. There is no expert of the future. Right? As a way of giving his people the confidence to say, look, whatever it is you want to try it. Whoever is the expert there today is only an expert of the past. There's no expert of the future among us here. Right? Exactly. Which means you give them that.
It means you have the opportunity
to do whatever you want.
Dare to dream.
So we need to give them that opportunity, because this is the generation that if you keep saying what you're saying, like, you know, Junior, you can be whatever you want to be, you can be whoever you want to be. Junior is going to wake up one day and say, Dad, what happened to you? Why did you not be whatever you wanted to be? All these things you're telling me, Dad, I don't quite buy it. What happened to you? So you can't just keep telling him now. You have to find ways to show him, right? And I always say that one of the best things you can do for your kids or people around you is to succeed yourself, right?
I always say revenge. Success is the best revenge.
Drive it, right?
Yes.
Now, how do you get through to them? Use their own channels, right? Break it down in their own understanding. You know, there are generational gaps, and there's a lack of trust among the probably 3 generations that are alive in Nigeria today, and we saw it with answers. Lack of trust, right? So the young ones were out there, and they went on and on. They said the old ones. If you hear what they were saying, they don't want to hear about the old ones. Just you guys have messed us up. Now, it's not all the old ones that messed them up. But again, those that showed up will sign for everybody. You understand what I'm saying? They will be signatories to the identity of everybody. Now, you had 3 generations. You had very old civil war generation. There's no courage at all. And you can't blame them. What they have seen with their eyes. They're not willing to go anywhere.
Go through it again.
Yeah. They are traumatized. They have PTSD. Right? Then you have the middle. Right? So 35, mid-40s.
Us.
Right? Those ones saw Hope 93.
Yes.
It was a close shave.
Very close.
They know what can happen. They are vocal, but they are vocal like this. From afar,
With sense.
With sense. But
they have the Sorosoke.
I will not be a martyr to this, but I stand with you.
Yeah.
That's the Sorosoke generation. All energy. But the understanding is not quite there, right? So they needed that guidance.
Yeah.
And if we all just worked together, it could have, but they needed that guidance, right? And so if you have that generation, now they've seen something that's traumatized them. So the cycle continues.
Oh, God.
Cycle continues.
Okay, so we have another comment. In molding the mind to take action, information is instant and character to build requires gestation period. That's how do we fuse this to attain the success?
So what that comment is saying, that look, we should not expect anything to happen suddenly.
Because there's a gestation period. And we are now, this Sorosoke generation is the generation of instant, right? So it seems like, okay, Nigeria is not working for me. This environment is not working for me. I have to move to this place for me to get to this, to get this dream a reality. When you've not sorted out, so how do we even get to that point where we're able to fuse,
Yeah. It's interesting because we are very much not even a people that are patient, that understand how to build and nothing grows. But you're building for the next generation.
Yeah.
Because, I heard you talking about African leaders earlier, and the problem is not a capacity issue. It's a heart issue. African leaders suffer from what I call heart failure. Because the heart is the organ that pumps blood around the body, provides life. And so the minute your heart cannot pump blood around the body, it has failed.
Absolutely.
So that heart failure is what the leaders suffer from. And the capacity to know that, okay, I will pump this blood, I may not see it happen in my time, but I'll keep pumping because I know that I've done something for my children. Rather, what you see is, let's keep borrowing. At least we will not be here when it's time to pay.
When it's time to pay.
There is, with this statement, what just occurred to me was what General Rawlings said, that no matter the devil that comes into power in Ghana, that the devil will respect the constitution of Ghana. So in that, with towing that line, do you think that the government or the leaders of Africa do not regard their constitution?
They have one too.
So
we have like 3 minutes left.
You're packing me into a corner and I'll find a way to come out. So probably one of the challenges, speaking on a general level with African leadership and governance, is that we have a continent of weak systems and big men, as opposed to other climes where there are strong systems and small men, right? And they've shown in the US that systems are stronger than the man. But we have perpetuated weak systems and strong men. You know, and
this has affected the youth.
It has affected the youth. Are just waiting. Say, okay, finish you, show up. When we get there,
we'll do our own. So you gave us something, you know.
Yes. So
can you quickly run us.
Yeah. So I wrote. Can I have your
like
pen so I can sign?
The question that the audience, Benson was saying about testimonials. I see that this is about.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I wrote a book called The Anatomy of Business, and one of the reasons I did was that I wanted to start to put an African narrative out there, right? To say this is what can work for us, right? Like I said, there are limitations, but guess what? It should not stop us, right? We have success stories out of Africa, right? And those success stories can do, and we just need a few, and then we can start winning a vital few set number youths to our side, you know. So that's why I wrote. And so Anatomy of Business is just a guide to helping African businesses grow from small stage to.
So you're giving us that beam of light already.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So I think for me, today's conversation, you know, should not stop here. It's something that we need to keep talking about because I love the perspective that you've brought a lot of things. I mean, so many things stood out for me, but what really stuck, you know, for me is, you know, if you see yourself, because it's not just enough for you to say you have a dream. Does your dream tie to the needs of this generation? That is only when you can see a synergy where it can now succeed. So you do not get frustrated.
Exactly.
And I loved what you said, that you cannot dream on an empty stomach. So if it means you know what, putting the dream aside and trying to maybe get a job or something to build, then you can now invest towards that dream. Because I see a lot of people just say, oh, I have a dream, I have a dream, and I have a dream. And we're actually begging, if you had one thing to say to corporate organizations that have this money, you know, what do you think you would say to them? Because, I mean, they are not even helping matters. Because I think they are making it worse, you know, for people to push certain kinds of visions and dreams that has to do with, you know, mind liberation and mind transformation. They don't really invest there. So what would you say to them?
I would say, look, get real. You know, you take from this environment. So give back. You know, I'm not saying stop all the promotions where you get the clicks, you get clicks, you get people looking at it, but even if it's through CSR, corporate social responsibility, invest in the young people because they will take care of you in the future.
Absolutely.
You know, if you don't, then you know
we're all doomed.
We're in trouble.
Well, we thank you so much, Fisayo. I hope you come back again.
Oh, we should have him back again.
I'm just going to sign this.
To get Fisayo to get here, you don't know who you are sitting with.
We should have him back again.
Thank you so much, guys, for watching. Now, Ways was birthed from the need to inform, inspire, influence lives towards action. And this year, we're starting our CSR focused on curbing unemployment in Nigeria. So if you're a company that is out there, please partner with us by allocating internship slots for us. Then if you're a job seeker, keep watching Ways and follow us on all our social media platforms. This will be an all year round engagement. So keep telling friends to keep watching, you know, keep all eyes on Ways. Hopefully we'll be able to find something for you. Now, in case you missed today's quote, here it is again. Never underestimate your effort, no matter how little. Every effort or little or great, is a step closer towards actualization of your dream. So we'll see you live tomorrow at 8 p.m. Keep dreaming as we bring another great conversation to your screen.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
And 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stopped paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit the offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya, meet America.
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
A 20-meter cliff, a couple of ropes, freezing cold water, and me trying to cope with all of that. I did make it down in the end, but this outing with a couple of guys really had me testing my limits. And that's precisely our topic this week on Made, leaving the comfort zone. I'm Chris Kober, welcome. We don't want to be bogged down with details, do we? It is the result that counts. Well, sometimes it's the details that unveil an inconvenient truth. Take meat production. We know that for us to be able to slap that steak on our grill, an animal needs to die. Often enough in anything but a gentle or respectful way. Our reporter Kai Steinecke, an avid meat lover, decided he wants to leave his comfort zone and does want to know how the sausage gets made, literally. A word of warning, the report contains scenes some viewers may find disturbing.
Hello. Hello, hello.
I am going to slaughter one of these animals. They belong to Wendelin Schmucke. He farms sheep the traditional way. His family has been doing this since 1750. His sheep are out to pasture for most of the year. But it's hard to find enough grazing land.
The sheep need about a hectare a day, that is.
A hectare every day?
Yes, a hectare for 700 sheep.
So this whole field is only enough for today. When they've had their fill, the flock will go home to the farm.
I hope the ones that I'm gonna slaughter are going to be bigger.
Oh yes, this one is bigger. It's 6 months old and weighs about 40 kilos.
That's huge.
I had no idea how quickly they grow.
I really don't know if I can do this.
I'm grappling with the fact that we kill animals so we can eat meat, and that I'm going to kill this lamb. First, we have to take it to the slaughterhouse.
Yeah, you really can feel the 40 kilograms.
It's a 10-minute drive, nothing in comparison to the lengthy journeys to the slaughterhouse that livestock often face. Marco Kerr will be by my side throughout the process. He's been a butcher for more than 10 years, and he only slaughters what people bring him for their own consumption, like this lamb that I've bought.
Das ist das Schlachthaus hier und hier werden wir das gleich machen.
What was it like for you the first time?
Ja, das erste Mal.
Yeah, you don't forget the first time. I had to leave the room. It was all a bit much.
Das war ein bisschen viel. Gar nicht so, dass
Not because of the blood, but the fact that an animal is dying.
Und das wird dir erst bewusst.
You don't really grasp that until you see it. And when it's done, you can't undo it. But we'll manage.
Wir schaffen das schon. Wir schaffen das.
Oh God.
Marco shows me how to use a bolt gun. It destroys the sheep's brain, and it won't feel anything afterwards.
Und locker in der Hand halten.
Hold it loosely and then press once.
Einfach trauen.
That was it.
No!
Ja.
That's like a real gun.
Ja.
And now the lamb's head is in the firing line.
All is good, all is good. Oh my God.
Höchster Punkt.
Ja.
Highest point, draw a line. There.
Finger weg.
Take your fingers away.
Immer den Finger weg.
Ja.
So. Auf.
On the head and pull the trigger. Knife, slice it through, all the way.
Durchstechen, richtig. Durch.
And again.
Muss man einmal.
Oh God, Jesus. That's a lot of blood. That's a lot of blood.
Das war's.
That was it. It's over.
Hat er's geschafft.
So, how was it?
It's all happening so fast. I think I'll need time to process that. I've killed an animal.
Super geschossen, wirklich.
Great shot, really.
Wirklich sehr gut.
But that was just the first step. We're still a long way from having any chops or sausages. First, cut off the head, then the legs and the pelt. That's easier than I'd expected. This isn't mass production. Not everybody can get a lamb like this.
That's true, but that's what makes it special. And it's what makes it sustainable. People approach the whole thing in a different way, especially with an animal like this.
We still need to get rid of the guts. Now it's left to hang overnight. That makes it easier to process.
I think what happened back in that slaughterhouse will forever be burned into my mind. The noises, the sounds, the smells, but it's the only way that sustainably eating meat is actually possible, because doing this in the masses of meat we eat today is absolutely impossible. But still, for me, I don't really know if I'm ever going to walk into a supermarket again and be like, yeah, I'm going to eat that meat.
The next morning, it's time to harvest the meat we've worked so hard for. Taking the carcass apart isn't any easier, it turns out.
And there goes the shoulder.
Yes! About 20 kilograms of the lamb are lost in the process, mainly the pelt and the guts. That looks great.
How about a sausage for starters?
I'm not going to lie, this tastes really, really good. And I don't feel guilty about it because the lamb had a good life and a good death. And I'm not turning vegetarian, but it's only for special occasions, really. When you slaughter animals like we used to do 100 or 150 years ago, and like we just did, you also need to eat meat like we used to 100 or 150 years ago. That means only a steak a week, and that's it.
Oh my, what a day for a reporter. Leaving your comfort zone doesn't always happen voluntarily. People losing their jobs because businesses are suffering under pandemic restrictions. Now, that's a real problem. But maybe this crisis can also offer opportunities. Entrepreneur Ernest Darko might have some advice for you, even if you're not into large-scale health systems development like he is.
The COVID pandemic has really turned the world upside down. So here are the 5 tips to boost your career in the context of a pandemic. 3, 2, 1, lift off. Lift off. It's really important to focus on things that you're passionate about. Even if in the overall sense of your career, it's hard to find, the thing to be passionate about. I grew up in a situation where healthcare was always poor, clinics were always overcrowded. Halfway through my medical career, I realized that if I really want to make a difference in these types of environments, I needed to be a doctor of systems, not just of people. Many years later, here I am basically running a company that is focused on helping countries fix their systems at large scale. If it's not easy to get out of bed to go to that job or to go do that particular thing I've chosen to do, then I know I'm probably doing the wrong thing. Lift off. Lift off. If in particular you're in a career that's very much dependent, for example, on seeing people, and we know that going into lockdown and isolation is the norm, it's definitely going to impact your career or your profession negatively. So do that assessment really quickly to understand whether it's going to diminish or create opportunities for you. Lift off. Lift off. If there is an opportunity, try and figure out how am I going to work myself into that opportunity. So if I can now innovate in order to now meet this new demand, yes, I cannot see people in person, but there's this huge demand now. How can I innovate basically to meet this new opportunity? So we developed a screening app, for example, that community workers who are going to do the door-to-door COVID screening could use to capture the screening and the result of the screening in real time. Look at tech enabling yourself, using technology to allow you to innovate, using technology to allow you to meet the new opportunities that are presented by COVID, as opposed to purely being a victim to what COVID has done. So technology can be a game changer in many cases. It allows you to scale yourself up. It allows you to be accessible by your clients in ways that probably might actually be better than pre-COVID. As we've seen with COVID, things keep changing, right? Everything from having first wave to second wave to learning new things about the disease that then changes the policy environment, that then changes the rules. You'll know you're adapting in the right way if you're maintaining your clients, if you're maintaining quality and you're maintaining satisfaction with what you're doing. I know it may sound like a bit of a luxury to be in a position where you can do all of these things because some people may not actually have these options. But to the extent that you can, I think it's important that you do so. And I've seen some amazing examples of people doing this and in fact, not only surviving the pandemic, but actually thriving in the context of all of the challenges that COVID-19 has brought.
Readjusting your career can be difficult, no doubt, particularly if your plan was to have one of the coolest jobs ever, flying a plane. But we know the pandemic has been an utter nightmare for the travel business. The global airline body IATA says air traffic this year is expected to be 66% lower than last. So it's been a huge mess for the sector up to this point, and even with bookings slowly recovering, German flagship carrier Lufthansa has suggested that would-be pilots in its prestigious flight academy might have to rethink their plans.
Flying free as a bird over majestic landscapes, it's an appealing prospect for many. The videos about Lufthansa's pilot training program in the United States are a favorite with Lukas Heim. The 22-year-old moved to Bremen a year ago with his girlfriend to start his training at the European Flight Academy, the Lufthansa Group's training school in Germany. Now they're packing up and leaving Bremen. In March, the course was suspended. 700 would-be pilots were left hanging. For Lukas, it's been a very trying time.
They just kept stalling and putting us off. First they said the course would start up again in May, then in September, then next January. Since it's all so unclear, it's time for us to leave. We can't keep paying rent for this flat. We came to Bremen so that I could become a pilot and Svea could go to university. But our time here is now over.
After many months in a kind of suspended animation, would the training resume or wouldn't it, Lukas and Svea made the difficult decision to give up and go home.
We had a plan when we moved here. Lukas was going to complete his training. And now we're leaving again, and he hasn't completed it. It's like running in a marathon and turning back halfway and never reaching the finish line.
Lufthansa, Germany's biggest airline, was brought to its knees by the collapse in air travel caused by the pandemic. It was saved from bankruptcy by a €9 billion bailout. Half its fleet remains grounded. The head of Lufthansa Aviation Training, Stefan Kenan-Scheib, says the airline has 1,000 pilots more than it needs.
We tell our student pilots quite candidly that the prospects for becoming a pilot are very, very bad right now because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the financial situation of the Lufthansa Group. We're losing 500 million euros every month. It's our duty to be open to the students and tell it like it is.
Most aviation industry analysts say the demand for pilots after the pandemic is hardly likely to soar. They don't see air travel picking up significantly until 2025. Most of the youngsters who have had to halt their training need a job to get by. Caroline Bösner was in the United States when she heard the course had been suspended. Now she's back living with her parents in Leipzig and working at an Amazon logistics center.
It wasn't easy, but I had to take a pragmatic approach. I knew I couldn't just sit around at home. I had to do something. And it wouldn't be a bad thing to make some money. You don't earn anything as a student pilot. On the contrary, it's more like burning money.
Many student pilots now find themselves in a precarious financial situation. They are by far not the only group of people in need of work, as the pandemic and ensuing lockdown measures shuttered entire industries.
People who worked in tourism or food service are coming to us. They say either they need a job as a stopgap measure or they want to change careers entirely.
Caroline Bösner says for her, working at Amazon is temporary. She's not given up her long-standing dream of becoming a pilot. She remains as committed as ever.
I absolutely still want to fly. I'm not going to give up on my dream. It's anchored within me and it's not going to go away. I flew all over Florida. It was fantastic. And then suddenly I was back in cold Germany. I can't imagine doing anything else. So I have to find a way to finish my training. If need be, without Lufthansa.
200 minimum.
The enthusiasm may be great, but facts on the ground are not encouraging. Lufthansa has recommended its students actually give up rather than wait for the course to restart. If they complete the programme, they're going to be charged 80,000 euros, and they won't have the guarantee of a job, as used to be the case. Lucas's father, Christopher Heim, is appalled. He's been a pilot at Lufthansa for 32 years.
This sounds to me rather like coercion. If I agree to terminate the training contract, everything will be fine. If I don't and want to fulfill my dream, then a huge sum of money comes due. I don't like that. I think it's dishonorable.
It's quiet and empty at the European Flight Academy in Bremen. This is the first time Lucas Heim has been inside since March. He too remains determined to become a pilot, despite the difficult conditions prevailing right now. Though he says he doesn't yet know how he's going to do that.
What I would like is for them to say, when we restart pilot training, we'll take you guys first. Or that they at least certify our test results.
But Lufthansa has not made any such commitment. Nor does CEO Carsten Spohr have any words of encouragement for the students. He's already indicated that Lufthansa will have no more work for tens of thousands of its employees.
As with all professions and at all German universities, there are no guarantees of jobs in the future. And that is the case here too. Aviation remains a fascinating industry for young people too. But I think we have to face reality. In the years ahead, there are going to be too many people for the jobs available. Anybody planning a career in aviation has to take this into account.
The pandemic could end the dreams of an entire generation of would-be pilots.
2020 has brought dread, distress, and disappointment, sure, but there are exceptions. E-commerce has seen an unprecedented boom. And with people having second thoughts about standing in line at crowded malls, trade experts believe online shopping revenue in Germany will be up almost 20% this year. But my colleague Olaf Krieger feels Christmas is not about the presents. It's what we make of it, now more than ever.
Christmas is what we make of it.
Oh, how joyfully, oh, how merrily, Christmas comes with its grace divine.
Christmas comes with grace in this of all years? Really?
Krieger, is that you? What are you doing here?
How about a bit of Christmas in these troubled times?
Come on in, we can decorate and we can chat.
You have children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. How many altogether?
I have 3 kids of my own, 2 girls and a boy, 5 grandchildren and 4 great-grandchildren.
What's your favorite Christmas memory?
My childhood, with my parents and grandparents, and with my kids when they were little, in the Ore Mountains.
And who helped decorate?
Just me.
Alone?
Yes. I start putting up the decorations in early December, but I wait until the 23rd to get the tree ready. Not a day earlier.
No one helps?
I don't want any help.
How about the food?
Really?
Yes, absolutely.
Christmas Eve is lentils with sausages. The next day, potato salad and maybe roast goose with red cabbage and kale from this garden.
From your garden?
Yes. So tell me, Krieger, how is Christmas with your family? Do you spend Christmas at home or do you go somewhere?
I'm going to try to be with my mother, but it might not be possible. She's in a home, and I may not be allowed in. But we hope that whatever the conditions, we can celebrate Christmas and be together. We can make that happen somehow. I hope. But suppose we can't meet up the way we used to at Christmas.
Yeah, if my son comes, we'll sit together with him and my daughter-in-law and my grandchild. And for everyone else, we have the phone.
Our Christmas lights. Suddenly people are so important again. Forget about the presents. Christmas won't be cancelled. It'll just be different. Let's have more light.
Let's have more light. What a splendid idea. That's our show. Thanks for watching. See you back here next week.
I mean, how can anyone think that if I tell him to do a will, it means that I wish him dead? He himself he's a dense person.
We have a lot of clergymen dabbling into
this whole thing, mystifying it, concocting it with relating to end time and the rest of it, and then creating a lot of fear.
Yes, you know there's unemployment. Yes, you know there's insecurity, and then we should be coming down. We shouldn't be talking. Seriously, just this week, you have increased the electricity tariff again from 2 naira to 4 naira.
4 naira.
So what is that? And then when we talk, Femi Adesina tells us we're wailing. Really? When Ghana is giving free electricity to citizens? Are you for real?
There's a joke about these monkeys because they come within the estates next door and they'll carry your pot of soup from fire. So now I know why. It's because we're the ones inhabiting their space.
We're the one inhabiting their space. The monkeys are protesting, and that is what we're having.
On Plus TV Africa News, President Buhari, Speaker Gbajabiamila, Governor Sanwo-Olu mourn former military governor of Lagos State, Admiral Ndubuisi Kanu. Tensions rise in Uganda as Electoral Commission is set to conduct presidential election with or without observers. World Health Organization says COVID-19 cases surpass 90 million worldwide. Thanks for joining us. I am Lekon Ogumbanwo. Former military governor of Lagos State, Rear Admiral Ndubuisi Kanu, has died at the age of 78. Born in Abia State in 1943, he joined the Navy and went on to India for cadet training. His naval career included positions in personnel, logistics, and training. He obtained honorary doctorate degrees from the Imo State University and the Federal University of Technology, Owerri. Kanu was appointed military governor of Imo State in March 1976 during the Murtala Obasanjo regime. He was the first governor of Imo following the state's establishment from part of the old East Central State. He was subsequently governor of Lagos State between 1977 and July 1978. The presidency has commiserated with family and friends of Rear Admiral Ndubuisi Kanu. It prayed for God's protection over all his loved ones. Senior Special Assistant on Media and Publicity to the President, Garba Shehu, in a statement condoled with professional colleagues of the deceased military officer and elder statesman. He said the late Kanu distinguished himself in all positions and responsibilities, taking up more daunting but historically rewarding challenges. Meanwhile, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, has expressed sadness over the passing of Admiral Kanu. According to him, Kanu will also be remembered as a patriotic Nigerian who played a role in the making of Lagos State. In a related development, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has expressed grief over the death of former military governor Kanu at a hospital in Lagos on Wednesday morning. In his illustrious public service career, he had also served as chairman of the National Democratic Coalition, NADECO. Sanwo-Olu said that the former military governor contributed immensely to the development of Lagos State during his short tenure in office. Former Lagos State Governor Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu has described Rear Admiral Ndubuisi Kanu as a rare breed for his singular consistency and unwavering commitment to democracy and federalism in Nigeria. In a statement from his media office, in a tribute to someone he described as his personal friend, he said everything he did, from his work as former administrator of Lagos to the sacrifices he made to help NADECO during the struggle for the actualization of the June 12 election, was highly principled. Women Arise and Center for Change is also devastated by Admiral Kanu's death. President of the group, Dr. Joe Oke Odumakin, said he would forever be remembered as a worthy NADECO leader who gave his all to the anti-military struggle in one of Nigeria's darkest moments. The late elder statesman was also at the forefront of the struggle for the restructuring of Nigeria into a proper federation. The Federal High Court in Abuja has dismissed a suit challenging the validity of the emergence of Governor Rotimi Akeredolu as the candidate of the All Progressives Congress, APC, in the July primary election. The suit was filed by Mrs. Olajumoke Anifooshe, an APC aspirant in the poll. Honorable Justice Inyang Ekwo held that the application was statute barred on the grounds that, being a pre-election matter, it was filed outside the 14 days provided in Section 1859 of the Constitution. Mrs. Anifooshe had challenged the adoption of indirect primary by the APC on July 20, 2020 in nominating its governorship candidate for the last election in Ondo State. The crisis in the Kwara State chapter of the All Progressives Congress has taken a new dimension as stakeholders in the state chapter have rejected the decision of the APC National Caretaker Committee to replace the state chairman at the governor's request. The group's leader, Akogun Oyedepo, accused the state governor of trying to consolidate an undemocratic stronghold on the party which according to him was capable of destroying the state APC. Oyedepo and other APC stakeholders called on President Muhammadu Buhari to intervene, even as they reject moves by the governor to continue to run the party like a personal business.
We have resolved to reject the verdict of the National Caretaker Committee on the purported removal of Honorable Basil Omalaja Bolariwa. It is worth nothing more than the value of the paper on which the letter given to Honorable Samari Abdullahi is written. It certainly shall not work in Kwara State, no matter who is behind it. We shall henceforth prove to those that are not popular at home, but rather rely on political manipulation from outside, that the game is up. We appeal to Mr. President Muhammad Buhari, GCFR, to save the party from the imminent destruction that this decision can engender in Kwara State.
The National Examinations Council, NECO, 2020 Senior Secondary School Examination SSC results have been released. Candidates who scored 5 credits and above, including English and mathematics, increased by 2.1%. The Registrar and Chief Executive of NECO, Professor Godswill Obioma, announced the results at the Council's headquarters in Minna. Over 1.2 million candidates registered for the examination, 665,830 males and 555,617 females. 160 of them were special needs candidates. 984,101 candidates, representing 73.89%, scored 5 credits and above, including English and mathematics. Gunmen suspected to be bandits have killed a hunter and 2 others during 2 separate attacks in Igabi and Chikun local government areas of Kaduna State. The State Commissioner for Internal Security, Samuel Aruwan, said 2 of the hunters sustained gunshot injuries during a gun battle with the bandits. He also explained that troops of Operation Thunderstrike conducted clearance patrols at Nakwayako and Dajimweya villages, during which several bandit camps were destroyed. The troops also sustained fighting patrols in the Gwagwada general area of Chikun local government, linking with Kaduna-Abuja Road. There was drama on Wednesday at the Inspector General of Police's Intelligence Response Facility in Abuja as a notorious kidnapper being paraded by the Nigeria Police Force expressed displeasure over being kidnapped by another gang. This was just as the Nigeria Police paraded several crime syndicates responsible for terrorizing residents across the country. Our correspondent, Amadine Uyi, reports.
It was a mild drama at the headquarters of the Inspector General of Police Intelligence Response Facility, as 18 suspects were paraded by the police for various crimes ranging from armed robbery, kidnapping, banditry, car snatching, among others.
The Nigerian police force will be unrelenting in our fight against all forms of crimes, particularly armed robbery, kidnapping, banditry, cultism, cybercrime, gender and sexual-based violence, and other forms of crime within the country in this new year.
The center of attraction was a confession of Mohammed Amadu, also known as Confirm, notorious for never missing any target during a kidnap operation, as he confessed he met his match in the hands of another rival kidnap gang.
Bargu took Mohammed into custody when he successfully kidnapped this leader, and Mohammed was hesitating, making payments. They actually shot at Mohammed. Mohammed earlier on was boasting that he had charms and bullets will not penetrate his body. And Bargu decided to to tell him how serious they are and that if he doesn't pay ransom, he was not going to go. And they shot him in his arm.
When I went to supply them the 90 rounds of ammunition they demanded for, they attacked me, took me hostage, and demanded for ransom. When I refused to comply to their demands, they shot me in the arm. I had to pay them a ransom of 1,550,000 naira.
The first public relations officer, Frank Mba, assured Nigerians that the police will continue to remain on its toes in its effort to rid the country of crime.
We will be adopting a very aggressive, intelligence-driven, and community-based crime-fighting approaches. We will be proactive, and we will take the battles to the doorstep of the criminals.
Other arrested crime syndicates were also paraded, notably one syndicate notorious for stealing vehicles.
I was arrested in June last year for armed robbery because me and my friends went to rob 2 vehicles on 2 different locations. The first one is a Toyota Camry Big for Nothing, and it was sold at the rate of 400,000 naira. And the other one is a Spider, Toyota Spider, and it was also sold at the rate of 600,000.
The police urged Nigerians to cooperate with security agencies in the area of information sharing to enable it meet public expectations. Amadine Uyi, Plus TV Africa.
Controller General of the Nigeria Immigration Service, Mohammed Babandede, has assured Nigerians that the activities of the service remained unaffected despite the fire which gutted parts of its headquarters on Sunday. Addressing newsmen on Wednesday, Babandede said the service will continue with its mandate of registration and issuance of passports and other travel documentation. He added that though direct connectivity has not been established yet, it will soon be established between the headquarters and its various formations in the coming days.
I'd like to assure Nigerians that the changes, the fire service will not affect our operation. You are free to go and see passport is being issued. You are free to go and see visa is being issued online. You are free to check our website and see if there is connectivity. The only challenge we have is that we have not established direct connectivity between us and our formations, which we are doing manually. I would like to assure you that between 3 to 4 days, we will restore connectivity between the service headquarters and all the remote locations.
This fire did not affect any financial record system. Those are intact. We're looking keenly into the cause of the fire. And the Federal Fire Service has the expertise to look into that, to determine if it was an electrical fire or caused by surge or whatever it is.
Governor Abdullahi Sule of Nasarawa State has met with all district heads across the state to solicit their support in tackling security challenges, especially banditry and kidnapping. The meeting at the late Aliyu Akwidoma Banquet Hall, Government House, Lafayette, also discussed ways to curtail the second wave of the coronavirus pandemic. On the issue of security, Governor Sule noted that being closer to the people at the grassroots, the district heads were in the best position to advise and guide the government, as well as work together on how to approach the challenge. On the second wave of the coronavirus pandemic, the governor warned that the virus was still active, urging the district heads to convey government's concerns on the issue, as well as create the necessary awareness amongst their subjects at the grassroots. The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps has said that it recorded 1,922 criminal and civil cases in Jigawa in 2020. The command spokesman in the state, Adamu Shehu, said that 608 of the cases were criminal, while 1,314 were civil. He listed the criminal cases as theft, burglary, shoplifting, trespass, vandalism, drug abuse, robbery, thuggery, assault, sodomy, and rape. Others are gross indecency, forgery, breach of trust, impersonation, fraud, armed robbery, and more. After months of postponement due to the coronavirus pandemic, the Igbo socio-cultural group Ohanaeze Ndigbo again is enmeshed in another fresh crisis as a faction disowned the emergence of the celebrated diplomat Professor George Obiozor. Aneta Felix tells us more on the intrigues and power play threatening the soul of the group.
The election of Professor George Obiozor as President General of the Ohanaeze Ndigbo called for a huge celebration at the Dan Anyam Stadium in Owerri, Imo State. But like a reenactment of the events of 2017, a controversy in the leadership of the group has begun. The election of the 9th president was contested by a factional group who insisted that it was illegal and influenced by governors of southeast states. 4 years later, the election of Professor George Obiozor on Sunday, January 10, 2021, is again in contention by yet another faction. A day before the election on Saturday, January 9, 2021, the faction held a virtual election in Enugu State. Chairman of the Electoral Committee, Richard Ozubu, then announced former Imo State Commissioner for Information, Youth and Sports, Chidi Ibe, as President General of Ohanaeze Ndigbo. As Uche Okuku, former Secretary General Ohanaeze Ndigbo, explains.
The purported election that took place on the 10th of January 2021 at the Owerri Stadium is illegal, is unconstitutional. The reason being that the purported electoral committee that was set up in the Imobi of Ohanaeze was set up by an Imobi that was not a product of law. Imobi is a body, one of the organs of Ohanaeze.
Besides an argument against Obiozor's election process, factions also point out the congratulatory messages sent to him by President Muhammadu Buhari as an indication of his disloyalty to the people. But political analyst Chris Nwakobia dispels it as false.
Every Igbo man is proudly Igbo. But what is important here is the fact that what affects the Igbo in Nigeria affects all of us, and that is why maybe the president hastened to congratulate him. I think that those who are beginning to raise issues about conspiracy should stay off it and allow him function.
Both Okuku and Nwakobia say they have hopes that the crisis in the group can be resolved either through diplomacy or the rule of law. George Obiozor now seems to have a lot to chew to ensure unity and cohesion among the Southeast region. Aneta Felix, Plus TV Africa.
The Benue State government says Governor Samuel Ortom has again tested negative for COVID-19. This was contained in a statement signed by his chief press secretary, Teva Akase. The governor admitted that though he tested negative for COVID-19 on December 14, 2020, some of his aides, however, tested positive. This made him go into isolation in line with NCDC protocol. The statement also urged Benue citizens to test and know their COVID-19 status as soon as possible. At least 20 doctors have been infected with COVID-19 at the University of Ilorin Teaching Hospital. President of UITH chapter of the Association of Resident Doctors, Dr. Badmus Habib, said members of the association were battling with the pandemic based on available resources. However, said that the discovery of COVID-19 vaccine had brought hope and relief. He advised the government to provide necessary resources and incentives to health workers across the country to curb its spread. Angered by the spike of COVID-19 pandemic in Plateau State, the state government has criminalized denial of the existence of the disease and threatened that anyone caught propagating or instigating others against the existence of the virus will be prosecuted accordingly, no matter how highly placed they may be. Governor Lalong, who disclosed this at the shareholders meeting, that should be stakeholders meeting on the second wave of COVID-19 and security issues at Government House, Jos, said the most worrisome point was that despite the situation, most citizens appeared to be careless and reluctant to observe the COVID-19 protocols. The governor, who said the state government will re-strategize and embark on more education and sensitization, particularly at the grassroots, added that the government, this time around, will take the message down to the grassroots instead of relying on stakeholders. Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State says his administration will continue to accord priority to the welfare of workers in the state. Governor Makinde made the pledge on Wednesday during the interfaith service organized for civil and public servants to usher in the new year at Agodi. The governor said the interfaith service was to show gratitude to God for the gift of life in spite of the myriad of challenges that faced the nation in the year 2020. He reaffirmed commitment to improving the living standard of workers. The governor said his government had spent about 9.3 billion naira to pay pensions and gratuities owed by the previous administration so far and promised to continue paying to clear up the backlog. He promised to address the backlog of outstanding promotions from 2016 this new year, adding that deserving civil servants would have the opportunity to get up to grade level 17 during his tenure. Nigeria's Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Mrs. Zainab Ahmed, says there is no provision in the 2021 budget to fund the acquisition of COVID-19 vaccines. The minister, during a virtual presentation of the 2021 budget, however, explained that the federal government was working on the type and quantity of COVID-19 vaccines to procure, while her ministry and the Ministry of Health will meet to finalize an amount to be allocated to vaccine procurement within the next 2 weeks. Also, the 2020 Finance Act, recently signed into law by President Buhari, has exempted workers within the minimum wage bracket of 30,000 from personal income tax. The act, which amended no fewer than 14 different fiscal laws, now extends the implementation of the Public Procurement Act to the National Assembly and the Judiciary. Nigeria is expected to receive about 100,000 doses of the Pfizer and BioNTech approved COVID-19 vaccines by the end of January. Still ahead on Plus TV Africa News, UN World Food Programme says about 1.4 million people in southern Madagascar need food aid due to drought. Details when we return.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe
believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Tensions have risen in Uganda on the eve of an election in which musician turned politician Bobi Wine is challenging President Yoweri Museveni, who has been in power for nearly 35 years. Bobi Wine, whose real name is Robert Kyagulanyi Sestamu, is one of the first opposition politicians to channel the grievances of young people into a viable challenge. With nearly 80% of its people under 30, Uganda has one of Africa's youngest populations. That means the majority of Ugandans were born after Museveni took power in 1986 following a 5-year guerrilla war. Earlier on Wednesday, the United States cancelled its observation of Uganda's presidential election because most of its accreditation requests were denied, and said Thursday's vote would lack accountability and transparency.
Today is my brother. He was born when I was in senior 4. He grew up in my hands. His father mentored me. And his only crime was because he was a supporter of change. He was sentenced to death and executed extrajudicially. Only hours to the election. We are not preparing for the election. We are rushing our friends, our fellow citizens to hospital because they have been brutalized by the military and the police. We are searching for our brothers and sisters that have been abducted by the regime and we don't know where they are.
In preparation for the general elections 2021, the Commission has acquired biometric voter verification machines, which will be used to verify voters who present themselves at polling stations on polling day. This machine will be deployed at all the 34,684 polling stations in Uganda.
And now we go over to Ethiopia. State-appointed Ethiopian Human Rights Commission says more than 80 civilians have been killed in an attack on the Benishangul Gumuz region on Ethiopia's border with Sudan. Senior advisor at the commission, Aaron Maasho, did not say who might have carried out the attack. More than 220 people were killed in an attack last month in the same region bordering Sudan. As in last month's attack, Tuesday's violence occurred in the Metkel zone of the region. The region is home to several ethnic groups. In recent years, people from the neighboring Amhara region have started moving into the area, prompting some ethnic Gumuz to complain that fertile land was being taken away. About 1.4 million people in southern Madagascar will need food aid this year due to drought in the past 3 years that has hit production. United Nations World Food Programme, WFP, explained that the COVID-19 pandemic has worsened the situation. It said 1.35 million people in the south of Madagascar, or just over a third of the region, will require food aid, almost twice the number that needed assistance in the same period in 2020. The program currently provides food assistance for almost 500,000 severely food insecure people in the 9 hardest hit districts in the south. The agency intends to scale up its assistance to reach almost 900,000. Senegal's Health Minister Abdoulaye Diouf Sarr says his country is in talks to buy at least 200,000 doses of a coronavirus vaccine developed by China's Sinopharm. This month, Senegal said it would buy extra vaccines to complement those it would get through the World Health Organization-backed COVAX scheme, which aims to deliver 1.3 billion doses this year to 92 low- and middle-income nations. A deal with Sinopharm could help Senegal start vaccinations before COVAX kicks in, a small boost for a country where cases this month have surged to record highs and intensive care beds are full. Namibia, reeling under a new wave of COVID-19 infections, has postponed all non-urgent medical procedures. The Southwest African nation has been a rapid increase in new infections, hospitalizations, and deaths due to COVID-19 since early December 2020. Infections among health workers have also gone up sharply, with 1,350 infected and 6 losing their lives. The rise in new cases and hospitalizations has placed increased pressure on the country's health system and facilities. The Zambian High Commissioner to Nigeria, Solomon Jere, has refuted media reports that the country's founding president, Kenneth Kaunda, is dead. The High Commissioner, who made the clarification on Wednesday in Abuja at a media briefing, urged people to ignore the reports, which is described as contemptuous rumors. The High Commissioner also refuted media reports that Zambia had lost its sovereignty to China over bad debt, stressing that such reports were despicable. Now, outside Africa, a week after President Donald Trump's supporters stormed the U.S. Capitol, the House of Representatives began an emotional debate on impeaching him for his role in the assault on American democracy that stunned the world and left 5 dead. At least 5 Republicans have said they would join Democrats in voting for an article of impeachment, a formal charge of inciting an insurrection, although just 7 days remain for a Senate trial to expel Trump from office. If the Democratic-led House approves it, Trump would become the first president to be impeached twice. Some Republicans have made speeches urging the House not to impeach Trump in the interest of promoting national healing. Democratic President-elect Joe Biden is due to take office on January the 20th.
House Calendar Number 2, House Resolution 41. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order without intervention of any point of order to consider in the House House Resolution 24, impeaching Donald John Trump, President of the United States, for high crimes and misdemeanors.
Trump then told this mob to walk down to the Capitol. The signal was unmistakable. These thugs should stage a coup so Donald Trump can hang on to power. The people's will be damned. This beacon of democracy became the site of a vicious attack. This was not a protest. This was an insurrection. This was a well-organized attack on our country that was incited by Donald Trump.
The president is expected to face litigation over his role in last Wednesday's events. There will be criminal proceedings against the perpetrators, and I hope all of those who stormed the Capitol will be brought to justice.
Representative Cheney from Wyoming, a conservative Republican, said this: "The President of the United States summoned the mob, assembled the mob, and lit the flame of this attack."
This is a reckless impeachment. This will only bring up the hate and fire more than ever before. Have a conscience. Put the people before politics.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Unify
Gentleman from
this
Oklahoma.
country.
As the House of Representatives gathered on Wednesday to consider impeaching Donald Trump for his role in the assault on American democracy, National Guard troops lined the interior of the U.S. Capitol, which just 5 days before was stormed by the president's supporters. As many as 15,000 National Guard troops, including some armed members, have been ordered to Washington, D.C. to secure the city before President-elect Joe Biden's inauguration, with new fencing and other security measures engulfing the U.S. Capitol area. The last is yet to be heard or seen over the suspension of President Donald Trump by major social media platforms over his inciting tweets and video clips on the invasion of the Capitol Hill building last week. Despite this bold move, the social media and even the public space have been awash on the implication of this move and the precedents it has created. Ifeoluwa Osunkeye tells us more.
The debate centers on the infringement of rights to freedom of speech and expression of President Trump. A marketing communication professional and a player in the social media space, Tony Usidamen, explains the guidelines and what it means to cross the line during the breakfast on Plus TV Africa.
The freedom of expression that the Constitution guarantees citizens also comes with responsibility. In America, there's what is called the First Amendment. This is the freedom of speech, freedom of expression. In other countries like the UK, there's something called the Article 8. And most democratic countries have similar provisions that guarantees citizens the right to express themselves. And there's nothing wrong in having dissenting views, unpopular views. But when those views are capable of inciting people to violence, then the social media companies have a responsibility to put a stop to it, as they have done in the case.
Bamilerin Adegoke, a social media influencer, spoke on the subject matter on Tea Time.
Aside him being just Trump, these platforms, they have their rules and regulations, and you have to follow them strictly. Yeah. Trump is influential, and anything he says can incite war among his followers, or his fans, or his people. So we should understand that these accounts, it's not just about Trump.
With various mixed reactions, these experts agree that a precedent has been created and it will definitely be a game changer. Ifeoluwa Osunkeye, reporting for Plus TV Africa.
British Prime Minister Boris Johnson says Britain will make 24/7 vaccine centers open to the general public as soon as possible. The government has said it will ramp up its COVID-19 vaccination program to at least 2 million shots per week in England by the end of January, with the aim of immunizing tens of millions of people by the spring. Answering questions from opposition leader Keir Starmer during the weekly Prime Minister's question session of Parliament, Johnson said tougher restrictions brought in last week were starting to have an effect on the spread of COVID in many parts of the country. However, the Prime Minister cautioned that it was still early days with the current lockdown due to last until mid-February, but with many fearing it will extend into March.
So can the Prime Minister tell us, when will the 24/7 vaccine centres be open to the public, because I understand they're not at the moment, and when will they be rolled out across the country?
Well, I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for what he says about the rollout of vaccines, and I can tell him that we'll be going to 24/7 as soon as we can, and my right friend, the Health Secretary, will be setting out more about that in due course. Within 24 hours of getting the advice on the 18th about the spread of the new variant, we acted to put the vast part of the country into much, much tougher measures. And indeed, what we are now seeing, and it's very, very important to stress that these are early days, we are now seeing the beginnings of some signs that is starting to have an effect in many parts of the country, but by no means everywhere.
Malaysia has started to reimpose a lockdown as the country sees a surge in coronavirus cases. A 14-day movement control order is being enforced in 6 states, and it includes a ban against traveling outside a 10-kilometer radius of one's home, while social activities including weddings, seminars, and prayers at houses of worship are equally prohibited. According to the new measures, anyone caught breaking the rule will face a maximum fine of $247. Besides Kuala Lumpur, which is a federal territory, the states of Penang, Selangor, Melaka, Johor, and Sabah are under lockdown. On Tuesday, January 12th, the country declared a state of emergency to stem the spread of COVID-19, which could last until August 1st. Russian President Vladimir Putin has ordered officials to begin mass coronavirus inoculations next week and to open up the vaccination program to all citizens. Russia, which has the world's fourth highest number of COVID-19 cases, started large-scale vaccinations last month. The RDIF Sovereign Wealth Fund has said 1.5 million Russians have already been inoculated with the Sputnik V vaccine. Russia has imposed no broad lockdown during the second wave of infections that began in September. Officials have said that targeted restrictions are enough to curb the virus. A global team of scientists led by the World Health Organization to investigate the origins of the coronavirus does not expect to face any limitations in their work in the Chinese city of Wuhan. WHO team member Heng Nguyen made the comments as they prepared to fly on Thursday from Singapore to Wuhan, where the first human cases were detected in late 2019. The team will spend around a month in Wuhan, including 2 weeks in quarantine, according to Heng. The United States, which has accused China of having hidden the extent of its initial outbreak, has called for a transparent WHO-led investigation and criticized the terms under which Chinese experts did the first phase of research. Heng said the team had been having regular virtual meetings with Chinese virus researchers over the last few months ahead of the trip.
We have quite a good discussion with people from China, and that is the evolving process as well. Nothing fixed at the moment, because that is about science. You see, you come to conduct a study, and you can have different research questions, and for each research question and the context that can change, and the need will raise also when you are there. But to confirm with you, I'm not aware of any limitation at the moment. Relating to the question. After the quarantine time, the plan is to visit different institutions, people, interviewing people from research institute, wet market, and hospital facility. So that is actually the plan of the group.
Irish Prime Minister Michael Martin has formally apologized in Parliament for the treatment of unmarried mothers and their babies in a network of Catholic church-run homes from the 1920s to the 1990s. A government-commissioned report published on Tuesday found a mortality rate of around 15% among children born at the homes, reflecting brutal living conditions. Around 9,000 children died in all.
And so on behalf of the government, the state and its citizens, I apologize for the profound generational wrong visited upon Irish mothers and their children who ended up in a mother and baby home or a county home. As the Commission says plainly, they should not have been there. The Irish state, as the main funding authority for the majority of these institutions, had the ultimate ability to exert control over these institutions, in addition to its duty of care to protect citizens with a robust regulatory and inspection regime.
Up next, Nigerian Automotive Manufacturers Association demands immediate reversal of tariff on importation of vehicles. That's in business news after this break. Welcome back. Let's straight away join Osaroge Ogbonwa for this latest in business news.
And in business, the Nigerian Railway Corporation says it has commenced the e-ticketing for train services on the Abuja-Kaduna route. The NRC Managing Director, Fidet Ohiria, told newsmen on Wednesday in Abuja that the process would be on test run for a week before its formal inauguration on January 20. According to Ohiria, the e-ticketing platform would guarantee orderliness in purchasing of tickets and address some major security challenges in the country. He said that the e-ticketing would also ensure that the database of all passengers boarding the train were captured in case of emergencies and for other purposes. An e-ticket is stored in the airline or train's reservation system and therefore eliminates the need for a printed ticket. The passengers are expected to check in with a government-issued photo ID. And following the Federal Executive Council's FEC's approval for tariff review on importation of vehicles into the country, auto manufacturers under the auspices of Nigerian Automotive Manufacturers Association, NAMA, have demanded immediate reversal of the policy. The demand was made at a media conference by the chairman, Pan Nigeria Limited, Ahmed Wadada Aliyu, chairman NAMA, Tokumbo Arumolaron, and other stakeholders who accused the Controller General of Nigerian Customs Service, Colonel Hamid Ali, retired, of misinformation and misleading the Minister of Finance against automobile assembly plant owners. According to Aliyu, the CG gave wrong statistics about the automobile industry and subsequently got the FEC's approval for tariff review on importation of used vehicles, popularly called Tokumbo. Also, as the low-interest regime that characterized most of 2020 continues with no immediate sign of an increase, pension fund managers have also continued to rid their portfolios of Treasury bill investments. Analysis of the recently released September 2020 edition of the Pension Fund Assets by the Pension Commission of Nigeria, PENCOM, shows that pension fund managers reallocated their assets away from Treasury bills to federal government bonds. In the month of September 2020, according to the latest report, pension fund managers closed out of Treasury bill positions worth 0.224 trillion naira, while loading up on federal government bonds worth 0.254 trillion naira. Since the beginning of 2020, pension fund managers have moved out about 1.112 trillion naira of Treasury bills investments into mostly federal government bonds. At the beginning of 2020, total pension fund assets invested in Treasury bills stood at 1.88 trillion naira, but that has fallen to 0.78 trillion naira as at the end of September 2020. And still in business, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has released the framework for regulatory sandbox operations to ensure the safety and stability of the Nigerian financial system, among other things. It is also to promote the use and adoption of electronic payments and foster innovation in the payments system. The CBN released a structure on its website on Wednesday and said one of the objectives was to increase the potential for innovative business models that advance financial inclusion. The bank explained that it came up with the structure to ensure new and more flexible ways of engaging with the banking industry. This, it said, is in view of increasing consumer appetite for payment solutions and emerging disruptive technology in the financial services space. A new research from the University of Oxford has predicted that the total electricity generation across the African continent will double by 2030. The study also expects that fossil fuel will be dominant in Africa's energy mix by the end of the decade, accounting for 2/3 of all generated electricity across Africa, posing a potential risk to global climate change commitments. An estimated 18% of the generation is set to come from hydro energy projects, which have their own challenges. The study, which looked into Africa's energy generation landscape, uses a state-of-the-art machine learning technique to analyze the pipeline of more than 2,500 planned power plants and their chances of successful commission. The study shows the share of non-hydro renewables in African electricity generation is likely to remain below 10% in 2030, although it varies by region. And the exchange rate between the Naira and the US dollar for Wednesday, January 13th, stands at 470 Naira to a dollar in the parallel market. The rate had closed at 465 Naira to the dollar on Tuesday. In the same vein, the exchange rate between the naira and the British pound sterling stands at 625 naira to a pound on Wednesday. The rate had closed at 615 to a pound on Tuesday. Meanwhile, the exchange rate between the naira and the European euro stands at 570 naira to a euro on Wednesday, and it had closed at 565 naira to the euro on Tuesday. And that's all for business. I am Osaogi Ogbonwa.
And that was our business update. Here now is entertainment news anchored by Ife Omai.
It is true, hips don't lie hitmaker Shakira has sold 100% of her music publishing rights, a treasure chest comprising 145 songs, including global hits Hips, Whenever, Wherever, Waka Waka, She Wolf, and more. One of the best-selling Latin artists of all times, with over 80 million records sold and billions of views and listens accumulated on digital music streaming platforms. Shakira, a global phenom, has been topping the charts of countries around the world since the release of her 1991 debut album, recorded when she was just 13 years old. The fruit of that pen has been acquired by Hypnosis Song Found Limited, the company announced Tuesday. As of Time reported, the price tag associated with Shakira's discography has not been disclosed, but industry analysts believe it is well into hundreds of millions. Nearly 20 years after the release of a debut single, Janaiko, the self-proclaimed fairy is being granted long overdue industry acclaim. After ending 2020 as the year's best-selling female R&B release, ongoing success at the Recording Industry Association of America suggests that Aiko's third album, Chilombo, is set to keep the wins rolling in 2021. Now at platinum status, a measure that denotes sales of 1 million copies in the United States, the achievement comes as a career's first for Aiko. As of Time reported, the Chilombo era is the most certified of Janai's career. Moving to the movie scenes, Netflix hit series Bridgerton could be sticking around for some time. Amid the success of the series, which follows Daphne Bridgerton and Duke of Hastings Simon Bassett, the show's creator Chris Van Dusen teased that there could be many more seasons to come. The show found instant success on Netflix, where it has become one of the most streamed series on the platform. Its executive producer is, of course, Shonda Rhimes of Grey's Anatomy. Needless to say, this is one true turn of events that even Lady Whistledown surely did not see coming. Onto the local scenes, Nigerian singers and celebrity couple Simi and Adekunle Gold are celebrating their second wedding anniversary. The couple got married in January 2019 at a private wedding ceremony. On her Instagram page, Simi celebrated her husband and professed her undying love for him, stating that love would last forever and a day more. On his part, Adekunle Gold wasn't short of words as he recounted their beautiful grace-to-grass journey, proclaiming boldly the stewardship to her forever. The couple welcomed their first child in 2020. Happy anniversary, Simi and Adekunle Gold. A nephew to the late Nollywood actress Folakemi Arume, popularly known as Orishabunmi, has dispelled the rumors going around that she died of COVID-19 complications. Tunde Onishola, son to the late Kwara Falcons Basketball Club technical director Steve Onishola, told reports of Nigeria Tuesday in Ilorin that the multiple deaths were just a coincidence. Onishola said neither his father, Steve, Orishabunmi, and his younger sister, Janet Ademola, died of COVID-19 related circumstances. He recalls that on Thursday, barely 24 hours after his younger sister, Folake Arimo, Arimo's junior sister, Mrs. Janet Ademola, who also died on January 9th. And finally, the Bayelsa State government has declared the heir on the recent appointment of former Big Brother Niger housemate Negi Hampson as face of the Bayelsa girl child. The state government made this known following reactions after it appointed Ebisi Blessing Eradiri as the face of Bayelsa's girl child after she graduated with a first class from the Niger Delta University and Nigerian Law School. The Bayelsa governor assures Eradiri of the state government support in advancing her educational career in any university of her choice anywhere in the world. The reality TV star and Miss Eradiri are to work harmoniously to inspire the girl child in Bayelsa State. And that is all on entertainment news. The best in sports is coming right after this.
And in sports, Egypt international and Aston Villa winger Mahmoud Hassan Trezeguet has tested positive for coronavirus just days after recovering from his injury. The Villains have been without the services of Trezeguet for the past month as he suffered a head injury which sidelined him for a while. Immediately after he sustained a hamstring injury, forcing him to miss Aston Villa's last 4 games. Now, as he returned to training with his teammates, Trezeguet announced that he has tested positive for COVID-19, seemingly joining a large number of Villa's first-team players and staff members who had also tested positive last week. Trezeguet featured in 10 games for Villa across all competitions this season without scoring so far. And still in sports, Lionel Messi has proved that he is the ultimate team player after being named as the world's best playmaker of the last decade. The Barcelona talisman is an elite company but was comfortably judged to have been the most productive creator over the last 10 years according to data compiled by the International Federation of Football History and Statistics. Every year, the IFFHS gives out an award for the best playmaker using statistics to determine a winner on a points system. This system, which gives 20 points to first place, 19 points to second place, and so on and so forth, has accumulated each player's yearly total between 2011 and 2020 to help crown the best 20 playmakers, with Lionel Messi winning by a clear margin. The 6-time Ballon d'Or winner, who picked up the Best Playmaker award in 2015, 2017, and 2019, managed to accrue an impressive 174 points during the 9-year period, with ex-Barcelona teammate Andres Iniesta the closest player to him on 127 points. And moving over to badminton now, Thai officials said the badminton courts used to hold the Thailand Open were being disinfected daily as a part of a standard procedure as some players initially tested positive for COVID-19. Officials said as a precaution, all players and their teams have been swabbed for COVID-19 infections and are all kept in a bubble inside the arena while the tournament is held as closed sessions with no spectators. The Thailand Open is the first tournament of the Asian leg of the Badminton World Federation, BWF World Tour. 4 players, including Indian shotler Saina Nehwal and men's world number 28 Pranoy, had tested positive and was initially withdrawn from the Open. And lastly, Namibia captain Dynamo Fredericks is confident their participation in the Total African Nations Championship Cameroon 2020 would be a memorable one thanks to their good performance and preparation for the tournament, which starts in Cameroon on the 16th of January. The Southern African nation will be making their second appearance in the tournament, which will be played from the 16th of January to the 7th of February 2021. The Brave Warriors have been camping since last month in preparation for the 16-team competition designed exclusively for home-based footballers. Coach Bobby Samaria's squad started training on the 8th of December 2020, but an outbreak of COVID-19 in the camp temporarily halted their preparations. Namibia will open their Group D campaign against Guinea on the 19th of January before taking on Tanzania and Zambia in the rest of their matches in Limbe. And that's it on Sports Update on Plus TV Africa. I'm Udoka Njoko.
Thank you also, Shugo, to Udoka Njoku for the sports update. Before we go, here is a recap of our major headlines. We told you that President Buhari, Speaker Gbajabiamila, and Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu have expressed sadness over the death of former military governor of Lagos State, Admiral Ndubuisi Kanu. On the foreign scene, tensions have risen in Uganda as the Electoral Commission is set to conduct the presidential election with or without observers. We also brought you a report that the World Health Organization has said COVID-19 cases worldwide have now surpassed the 90 million figure. That's the news at this hour. For more news and updates, follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Also subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories. I am Lekon Ogumbanwo. Thank you for watching.
Hello and welcome to Plus Reports, a compilation of the headline stories and events that made the news recently. I'm Jacinta Uyuku. There is no greater asset to Africa than its youths. According to United Nations, Africa is attributed to a high rate of youth unemployment and underemployment, with the demography making up to 60% of the figure. This could be attributed to lack of financial literacy and poor employability skills. Recently, I was at a press briefing organized for special recognition of young people who have demonstrated exemplary leadership. Take a listen.
It is said that there is no successful nation as well as any continent without high youth's involvement in capacity building. Thus, young people representing different African countries believe gone are those days for blames and excuses.
There are a lot of issues and challenges. There are a lot of problems. And I just believe we shouldn't be waiting for the government every time. This is the time for we, the youth of Africa, to stand up. We can't depend on the government 100%. I think there's the limit to what they can do.
If you're a youth and you're not doing anything for your community, that's an excuse. You have so much potential. As I was saying on the stage, we're all blessed with gifts. No matter what your gift is, it's meant to help somebody else. We all have potential. Everybody has potential. Every single person has potential.
Exploring and expanding leadership potentials in Africa was also highlighted at the gathering.
Irrespective of the challenges that Africa may currently be going through, we have bright minds that have so many innovative ideas, especially in the area of technology.
I really want to encourage most African graduates that it is not about the history which you study in university, it's not about the anthropology, it's not about the biochemical sciences or whatever you studied. It's about getting a skill which can make you fit in the job market.
It does not matter what the government is doing. We youth are the largest, occupy the largest population in our countries, and it is our responsibility to go out and to volunteer and to also cooperate in the initiatives that our governments are doing in our countries. And in that way, we'll be able to develop as African countries as a whole.
Technology is rapidly changing the employment landscape, generating jobs that demand a range of digital skills. The youths are therefore encouraged not to wait any further in contributing to the growth and development of the continent.
Well, the take-home message here is that there's no time for blame game again. There are so much that can be done with our youthfulness to develop the society. Away from youths and leadership, again, Nigerian government increased electricity tariff by over 50%. The hike is coming barely 2 months after the implementation of a controversial tariff increase. Anita Felix Endorsement report took a look at how Nigerians are taking the news.
In November 2020, many Nigerians opposed the hike in electricity tariff,
with an outcry on social media and protest on the street. This was, however, reverted when the labor unions also demanded return to pump price when it was increased. 3 months later, in January 2021, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, surreptitiously increased the tariff, though it insisted it hasn't. Here's how Nigerians have been reacting to the news.
The bill they brought for us, each flat is 20,000. Can you imagine? There's one flat that man is Alhaji. He doesn't stay around. They still bring 20,000 for him.
Last year we paid 1,000 in the company, you understand? But now you are paying 3,500. It's very bad.
Last week now, I recharged my meter 5K. You never even reach how many days the thing don't finish. Why should they increase the tariff?
The regulatory body said the increase in electricity tariff is because of a 14.9% inflation rate rise in November 2020. Foreign exchange of 379.4 naira to a dollar as of December 29, 2020. Available generation capacity, US inflation rates of 1.22%, and the capital expenditure of the power firms to raise the tariff. But the people are concerned about the survival of small businesses.
Some small business, they are going down now, and with the pandemic, I think they should just, if there is a way they can just bring the tariff down, because so many people are out of jobs.
Economic analyst Gbolahan Olojede recommends that the government adopts the pay-as-you-earn system in power billing to cushion the effects of the recession and the pandemic on low-income earners.
The lowest rung of the ladder needs help. And it is the duty of the people that are up there to carry them along. So the people up there carry a higher burden while the lower people carry a lower thing.
The Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, is determined not to take this sitting down, just like they did in 2020. The Congress has issued a warning to the government to reverse the increase in electricity tariffs or face an unprecedented industrial resistance. Anetta Felix, Plus TV Africa.
Meanwhile, the hike has been suspended as at the time this report was filed. Now to ravaging COVID-19 pandemic. Days after the Yuletide season was over, Plus TV Africa tried to find out how Nigerians celebrated amid the virus, if they were mindful or not.
The Yuletide celebration is over, and Nigerians have ushered in the new year 2021 with COVID-19 still staring in the face. Some pertinent questions require answers in the wake of the second wave of the infection. How did Nigerians celebrate? Did they observe preventive measures? Were they carried away in the spirit of the season, or were they careful?
Not 100%. I wouldn't say so. So the way everybody is just feeling less concerned about everything. So I wouldn't say they are careful.
We went to church and we observed that before the 12, that curfew period, everybody just left and all like that. So we were careful.
Most people don't wear face masks anymore. Just only when they want to go to the bank or places that is very reserved, that's when they wear face masks.
Yeah, people are careful, and we see a lot of other people that are not really very careful. And this as a result of the fact that, when you don't see people dying around you, so you feel less concerned about the whole thing.
Plus TV Africa speaks to a medical expert via telephone. He believes the people need to do their part, as government has done its own.
In all fairness, government has done enough, because it has reached a level whereby people have to take responsibility for their own health. So the government aspect of it is to generate awareness, which has been done, to provide necessary infrastructure to ensure that those who have symptoms are tested, which is available. So I think now the only thing that is lacking is the fact that a lot of people are thrown caution to the winds and they are doing whatever they like, forgetting that the COVID-19 is still here with us.
Another question hovers. Is it not time for the government to bring back the isolation centers?
It's very expensive to manage COVID-19 cases. The best thing to do for us is to ensure that we take personal and individual responsibility to ensure that we protect ourselves.
The fight against the pandemic should be a collective one and not to frustrate or disrespect the government's directives.
Sadly, we do not have a choice than to observe all the preventive protocols to stay alive, especially when the vaccines are yet to arrive the country. Still on the pandemic, in this next report, a cross-section of Lagos residents have expressed worry over possibility of a second lockdown following the rise and the spread of COVID-19. Plus, TV's Africa's Mary Chinda followed the report.
10 months after the first COVID-19 lockdown was imposed on Nigerians, there are fears of a second lockdown with numbers spiking up by the day. On January the 5th, the Nigerian Center for Disease Control, NCDC, announced 1,354 new cases of COVID-19 in Nigeria, totaling 92,705 confirmed cases, 76,396 discharged persons, and 1,319 deaths. These figures have put a lot of people in the panic mode.
COVID-19 is real.
People are still going about their business, people are still going to parties and all that. So people are not, I don't think they are really taking the second wave that seriously.
Some say another lockdown would be totally unacceptable despite the rise in statistics.
Nigeria will not survive for the second lockdown.
But we can't really stop, we can't start the lockdown again. The lockdown will be bad.
Because people have suffered a lot in the past lockdown. So it affects so many things. And we can't start that again in 2021.
But this respondent thinks another lockdown holds the solution.
People's lives are involved here, so I feel if it gets to that point where there should be a lockdown, there should be, because we're not really observing social distancing on its own.
Just 5th of January, here is the distribution. Lagos has 712 new cases. The FCT has 145 new cases. Kaduna has 54, Rivers 37, and Enugu 20. Yet, there are still some who don't believe that COVID-19 is real.
I said coronavirus to me is not real. It's not real in Africa, so not only Nigeria. We see countries that have coronavirus. It's killing them in tens of hundreds, thousands.
With African countries like South Africa taking the second wave of COVID-19 seriously by imposing a national lockdown and a ban on international flights, health experts have called for strictness in curbing the spread of the virus.
Locking down is not going to pay us because poverty is going to kill us more than COVID. We have to be very realistic about our country. My advice as an epidemiologist is simple. Let us strictly enforce the social distancing rules. And this means hand, space, and face. Let people wear their face mask.
Irrespective of government's determination to prevent a second wave of COVID-19, experts believe that it may just be inevitable if the attitude of Nigerians does not change. Mary Chinda for Plus TV Africa.
We definitely don't pray for second lockdown, but how much are we all doing in observing these protocols to at least control the spread? Reactions have continued to trail border reopening after almost a year and a half of closure, which came as a surprise. Details in this next report.
The commercial isolation ordered unilaterally without consultation had not been appreciated by Nigeria's neighbors affected by the measure. It was a subject that came up often behind the scenes at every meeting of the region leaders. Nigeria could not keep its borders closed indefinitely, and this reopening was not a Christmas present. It came a few days before the entry into force of the African Continental Free Trade Area on January 1. Although the benefits of the border closure have been seemingly very slim, the reopening is only partial. The cross-border marketing of products such as rice and chicken, for example, remains prohibited. Business developer and serial entrepreneur Chris Imomwalen says the policy framework may not favor some businesses.
The policy have been made, the policy have been adjusted again. I think there is a good and bad to it. But of course, policy change, often a time like this, does not really tell well to business environment, does not really encourage investor to want to invest in a nation. A lot of persons are careful in investing in those products that closure of border would have helped.
The benefit of the measure has been to curb imports, notably via the port of Cotonou in Benin, such as rice and fuel, which were destined to the Nigerian markets. But for the time being, the Nigerian agri-food industry and oil refineries may have not improved their performance.
A lot of investors came into rice farming in Nigeria. You know that the statistics of farmers that went into farming of rice and other products that usually were smuggled in from neighboring countries grew, and consumption of Nigerians for local rice also grew, and I think it was effective. And I think if there is, even if with the reopening of the border, if there is a strong enforcement from our border patrol agencies, the custom and the rest of them.
As Nigerians and indeed Africa welcome all the benefits derivable from the border reopening and indeed the new free trade area which is in force, the country has been advised to carry stakeholders along in its policy formulation.
Well, another angle to it is that opening of the borders without effective strategies in place to combat smuggling may see a reversal of the fortunes of the companies that had previously benefited from the border closure. You're watching Plus Reports on Plus TV Africa. We will be right back after this break.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Cross Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Thanks for staying with us. Another recent trend, of course, from the social media is the case of paternity fraud. Plus TV Africa's correspondent Osaruge Ogbonwa took a look at this with other angles to the conversation.
The conversation around paternity fraud is trending across Nigeria, with recent tales of fathers finding out that they may not be the true parents of their kids. The most recent being the case of the current managing director of the First City Monument Bank, Adam Nuru, and accusations against him involving a female junior staff. Unverified statistics from a few years ago stated that Nigeria had the second highest rate of paternity fraud in the world, only second to Jamaica. These figures have not been completely verified with data or statistics, but it has started a conversation nationwide about infidelity in Nigerian marriages and the high occurrence of workplace relationships in our society.
A lady working in an organization spends more, even a man, you spend more time in the office than at home. And so you relate more with your colleagues in the office. And so as a spouse, take time to communicate. You started by communicating. You must end with communication. So, but in the absence of communication, just like you say, when you don't talk to your kids, somebody will talk to them. In the absence of communication, be sure that somebody else is talking to your partner.
Many times as adults, as we make decisions, we tend not to understand the long-term effects. And I would say that I can only hope that in the midst of all that's going on, the children are thought about and the long-term effects on the children are considered.
The cost of DNA testing in Nigeria may also be one of the factors working against its popularity.
Many of Nigerian facilities are primary care centers and secondary centers that are not really prepared or advanced for DNA testing. So it's not readily available in Nigeria, but is accessible in Nigeria as well.
Paternity fraud is real, but will our society and culture accept that the very definition of fatherhood may be changing, or that the emotional ties between a man and the child are just as important as the biological relationship? Osaogie Ogbonwa, reporting for Plus TV Africa.
Sadly, it is reported that Nigeria ranks high in paternity fraud. While the debate continues across different platforms, the consensus here is that there is no illegitimate child, and the children in this case must be protected irrespective of who is right or wrong. And this is on Osun State, where the governor, Boyega Oyetola, has restated its commitment to setting the state on the path of sustainable economic revolution.
Governor of Osun State, Boyega Oyetola, stated this position at the inter-religious service organized for the state civil servants to usher in the new year at work. Governor Oyetola, who was represented by his deputy, Benedict Alabi, urged workers to redouble their efforts in a view to realizing government's visions.
I must equally challenge you to work harder this year. Your commitment to improve service delivery is central to increase productivity.
He also promised to continue to ensure the state bureaucracy becomes one of the most equipped and remunerated in the country.
Our state is only as worthy or as efficient to the extent to which you contribute your individual quota to our collective aspiration.
Religious leaders offered prayers for the state and those at the aim of affairs. In their separate sermons, Dr. Taufik Abdulhamed and Apostle Victor Musadumi urged the gathering to change their ways and shun all acts capable of incurring the wrath of God.
As we begin the year 2021, it is important that we commit our affairs in the hands of God once again, beseeching Him for His grace, mercy, and benevolence on the state and the entire world for an end to this pandemic and other social crises.
Repentance has to do with changing your behavior, changing your attitude, changing your disposition. If you claim to be a Muslim, be a good ambassador of Islam. If you claim to be a Christian, be a good ambassador of Christianity.
Iṣẹ́ tí Olúwa gbé fún wa ní ọdún yìí nìyẹn. Iṣẹ́ gbé kákànjẹ́ olórí kan wá máa ń gbé àpò wa lámọ̀ kó gbogbo kúrò sí.
To ensure that the event is in compliance with NCDC safety protocols on COVID-19, only workers on grade level 12 and above were in attendance.
The U.S. 2020 presidential election between incumbent President Donald Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden has been riddled with lots of intrigue, controversies, suspense, and truths. Our correspondent Destiny Momo gave a review of the electoral journey between the two political giants and the aftermath of November 3rd poll.
It's risky, but you got to get out.
The 45th President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, and the 46th President-elect, Joe Biden, had some pivotal moments from a dizzying election year. At the beginning of the year 2020, things were looking up for the Republican president. Impeachment trial ended in Senate, with him being cleared on 2 charges brought by Democrats. The fallout from the Mueller report was no longer hanging over his head. The economy was roaring, and prospects of his re-election looked relatively strong. Trump delivered a coronavirus address March 11, 2020, after weeks of downplaying the coronavirus threat, with cases skyrocketing in the country. Trump delivered a rare national address from the Oval Office in an attempt to reassure a jittery public.
We're years ahead on vaccines, and they're going to be distributed very shortly. I mean, frankly, it's a big political deal going on where they don't want it to be before the election.
For Biden, he won South Carolina primary on February 29, 2020, after disappointing finishes in the lower caucuses and New Hampshire primary. Joe Biden's presidential bid looked bright. Democratic hopeful Bernie Sanders dropped out on April 8, 2020, trailing Biden badly in delegates, with the coronavirus outbreak paralyzing the nation. Bernie Sanders became the final rival for the Democratic nomination to drop out of the race. The first Trump-Biden debate happened on September 29, 2020, needing something to turn his fortunes around. Trump came into his first debate with Biden looking for a fight.
My transition team is already working on what I'll put forward in the next Congress to address the multiple crises we're facing, especially our economic and COVID crises.
After a large turnout of voters for both candidates, making the largest in America's 240 years democracy, Biden won convincing, both with majority votes and Electoral College. Despite this, U.S. President Donald Trump said he will leave the White House if the Electoral College confirms Joe Biden's victory in the election. But speaking to reporters, he suggested he might never concede, alleging again without evidence there was massive fraud in the vote. In a dramatic form, Trump's supporters invaded the Capitol Hill to stop the certification of Biden's victory on the 6th of January. Worse still, the president urged the supporters on, which led to him being suspended from Twitter and Facebook come January 20, 2021. Joe Biden and his running mate Kamala Harris will be sworn in as the 46th president of the United States, barring another unforeseen circumstances. Destiny Momo, reporting for Plus TV Africa.
Soon in this January 2021, Americans should have the 46th president. Hopefully, that should end this drama. And that's a wrap on today's edition of Plus Reports. But before we go, let's remind you to follow us on Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. I'm Jacinta Obiuku. Thanks for watching.
Someday, tranquility will settle upon Borno State in northeast Nigeria. The ordinary rhythms of life in the rural areas will return, as will the everyday bustle of the city. But for now, a restless tension lurks beneath the surface. Not a moment goes by without the threat of violence. Without the fear that the militant Islamic group Boko Haram might unleash an attack. A grim reminder of a conflict still to be resolved. A country's struggle with extremism, an unfinished journey from evil. Yet there are Nigerians who've stood up to the terror, who've shown the courage to fight back, the determination to go forward, and the resilience to forge a new future for their nation. The world knows Boko Haram mostly through reports of bombings, kidnappings, and suicide attacks. But the insurgency has also made millions of Nigerians homeless and laid waste to the rural economy that long sustained the region. In village after village, devastation.
Boko Haram, they are rushing to this place. So that is the market. 1,000 houses burned.
Already destroyed.
Already destroyed. Our market is distressed. We will not get market. We will not get it food.
Hamam Mbombo has survived 2 Boko Haram attacks. The first time, they took his crops. The second time, they burned his farm to the ground.
Da aka kore mu a 2013 muka tafi, to haka wannan abin ya salwanta ban samu na girbe ba. To shekara da ya sake zagayowa kuma, bunni ya taso, ya yi kyau, amma kuma shi ma har yanzu ban sake samu in girba ba. 2015 kenan. To daga nan kuma ban sake aiki a gonan ba. Rashin aiki a wannan gonakin ba ni kaɗai ba, manoma yan uwana ma duka. Gaskiya ya dagula mana rayuwarmu.
Farmers are not the only ones suffering from Boko Haram's plundering. These herders narrowly escaped a Boko Haram surprise attack with their cattle. They are aware that next time they may not be so lucky.
Sai sarabin mutum. Babu wata hanya da za ku iya bi ne ku sake kwato su.
Ina za mu samu hanyar bi. Mu ba mu da komai, su suna da bindiga.
What's caused this crisis is people being terrorized and having to run away from the place they've been able to work for a long time. We were told that farmers do have seeds. We were told that farmers do still have some of the tools. What they don't have is the confidence to go back to their land because they're worried that if they're a man, they'll be shot. They're worried that if they're a woman, they'll be raped or kidnapped. So the key issue here is security.
Although the Nigerian military has recaptured and garrisoned some larger towns, the Northeast's breadbasket remains a free fire zone. Much of the food production infrastructure, granaries, markets, wells, is in ruins. Rebuilding it will take months, if not years. Northeast Nigeria borders Lake Chad, a vast inland sea supplying fresh water to about 70 million people in 4 countries. Fishing forms an integral part of household economies in the region. But since the insurgency, Boko Haram has controlled fishing by demanding a tax from those plying their trade. As a result, many fishermen have fled, choking off the once thriving industry. Most are reluctant to talk openly about the insurgents, fearing reprisals.
A shakka babu, 'yan Boko Haram sun kasara wannan sana'ar tamu gabaki ɗayanta. Domin ka kula duk tafkin Chadin nan gabaki ɗaya duk wani mu'amala da ake yi wato biyo bayan kifi ne. Watanni 4 na shekara wanda an fi kama kifi a cikin su irin watannin zafi. To a lokacin ana iya fitar da trailer 70, 50, 60 a rana ɗaya. To amma kaga yanzu ko ɗaya ba a fitarwa.
Deprived of their livelihoods, farmers, herders, and fishermen, along with their families, wind up in the camps for the displaced that have sprung up across the northeast. Official estimates put the number forced to leave their homes at 2 million or more. For years, the lack of security kept many humanitarian agencies from entering the region. Now that more military are present, they are returning to learn that the crisis is much worse than they predicted.
I think a lot of humanitarian aid workers are saying that they didn't realize the situation was that bad. Some have described it as famine-like conditions. Unfortunately, if it was addressed sooner, it wouldn't have gotten to the extent that it is now.
According to the United Nations, more than $1 billion in humanitarian aid was needed to help 8.5 million people in the Northeast and Lake Chad region in 2017, most of it for food.
Children are particularly vulnerable because their bodies are growing, their minds are growing and developing, and if they don't have the nutrition that they need in the first 2 years of life, that has lifelong consequences for them. So a child, who's 1 year old, who doesn't get enough to eat will see her growth is stunted. She will have possibly trouble in, cognitive development of her brain. That'll affect her performance in school later on. It'll affect her ability to earn a living later on. So she will be paying the price for our failure for the rest of her life if we can't get that food and nutritional support to her now.
Without continued aid or a rebound in agriculture, Nigerians may be on the edge of famine for years to come. The emotional and psychological damage of the war has deep consequences and may pose the most difficult challenge of Nigeria's recovery.
Ba mu da sani a lokaci daya Boko Haram suka shiga cikin garinmu suka fara kashe-kashe ba mu da labarin komai ranar Asabar misalin karfe 9.
Kanin mama na guda 3, mijin kani na guda 1, guda 4 a take sun kashe.
To da muna zama a wurin sun kawo wani mutum sun yanka shi a idonmu.
After 8 years of war, these stories have become all too common.
When we're coming out of insurgency, it's one thing to rebuild homes and to rebuild hospitals and to rebuild schools, but the most important thing is to rebuild people.
Dr. Fatima Akilu leads the Neem Foundation, a non-profit that is taking on the country's psychological reconstruction. The work focuses on Nigerians who are homeless, suffered violence and trauma, or who were captives under Boko Haram. By sharing their stories, they help heal one another.
Our main objective is to hear their experience. We want to share our experience together so that we can see how we can support ourselves.
What we're looking at is their mental health status, their post-traumatic stress disorder needs, depression, anxiety, insomnia, psychosomatic symptoms.
These group sessions run for a month to build trust. Counselors help with translation.
They left anytime she remember her son. She can't sleep because she didn't even see the body of her son.
One woman told of losing multiple family members.
When there was one attack in Maiduguri here, a suicide bomber came to where they were staying, and that was how her husband was killed.
That
she has a younger brother too. Boko Haram killed him. That she's really feeling better ever since she started coming to this place. And she's very grateful.
The counselors use cognitive therapy to help victims control traumatic flashbacks.
We focus on trying to get them to alter their negative thinking about the event that has happened. We try to teach them thought-stopping behaviors, and we try to teach them resilience through group.
2 months after their initial therapy, members of the group reconvene to see whether they're continuing to cope.
That in this gathering, if you come to this gathering, after hearing everybody's experience, you realize that your own problem, somebody has a bigger problem than your own.
Dr. Akilu says victims can cure these deep emotional wounds. It just takes time.
As a psychologist, I have a role that I can play, and I can bring people together to show that there is an alternative way.
Rebuilding the lives of Boko Haram's victims is only part of the healing process. Another challenge is finding alternatives for those who perpetrated the violence. These men are Boko Haram fighters who have recently surrendered. They're about to enter Operation Safe Corridor, where insurgents who've renounced Boko Haram can undergo rehabilitation while in prison.
It's a federal government initiative aimed at radicalizing, rehabilitating, and reintegrating willing and surrendered Boko Haram back into the society.
The men will undergo 3 months of counseling to dispel their indoctrination under Boko Haram. Dr. Akilu helped start an earlier de-radicalization effort in Nigeria. All these programs work on multiple levels.
One would be ideology, because that was what they used to recruit. Second was to look at their mental states, so we had psychological engagement. That we felt art was important because they were so against art, and art allows somebody to express themselves in ways unexpected to that person. And we taught them a skill, a trade, different for different people, and we also gave them an education for those who wanted it.
Under de-radicalization, the Boko Haram militants are classified as repentant fighters. VOA was allowed to visit one class, but authorities refused to allow cameras inside to protect ex-fighters from being identified.
So we are hoping that when you leave here, which we hope will be very soon, you will all go back and all the skills that is being impacted now, you will use them to the benefit of your families and to the benefit of Nigeria.
In terms of our de-radicalization, the positive there for us is there are more and more of the ex-combatants actually disengaging. Disengagement is key.
So I'd admonish all of you to take this program very, very seriously.
There is a debate about whether de-radicalization works or is appropriate. Among those who took part in Dr. Akilu's initial program was an imam who joined Boko Haram in its early stages, then preached against Western education. Caught by Nigerian forces, he was sent to prison with other fighters.
To a lokacin muna jin cewa kawai abun ba zai taba bari, ba za a bar shi ba, za a ci gaba da yi. Kuma mu ma muna jin a lokacin cewa ba za mu bari ba, ko mun fita za mu ci gaba da yin abin da muke.
That was before Dr. Akilu brought in Quranic scholars who persuaded him that Boko Haram manipulated key texts in the Holy Book to suit their agenda.
When we started working with Boko Haram members, I think for me the biggest surprise was how little knowledge they had of the Quran itself. And even including the chief imam, they had memorized parts of the Quran, but without context.
A lokacin akwai wasu malamai da suke ziyartar mu. To sai akwai program ne musamman nake jin gwamnatin tarayya ta shirya, wanda nake jin ta tura shi zuwa ga yayi tasiri da yawa daga cikin wayanda aka kama su suke hannu. Duk a lokacin da aka sake mu din ba wani mutum ɗaya da yanzu, ce maka mutum ɗaya da yanzu ya koma ya je linkin da wayannan mutane.
But whether such success can be repeated on the scale that's needed is unclear.
The problem is, if it doesn't work, then what? We must have something on the table that works. At the moment, it is de-radicalization. Look, the reality is that these people, they are Nigerians. And the fundamental question we should ask, to what extent did the Nigerian society contribute for them to become what they have become? And what should the Nigerian society do to get them back to living normal lives.
The conflict with Boko Haram casts northeastern Nigeria as a dark, dangerous place overcome with suffering and need. Months after returning home to Maiduguri in Borno State, Fati Abubakar set about to change that image, armed with her camera.
We're usually bombarded with images of, people, dead bodies on the street, sites of bomb blasts, some children in the hospital. It's just a complete, portrayal where you just think that there are no survivors of this conflict. There are different kind of stories that I felt that were completely neglected, and I wanted people to see that yes, Borno State is struggling, but there's still people living there and they're continuing their lives.
Fati posts her photography on Bits of Borno, a website she's created. For many, it's become a source of inspiration and renewal. She has over 7,000 followers on her Facebook page, 9,000 on Instagram. What they see is another side of Borno State, a proud region showcasing the rich diversity of Nigeria's people.
I have to be highly inclusive in this visual storytelling, so I try as much as possible to document all of the tribes in the community, ensure that it represents the whole of Borno State. And the Shuar tribe are a very beautiful, very colorful tribe. The portraits I do, I feel are, quintessential people of Borno State, and then I ask them questions about how life is. And then when I do a lot of the interviews, I transcribe and then I post the images on social media together with the narratives.
In her regular job, Fati works as a communications officer for UNICEF. Immersed in the Northeast's humanitarian crisis, she searches for moments of compassion and caring.
So I do a lot of human interest stories and photo essays, and I document all of UNICEF's activities so that we can post on social media. UNICEF has come in and done a lot for our people, and for me it's especially fulfilling to see that.
She's journeyed to areas where the war left its scars, looking deeper to document how people have survived the insurgency.
And what I've learned is that even in the midst of adversity, people are able to continue and move on. People do not stop because of a bomb blast. I gravitate to children because of their exuberance. Even when you find them in a situation that is really bad, they're very bubbly and very lively, and that kind of keeps me going. I photograph a lot of street children and homeless children as well, and a lot of children that are escaping Boko Haram. You see them mostly by the river or under the bridge living on their own. But for these children, usually you kind of feel traumatized by their experience. You would wish for them to have a great future, but it will take a lot for them to have the kind of life that you would want for them. I just want people to know that, Boko Haram is a small percentage of people that are wreaking havoc on a community, and the majority of people from Borno State are very peace-loving, very hospitable, very highly intelligent individuals. We're the same as every average Nigerian. We just want to live our lives.
If Nigeria is to heal from the war, the country must recover the bonds of humanity within its people. One picture at a time, Fati is bringing that humanity to light. Three years after Boko Haram kidnapped the Chibok girls, Buki Shonibare is still campaigning for their release. She posts photos on social media marking the days of their captivity, unwilling to let their plight fade from public memory. Even during her daily routines, the girls are never far from her thoughts.
Thank you. My major fear is by the time we have these girls come back, inevitably so, at least for the number that can come back, what life would they live for the rest of their lives? They've watched amputations happen in front of them. They've watched killings. They've watched draining of blood. They've watched airstrikes. They've watched people being buried in shallow graves. They've been abused. Some of them come back with children. How do you take those memories away from them?
While campaigning for the girls' release, Bukky is battling the militants on a second front, a brazenly symbolic one.
The Boko Haram faction is talking.
She launched a charity project called School in a Bag. It delivers backpacks loaded with writing materials to children who don't have them and instructional kits to teachers.
The best way to win against those that have abducted your children is to use other children as a perfect example and a perfect testimony and representation of a better life that can happen because education is there. We are telling Boko Haram that you lost, and we are winning.
April 14, 2017 marked the third anniversary of the Chibok kidnappings. At that time, only 21 Chibok girls had been freed. Then on May 7th, 1,120 days after being taken, 82 more girls were released. Elation erupted at Unity Square in Abuja, where Bring Back Our Girls campaigners have kept their long protest vigil.
The fact that we can have 82 of our girls come back is a validation of everything we have been doing here every day. So 106 girls out of 219 that we've been waiting for 3 years, 3 weeks, and 2 days today, they have come back. And that is a big deal.
News reports soon revealed that the release was part of a swap. In the exchange, the Nigerian government had freed several Boko Haram militants. But for Bukky, no price is too high to pay for the girls' freedom.
For the girls, it means life to them. There was a life they had before they were abducted. They were going to school. To them, it means I am coming back to civilization. I am coming back to life. I can breathe. I can sleep with my 2 eyes closed.
What does the future hold for Nigeria?
The future of Nigeria is actually not as bleak as people make it to be. I think it's really very important to understand that Boko Haram is not Nigeria, and Nigeria is not Boko Haram.
After 8 years of conflict, some 20,000 dead, and millions of lives disrupted, how does the nation move forward?
So we've got to remake our society. We've got to have justice. We've got to have inclusion. People must feel part of the state. There must be many platforms and spaces for youth to self-actualize. There've got to be other paths that children can feel that they can contribute to society.
In a country so rich in diversity, tribal, cultural, language, religion, a core humanity survives.
One thing I've found with Nigeria is that sometimes the country pushes itself to an edge, and at that edge, it pulls itself back, and things move. Someone told me a joke and said, it always seems as if the edge of uncertainty is Nigeria's comfort zone. When you think things are going to crumble, it always comes back together. And I think it's really the people in Nigeria. There is this can-do spirit in Nigeria. There's this spirit to thrive. There's this spirit to overcome the impossible in Nigeria.
Contrary to popular belief, corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Ladies Talking Business, which is tailored to be a run-to practical guide for small-scale business owners. In the studio with me today is Aramide Abe, an entrepreneur and the executive director of Niger Startups, an entrepreneurship hub of over 70,000 startups across Africa. She has an MBA from INSEAD and from the Kellogg School of Management with a focus on marketing and strategy. She has worked as a technology consultant in the United Kingdom. She has worked in Africa, Singapore, United States, and in Europe. Thank you so much for joining me in the studio.
Thanks,
Aramide.
Irene.
It's such a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you. Thanks.
I know you have had your time working with corporate organizations, but then you have moved now from working with corporate organizations to having, creating a niche for yourself with entrepreneurs, SMEs particularly. What has been your experience so far working with the African entrepreneur?
Okay, so African entrepreneurship is like entrepreneurship. It's only that, it's very unique to the environment we're in and the infrastructural challenges. But generally with SMEs and startups, what I see is I say we because I also count myself in that demographic. We see ourselves as change makers generally, but there's a common theme, which is there's a need for funding. So entrepreneurs generally need funding, and I find that a lot of entrepreneurs need structure. So how to structure their businesses appropriately to even begin to look for funding and then growth. And then the third thing that we found is that there's a need for mentoring. There's more and more startups or SME founders who are looking for mentors, looking to network, and then capacity building. So those are some of the common things or common themes across entrepreneurs in Africa and even outside. When I look at other studies in other continents, I find that it's the same where entrepreneurs need these things. So it's not very different apart from the environment that we operate in. which doesn't allow sometimes for us to get things done speedily, like, you know, like ease of doing business is one of the challenges versus in the West. So,
but then with ease of doing business, for example, do you see an improvement of some sort, you know, within the African Nigerian context?
Yeah, let's look at Nigeria. So far there has been, and I even looked at the ratings a few days ago. So the ratings have actually gone up for Nigeria, ranking better on the Ease of Doing Business Index. And now I find that even with the Corporate Affairs Commission, you can register your business quickly. So the turnaround time has actually reduced, which is actually good now for SMEs. And then the third thing I noticed was that the fee, I think there's a 50% discount that they're offering, which is excellent
for registering
businesses.
your business.
Yeah, so they're enabling that business environment and enhancing the processes, which is good.
Should we be focusing on building a brand or building the business itself?
Okay, so you can build your brand or a business, and it really depends. That's my answer, because building a business also involves an element of branding.
Yes.
And, you know, your brand identity. So it depends. If you're in a consumer goods sector, then yes, you know, your brand, you know, carries weight because people are brand loyal in certain sectors. And then in other industries as well, for example, I know someone who manufactures toothpicks. It's not so much the brand, it's the business, it's the process, it's the, you know, the logistics, all the things that come into place, the capital structure and all that. So it really depends. If it's a personal brand, then of course the brand is more important. I was reading somewhere where a popular musician spoke about him building his brand over his business. And yeah, so for him, that was his priority and focus. And he was able to do both at the same time and be very successful. Now he's a billionaire. But again, it depends. So that's what I'll say.
All right, so I like the fact that you're stating that it depends, because me thinking off the top of my head now, a musician, a chef, a fashion designer would have to focus on both of them, but then also pay more attention to his or her brand building as well. But then if we're talking about a mechanic, maybe we're talking about the business, the focus should be more on the business now.
Let me even tell you, so even for the chef and the musician, the lifestyle, your brand can only get you so far. If you don't have a good business or operations behind the scenes, you know, people will find you out. So as much as you're focusing on the brand, which is very important in certain sectors, especially lifestyle, entertainment, client-facing, the business as well. But like you say,
equally as important.
Exactly. Some mechanics have even carved a niche in building some kind of brand. Maybe there's a female mechanic now in Nigeria. I think there's somebody like that.
There are female mechanics now.
And there's one that is actually called that. So she pushes the brand. So yeah, so she may have a good business as well, but what we hear is really the brand name, who she is. But to your point, yes, it's more about the business, the quality of work that you're offering and service, and then, you know, then your brand can then enhance additional interest, customer service, mileage, awareness.
But then we also see that some of these small-scale businesses for which you have, you know, direct, you know, contacts with, we see some of them, you know, not really taking cognizance of the fact that strategy helps your business either grow, or a lack of it would break your business.
It's because a lot of people just fall into it, you know, saying that you can just start, and then they don't even know the difference between maybe revenue and profits, for example, or
maybe
things like that.
Maybe you want to help some people out there understand that bit now.
So the revenue is how much you're earning altogether in terms of just what is coming in. So when you've sold a product, you know, you're not taking into account maybe any taxes or costs. You've not removed any of that. It's just the general money coming in. But profit is what you now earn after you've taken into account all the costs. You've subtracted your costs, sometimes even the taxes as well.
So that's what we call the net profit.
Yes, so your profit, exactly. Meanwhile, the revenue is what you get altogether and what's coming in. So people don't even think about that, and people go into business and realize that their costs are way overboard when they finish going in. And so with that, the key thing is, okay, what is your strategy? Are you working on your structure? What is your plan before you go in, so that you can just get a sense of what it's like, as opposed to just going in because everybody else is doing it. In this day of social media, more young people going into business without necessarily even having a plan. And that's why people always say have a business plan. So as much as it sounds a bit complicated in terms of all the things that go into it, it's actually very useful, because you can always go back to it, tweak it, refer to it along the way when you're maybe a year in or half a year in, and looking at your numbers, looking at your size, even the vision. Are you sticking to that vision and all of that? So it's very recommended.
And what are those basic things that you would say while you're, considering building your business strategy, you should at least have penned down already?
Okay, so for your business strategy, kind of things I need to think about is, okay, what is your model in general? So what is your business about, first of all? So the vision, have you actually looked at the competitive landscape? Who is your customer? Who is your audience? How are you going to engage them? How are you going to grow? So yes, you're going to achieve maybe 1,000 orders in maybe by 9 months' time. What's going to get you to 10,000 in X amount of years?
Future projections, pretty much.
Exactly. So apart from knowing, what your vision is and what the business, the brand, maybe the identity is about, your customers are important, even the competitors, because you want to know what the market is like. What position are you going to be in the market? Is it feasible to actually even begin to go into this type of market? And then other considerations like legislation. People don't think about legislation, and then they launch a business or an app and realize that, the government doesn't allow for X, Y, Z. So those are all the things you need to think about prior to going into business. And it's not hard in this day and age of internet, Google, communities, even like ours, where you can ask questions and find out information. It's very, very necessary. So I always recommend it.
All right, so we know that, like you just mentioned, the technology age is, of course, now, building up day by day, minute by minute, of which you're very active on Instagram. And a lot of business owners I see go on there to sell one or two things, whatever it is their products are. But what are those things that you still see as mistakes that these people still, get involved in? You feel like, oh my goodness, you're running a business, you shouldn't be doing this.
So we're very active on social media in general. We use Instagram as one of our channels, and our audience consists of people who sell products, but also services as well. So we tailor our content to all types of entrepreneurs, even though we also have a niche audience who are people who are looking to raise money, looking to structure their businesses, looking to pivot and grow their businesses. Now, some of the things I have observed or we have noticed along the way is sometimes people lose their focus, and that's very common. It's easy to do when you're in entrepreneurship sometimes, when you realize, okay, this is popular, this was your core vision.
Corporate outfit, you're saying that Ashobi is moving now, you've moved to Ashobi.
Exactly, that's a good example. And so you start venturing into that without having understanding maybe even the model or what is required. Because sometimes is what you see is not always what it is behind the scenes.
Yes, very true.
Operations is always the key thing. So while there's a lot of stuff going on social media, I find that sometimes it doesn't always tally with what's happening. You see something looking so glamorous, and for the consumer, the customer, is also tricky as well, which is why nowadays there's a lot of horror stories about people getting
what I ordered and what I got.
What I got is different. Or some people don't even get anything when they order because they can't verify the authenticity of the person providing the service. Then also what we've seen, at least on social media, is that some businesses don't even define who they are properly. So you go on a page, I don't really know what you're about unless I look down and see you sell a few things. It's not very clear. So we always recommend, from a social media standpoint, define who you are in your bio. What's your identity? What are you about? Let people know. And then let your content speak to who you are. If you know that you sell shoes, I don't want to be seeing Amala somewhere in your timeline, things like that. So that's just an example. So the key thing is having a good focus. Make sure your operations match up to what you see, who you say you are. And then also have a good description of who you are on social media, because people are always looking for, I've made purchases of things online, and that's because they had a good description. I could see what they were selling.
Their vision getting on their
page. Their content was appealing as well. So good pictures, high resolution pictures, all of that is very, very important.
Yeah, because sometimes you see some very blurry pictures and you're wondering, what were you thinking? Are you selling, or you're,
and I think sometimes people just wing it. But in this day and age where you know that even your competitors are working hard, you can't just wing it anymore. You have to put in the work. People get professional photographers just to take pictures of their products. And why not? Because they understand the importance of service quality.
Yes.
You don't know where the pictures will go. It speaks to your brand. So let your brand identity be consistent, not just a logo. A logo can be fancy, but if it doesn't represent what your business is about, then it's failed in that sense. So just thinking about everything, let the quality be consistent across all the areas.
All right, and then before we go on the break, maybe you just want to share with us ways in which we can make business owners, small-scale business owners, can make their products more attractive to people that both want to invest, those that want to buy, you know.
Okay, so do you mean attractive online or
yeah, attractive
in general?
online?
Okay, so there's a few different things that I'm thinking about, but the first thing is product photography has to be high resolution. I always say that. So high resolution means a professional camera, or sometimes even an iPhone or a Samsung that is very good with the camera, because it's like flipping through a magazine. I always say, you know, you don't want to see something that is faded or blurry. So if you think about that, even on social media, it must be the same quality. And the big brands do that. It's high resolution, high quality pictures and images. Another way of engaging with the end user is video. So video is growing and it's becoming more popular and it's very engaging. And the more you can capture a lot of information in a 1-minute video, you know, the better it is for you. So video is a good way to engage with your customers.
And then offline, what's tips?
So offline, again, offline is hard because you're only, it's only within the sphere of the people you are interacting with. So leveraging relationships, you know, selling through friends and family, but not also friends and family, just through contacts. That's where social media helps you to reach other people. And then communities as well. So I found that a lot of people are siloed. They're spending time maybe within the groups they know. Meanwhile, when you join a community, more people can know about your business, even in another state or another city. So communities are always good for interaction, networking, and even sharing what you do. And then finding out more about what's going on in the news is good, because if you find that a bank is offering some kind of promo or something, you can latch onto that very quickly and use that as a springboard to advertise and promote your business more. So there are just so many things, levers that you have to pull, but the key thing is making sure that you're on top of the game and being open to change, because with technology everything is evolving and whatnot. So.
All right, thank you very much. We'll take a quick break now. Remember, you're still watching Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa. Stay tuned. Thank you for staying with us. Aramide, I run a business. All of my customers have always been my family members. But I need to just break into the market, expand my net. How would I do that?
What's wrong?
Because it can be really frustrating sometimes. I mean, it's not me, but then I know somebody that has got that problem right now.
What's wrong with family being customers?
How would my accounts even... How would it expand? I mean, I need more money, right?
Yes, no, definitely. You need to grow. Any business, the next thing for you is if you're doing business well, you're selling your 12 crates of eggs every day, at some point you want to grow, you want to expand. Ideally, you shouldn't just remain and coast. If not, what drives you? Yes. So if you sell to family and friends, perfect. It's a good prototype or even example to say, look, I already sell to people. They may be friends and family, but people actually use these products. So that helps you to sell to other people. So I always recommend, okay, first of all, get your friends and family to refer people to you, right, to your business. So that's a good way where you get referrals through friends and family, and then you can then grow your business that way. They're also good ambassadors of your brand, so they can help you advertise, publicize, social media, all of that. And another way is also to get them to have testimonials about your business. The next person doesn't know that they're a family member. All we know is they're a user of your product, and that's a good way to validate your product to the next person, the next potential customer. So it's not a bad thing to have friends and family, but of course the key thing is to leverage that to begin to spread and reach other people. And that's where social media again comes in, because you can then reach a wider audience. There are some people all the way in Abuja making the millions, have customers in Lagos, in Ibadan, in Kano. Why? Because they've used social media and they've capitalized on that, because they have a good product as well. So always think, do you have a good product and a service, and then can I then market that online? Yes. Yeah.
All right. This brings me to the ad running question on Instagram, right? Are there specific strategies that one should put into consideration when you're trying to run an ad? Does it just stop at, for example, Instagram, pay for the promo and then it goes? What are those specific things I need to take note of before I even decide to run an ad on social media, on any of the platforms?
So adverts are good. Organic growth is good, but adverts also enhance, especially when you have a promotion. So you want to reach more people about something you're doing with regards to your business in a finite period. So you can run a promo through an advert, and you do that through Facebook, and then it goes on to Instagram. And from what I understand, Facebook accepts certain ads and rejects others. So you also have to see what works. If you have a flyer with too much text on there, I don't think the app actually likes that. So sometimes it might help you to look at what has worked before if you've run an ad before. Another thing that is very good is when you really define your demographics. Some people don't do that, where you say, okay, I want people only in Victoria Island, or I want people only in Mushin, you know, from the ages of 25 to 35. Like, be very specific about who you're trying to target, because then that helps it really drill down, and then you're not just throwing money and casting the net so wide. It's very specific, and then you reach your target. Because I've seen some ads and I'm like, they really got the definition for it to reach me, because it's the kind of brand I would probably buy from if I wanted to make the purchase. So for them to have reached me on my phone, it means that they really defined who they wanted. So that's what I encourage from an ad standpoint. But also at the same time, start thinking about organic growth as well, because you can't just keep spending money on adverts. As an SME, you combine and say, okay, yeah, so I'm doing ads, but then am I building good content? Good content is a good way to get engagement, interest. Some people don't even do any ads at all, but their content is so rich, so engaging, interesting topics. Yeah, I mean, there's some, let's just say, gossip blogs. I mean, they don't need to advertise. Do you see what I mean? So sometimes it's really the content. And I'm not saying every brand should now be gossiping, but you can find what really ticks and gets your customers engaging, sharing your posts and all that, and then capitalize on that.
Oh, fantastic. Something that's very important to all business owners, I believe, right now, is the issue of funding.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
So I was listening to a friend of mine a few days ago, and then she mentioned the fact that what some business owner, an SME, had seen a free flyer for, oh, come and get a loan, and then she got way more than she really needed. And before she could close her eyes and open it, all of the money was gone. And now she's practically struggling to pay back that
your
loan.
boss.
Exactly. So what's your take on this, really? Fundings for SMEs before we move to, you know, either debt financing or equity financing?
Okay, so funding is not a bad thing. Funding is good. Funding helps you grow and achieve more than you would have done when you had no funding.
True.
But the question is, are you ready for funding? Sometimes it's really just getting your ops, your back end in order to get more customers to fund the business. So sometimes if you realize that you're spending too much time doing this process, maybe streamline that process, or you're spending too much money on certain raw material, where can you find it cheaper? Sometimes it's just those things that you need to adjust. In other times, though, you need funding, and there you begin to think, what kind of funding do I need? Do I need a loan? It's not always a loan that is useful. Sometimes seed money from friends and family, or from a grant, or from angel investors. There are a lot of grants.
Maybe you want to explain all of these different fundings as well.
Okay, so seed funding is just an amount of money given to you to start your business, kickstart your business. Typically, sometimes people ask for equity. A lot of the time, people ask for equity, so ownership or a stake in your business. And that ties into an angel investor who is just saying, look, I don't want to dictate how you're going to run your business. I'm just going to give you a bit of money to start your business. Some people say, okay, give me 4% of your business, 5% of your business, whatever you agree with them. That's angel funding. A grant is money made available because you fit a certain criteria and you're doing something, your business is delivering some kind of value that perhaps a government or an institution finds the need to support more businesses doing that.
You have Bank of Industry, the Tony Lumelu Foundation.
Yes, so exactly. So that they offer grants. The Bank of Industry actually offers loans. And so with that, because it's not a retail bank, their interest rates are lower. So with that, you can get money from them and you can pay, but then you're not killing yourself in paying back the loan. Meanwhile, the retail banks, their rates are over 20%. So if you're paying back, you're really, it's almost killing your business. So I always ask, why do you want to just go for a loan? But the challenge is a lot of people just assume that that's the next thing to get money. They just go to the bank. Meanwhile, there are other ways you can raise money. There's even now competitions as well, where you pitch your business to a panel. By the time you fill in the criteria and you get through all the stages, you pitch your business idea to a panel, and then there's €20,000 or $20,000 available for you to start your business. And that's not a loan. So I always say, look at it and see what you need at that point in time. But even before that, are you investor ready? You may not be. And if you're not investor ready, you need to be, which means getting your books in order. Nobody's going to give someone who is not paying their taxes, who doesn't have any structure or back end.
No one-year record.
Exactly. So get your books in order, get your structure in place, your governance in place, the ownership, the leadership, the board, if you have, or your advisory board, and then start seeing how you value, if it's a for-profit business, what the valuation is and how you can then start generating income through investment. And so I guess your question was about around debt versus equity.
Yes. Okay, that's where we're headed now. What's the difference between debt financing and equity financing? What businesses would you encourage to go for, either debt financing or equity financing?
Okay. So with debt financing, like I said, that is borrowed money, it's debt, and it means that at some point it has to be repaid, right? With equity, it involves ownership. So you have stakeholders who have a stake in the business. It could be venture capital, I didn't mention that before, or it could be angel investment. And venture capital firms are institutions who, they buy or they put money for a stake in your business, but they have more of control in terms of the running of the business because they also have investors who they have to, report back to. So you have to follow or align with those terms. And sometimes they may even change the ownership, they may change the leadership. They have more of a say in the business. And it's, the negotiation with them typically takes longer because they're really looking for the next business that's going to bring them X amounts, maybe times X times 5 multiple.
Because at the end of the day, it's profits we're looking for in it.
To be honest, So with regards to equity financing or debt financing, the kinds of businesses that should go for debts, and before I even say that, debt is not bad. Sometimes it's good to have debt in your business as well. So some debt and some equity. But which kind of businesses should really have debt financing? Ones that perhaps have capital expenditure needs. So if you're building a refinery, like we have Africa's #1 billionaire now, building a refinery, some level of debt is important because it cannot just all be like equity. There has to be a good level of debt and equity there. If you're starting a gift shop, you may not necessarily need debt. That is a loan, borrowed money. Or you may. So debt can also be money you've borrowed from an investor or a friend that you're paying back. But then try and look for ways where you can get seed money. So you're applying that into your business and then you're not looking to now pay that back. But like I say, it depends, right? So it depends on the business, it depends on the industry. It all depends. I find that a lot of CapEx, capital intensive businesses with plants and whatnot need some level of debt as well. Ones that, you are buying huge amounts of machinery and then you agree what the tenure is, in terms of paying back.
I mean, I think it saves you that stress and worry because you're not very sure what your return on investment is in terms of the equity financing now. When you make profit, when the business makes profit, everybody makes profit, But then at the end of the day, right, everybody just needs to find that one strategy for his or her business, either small scale or large scale, that would work. Thank you so much for joining me in the studio.
Thank you. Thanks, Irene.
It was amazing having you on here. All right, thank you very much for staying with us. I hope you did enjoy the conversation because I did. And I hope you would be able to implement 1 or 2 things learned in your business. Remember, you're still watching Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa. You can always tune in to YouTube channel, Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter to watch our amazing content. Thank you very much. I still remain your host, Irene Ubani. Bye.
I mean, how can anyone think that if I tell him to do a will, it means that I wish him dead? He himself is a dense person.
We have a lot of clergymen dabbling into this whole thing, mystifying it, concocting it with relating to end time and the rest of it, and then creating a lot of fear.
Yes, there's unemployment. Yes, there's insecurity, and then we should be coming down. We shouldn't be talking. Seriously, just this week, you have increased the electricity tariff again from 2 naira to 4 naira.
4 naira.
So what is that? And then when we talk, Femi Adesina tells us we're wailing. Really? When Ghana is giving free electricity to citizens? Are you for real?
There's a joke about these monkeys because they come within the estates next door and they'll carry your pot of soup from fire. So now I know why. It's because we're the ones inhabiting their space.
We're the ones inhabiting their space. The monkeys are protesting, and that is what we're having.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Pushed to the point that I had to start something not numb. And I'm a big risk taker and I enjoy doing things that nobody really does. I wanted something different from every other art form that has been pushed out there. I didn't have that fulfillment in what I was doing and I really wanted to express myself more as an artist, and I decided to resign and go into practicing art full time. I loved subjects that had illustrations or drawings in them. I just kept pushing it and went to the extent of studying art in school, so it's been art all my life for me. I try to conceptualize what I want to create in my head. Even in as much as scattered as it might be, I create it in my head first, then I put it on paper. I sketch, then I try to pick colors, and I proceed to the main piece. A friend of mine told me, like, there's really nothing that could be achieved with graffiti here. The piece behind me is titled Bold Steps. So I'm just trying to put my own, it's an abstract journey of African fashion has come so far. The word there is Ikeakpa. Ikeakpa is a Bini word for movement. So we are it's just a movement, and you know, we have the shoes here which shows the flow and the storm which the movement creates, you know, while working. I'm Osun 7. I'm an African urban artist and design consultant.
Good morning and thank you for joining us on The Breakfast. It's middle of the week, beautiful Wednesday morning here on Plus TV Africa. I am Osaogi Ogbonwa, and of course we have Annetta Felix here. Good morning, how are you?
Yes, good morning, Osarage. Good to see you again. Always a pleasure seeing your face in the mornings.
I chose black today.
Yeah,
for some reason. I thought it would be great to look different.
Indeed.
How are you? Did you sleep well?
Yes, I did sleep well, unlike yesterday. I did have a great night's rest. And we hope you did too. So you're welcome again. It's The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. And as always, we're starting off with a look at the big stories across Nigeria's dailies, starting with the Daily Independent, Nigerian Tribune, Punch, just all the stories you need to know to make informed decisions as you go about your day.
Absolutely. And we have someone joining us who will be sharing his thoughts with us on these major stories across the country this morning. We also will be talking about the 13th of January and what happened today in history somewhere in Togo. You know, we'll be bringing that up sometime during the show this morning. And of course, moving to the southeast, an election just concluded with a new president of Ohanaeze Ndigbo. Would be part of our conversations this morning. How exactly will he fare? So yes, look out for that conversation also.
Yes, and we'll continue our conversations that we began yesterday about a security threat, a security alert by the DSS. Just how much, how far is this? How important is surveillance to security? We'll be discussing all that with security experts on The Breakfast as well.
Are you ready to go back to school? Does the COVID-19 scare you and want you or make you feel like you should stay at home a little bit longer, even after ASU strike that has taken the most of 2020? I know there's a lot of students who are eager to go back and round up their years in school.
Lots of parents who feel their kids have become a nuisance too long and they want to just send them back to school. So we'll be discussing all of that with a school principal, a school proprietor, right here on The Breakfast.
It's a full plate. It's a buffet, as we always describe it as. So stay with us. Have a great morning with us. Kick off your morning with the Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. By the way, congratulations to everyone who is a Manchester United fan. For those of you who do not know yet, top of the league, not very easy to come by. Even if it lasts for 3 days, we'll take it.
Yes,
so congratulations.
And we're looking forward to discussing that with our in-house sports reporter later on The Breakfast.
Absolutely. Stay with us. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we're going straight into looking at what the papers are saying today.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years. 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
You're welcome back to The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Osari Ogboa and myself, Annette Felix, still here kickstarting the show this morning. And we're beginning with Off the Press. It's our program where we basically dissect today's newspapers, just what are the papers saying, what's the government saying, and how does it affect you. We're joined in the studio today by Mr. Bolaha Olojide. He's an economic analyst, and as well as Mr. Ademola, all the way from the US. Thank you very much and good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks.
Morning to you.
Thank you. Good morning. Nice to be here again. Good morning, Olojide.
Good morning.
Morning to you guys in the studio.
All right, we're kickstarting this morning with the Daily Independent newspaper. And the big story here is saying forces in outside Nigeria frustrating PIB. And that's according to Lawal. It says investors threatening leaving over PSC's amendments. Vows National Assembly will tackle PIB this year. This one says Southeast governors to roll out unified security outfit soon and set to track masterminds of Onweke police massacre. There's a big story here on COVID-19. It says ASU warns against reopening of varsities. Yes, they're backing down on the earlier directive to reopen on January 18th. Ijaw Youths versus NDDC. Let's see just how that story is on the front page of the Daily Independent. This one here says FG to invest in Vaccination for treatment of COVID-19. So there's a new treatment here that Vice President Yemi Osinbajo has welcomed, and he said it's a drug that we can consider for the treatment of COVID-19. INEC to review and introduce new technologies towards 2023 election. INEC to review and introduce new tech for 2023 elections. Apapa gridlock. Presidential task force on ports decongestion hands over to Lagos government. And about 2023 presidential election, this one says Buhari plotting to bar some politicians, and that's according to Junaid Mohammed. He says Nigerians shouldn't expect credible elections in 2023. And two more stories here on the front page of the Daily Independent. It says soldier gets death by firing squad, and cholera outbreak kills 10 in Benue. Let's begin with our guest who joins us from Zoom or via Zoom. Mr. Ademola, which of the stories would you like to highlight this morning?
Thank you once again for having me. Obviously, I would like to focus on the education sector, the conflicting statement we're getting on the resumption. It's really quite unfortunate that such an issue should even be coming up for debate at all. In one breath, you are saying nothing is decided yet. In another breath, you are saying January 18 stands until further directive. Okay, people are going to travel all the way. And if as at this morning they are not sure if January 18 stands or not, then what are we doing? Then more importantly, I do not believe that schools should be reopening at this time. I quite empathize with students. They'll be home for over 9 months. But at the same time, safety is paramount. Yeah, safety is paramount. And I think parents should be the ones that should actually be at the forefront of the call for schools not to reopen yet. Because as in Artist Nigeria, we are not sure if these universities are put in place appropriate procedures, standard COVID-19 procedures to protect these guys. So personally, I do not think universities should reopen. ASU has said in one breath, we want school to reopen. Now they are warning against it. And I quite understand, really. And my own question is, we've had COVID for going to a year now. How come the NUC has not mandated universities to put in place a robust e-learning technology platform? Because that would have solved all these issues. E-learning would have actually helped us to scale through this period. So I don't think schools should open because of the obvious risk involved. And I sincerely hope that government will quickly summon an emergency meeting of all the stakeholders and reach a conclusion on this matter so that these guys know whether they're going to travel all the way to their various schools or not. Today is Wednesday, 18th is just Monday. So if they're going to go to school, some of them will have to leave tomorrow. They have to make plans. So we need to make that call conclusively.
All right.
Today,
we later on the sorry for interjecting, Mr. Akimbola. Later on the program, we will, of course, be having a more extensive discussion on the decision by the government to either reopen or to maintain the shutdown. I quickly also speak on the Southeast governors and their plans to roll out a unified security outfit soon. Amotekun, which of course has started here in the Southwest, has already come under a little bit of criticism from their actions. There have been some deaths that that are still being investigated. But generally, the idea of a Southeast security outfit, what are your thoughts on that?
It's a welcome development, and this brings to fore two major issues that we've been trying to avoid. One, community policing. We've been talking about this for years, and we're gradually getting there. Secondly, restructuring. Okay, regional security outfit could be the first step towards restructuring Nigeria. The Nigerian police force has proved to be incapable of effectively manning the country. So I see nothing wrong in the Southeast region coming up with its own version of Amatekun, as long as the objectives are noble and as long as politicians are not allowed to hijack it. So I totally welcome it. I totally. Sorry, welcome. It's long overdue, really.
All right. Let's now move to the Nigerian Tribune, and we're going to be bringing in Mr. Gulahu Olejide with this one. The major one of the stories you can see on the top of the screen there says the federal government to borrow 5 trillion naira to finance the 2021 budget. It also says granted 4.7 trillion naira tax waivers in 2020. Forget 2021. The economy may rebound in 2022, and that is from Kingsley Mogalu. Also, why we oppose reopening of universities, and that's from ASU. COVID-19, Lagos activates new oxygen plant. And Edo governorship election petitions tribunal subpoenas INEC chairman. We also have Oyo State gets its first female CP as IGP redeploys 16 others. The big one there, Nigerian scientists brief federal government on possible COVID-19 drug. Sounds like good news. They also highlight the extent of research on river blindness drug. The vice president, excited, pledges federal government support. Also, how Nigerians trade their NIN. They are just deceiving themselves, and that's from an NIMC official. NIN generated with BVN must be updated at enrollment centers, and that is from the NIMC. I also saw a post that was made by the NIMC saying that, I think it basically we're trying to explain that regardless of if you've gotten it through your BVN and you have it, through your telco, you still need to go to the NIMC office to get it registered. I'll see if I can find that post, and it has created some controversy over the stress of having to get every Nigerian to have to go to their office, even if they already have it with the BVNs. But anyway, Mietiala's call for inclusion is a ploy to infiltrate Amotekun. That is from the OPC. Abducted Ibadan farmer found dead after paying 1.65 million naira. We also have here Sanu and Nasu embark on 3-day peaceful protest nationwide. Those are the ones that we'll be taking because of time. Mr. Olojide, I think you can go on.
Okay, which of this would you like me to take?
Any.
Nigerian scientists brief FG on possible COVID-19 drug. Yeah, there's this ivermectin or something like that is being used in some part of the world already. And the first time I saw it, I engaged with a friend who said, yes, it's in Nigeria, and Nigerian doctors are already using it, and it is working. So I think it's something worth being brought to the fore, so that if it can help us to solve the problem of all, there are so many people. The second wave apparently is a bit bigger than what we had in the first wave. And it might just be a way forward to help us douse all the tension and be able to open up more. Without vaccines and cure like this, I mean, with an effective cure, it can easily become another malaria.
Yeah.
And that may be something we need to look at. So I'm happy that the government is trying to look at that so that we can open it up big time and make it available. Who can get cure for COVID.
Okay, quickly also speak on the federal government. I know we've spoken a lot on the economy and what our situation is, but borrowing 5 trillion naira to finance the 2021 budget, Kingsley Mogalu is also saying that the recession, the economy, wouldn't open this year. It's not likely to open this year.
It has its point, because when you look at the fact that apparently COVID-19 has also crossed over into 2021, and we're already talking about lockup. A lot of sectors are still not fully open. Some that opened up before are being shut down. So those are some of the fears. I would say, okay, maybe if this continues as it is, we may not be able to have that growth that we anticipated for 2021. Otherwise, if by February, for example, all this COVID thing, the drugs is available, the plan for vaccine becomes something we can talk about, then there's still hope that maybe in the latter half, in the second half of the year, we might get out of recession.
Okay, and can you quickly
on the 5 trillion? Yeah. I think the press has been harping on this since the proposal, the budget proposal in itself, which was maybe like October. We have to move outside of just talking about it to, okay, what are the solutions to this matter? The truth is that we are not earning enough. It's a country that depends on oil. If oil is not doing well, where are you going to get the money from? We don't have a short-term solution. That is the reality. So if you don't have a short-term solution, the next thing you can do is to have a borrowing plan. However, because we have an entire year to implement the budget, Though we have a borrowing plan for 5 trillion, so we have that 1 year to begin to see what else can we do to ensure that we don't have to borrow up to 5 trillion. But there is no way we're not going to borrow. We are not baking a bigger cake in Nigeria. The revenue is too small. Sadly.
Okay. Do we bring in Demola Akimbola here to talk about this issue? We know you're not in Nigeria at the moment, so I just want to briefly ask you, do you have your NIN? Do you have a national identity number?
Do I have what?
Do you have a national identity
Say
number?
again, please.
NIN.
No, I don't have.
Okay, but you know it's a big
Yeah.
issue. It's a big issue here in Nigeria, and on the front page of the Nigerian Tribune, we see a story here that Nigerians are trading their needs. So would you like to talk about just how the impact of this? Would you say this is caused by poverty? Nigerians going ahead to sell their need. I have no idea how much they're selling this for, but we see the EFCC warning Nigerians against this, saying if a crime is linked to that need, you would face the brunt. I mean, you would get the punishment because it will be traced to you. So what do you think about the story, Nigerians trading their needs?
How is it even possible to sell your night?
It's possible.
Well, the first question is there anything Nigerians will not sell at this time to make money? Is there anything Nigerians will not do out of the desperate situation that they find themselves, which is really quite unfortunate? If people could go as far as selling their body organs and their body parts, so NIN is just a piece of cake. However, it's a further proof of the loss of trust and confidence in the Nigerian nation. The Nigerian brand has over the years lost its shine. So people are asking themselves, if I don't have NIN, what the heck? And you realize that a lot of people who are desperate to have NIN are those who want to travel, who want to have their passport, who want to have things to do with government. Most of those who are trading it, it's either they don't know the importance or they don't even care. So it is not a welcome development. Maybe we need to come out with a sensitization program to let people know that they shouldn't. But if the process of getting it becomes too complex and too cumbersome, a lot of people will end up not even having it. And government needs to be more creative as we go ahead, as we move forward. Be creative in terms of how do you ensure that the generation of Nigerians have this number with minimal force, with minimal stress. It's very important. For those of us who are not even Nigeria, we are not even thinking of it now because you don't even want to know how to go about it. In Nigeria, it is free over here. They're asking you to pay. So all of these things need to be integrated. So people selling the NIN, it's so unfortunate. It's a further testimony of the fact that we're desperate times. People need money. They will sell anything as long as it doesn't have immediate benefit to them. That's just the truth. But it's quite unfortunate.
Before we go over to the punch, I would like to use this medium to enjoin Nigerians. Please don't sell your NIN. I was trying to register for something last night, and trust me, there are about 4 or 5 questions there, 4 or 5 required documents, and they said you can just upload your NIN as a substitute. I mean, 5 different requirements. So please don't sell your NIN because you would definitely need it. And I do hope the government can speed up the processes for us to register. And let's now turn to the Punch newspaper. It's the big story here is about ASU. It says ASU defends sharing formula. Varsity workers begin protest, and this is about the 40 billion naira allowance. It says non-academic staff threaten strike, says 75% for ASU will breed corruption. And lecturers are telling unions that they have an understanding with the federal government and they're asking them to fight for their rights too. Still on the front page of the Punch newspaper, the naira slumping further, exchanging for 473 naira per dollar. That seems like great news for people who have savings in foreign currencies, but not great news for average Nigerians like you and I. FG spends 6.46 trillion naira on debt servicing personnel in 2020, and that's according to the finance minister. Buhari approves envoys postings 6 months after confirmation. Lawan alleges forces working to frustrate petroleum industry bill. And down here on the front page of the Punch, we see Secondus, ex-minister, disagree over fueling of Fayose Makinde fight. Command nabs 4 as Lagos courts clashes, claim 14 in 3 days. And Amotekun disagrees as police faults cooperation. So many other stories on the front page of the Punch newspaper this morning. But let's turn to you now, Mr. Olajide. Which of these stories would you like to highlight?
Let me quickly comment on this ASU problem. It appears as if there's a problem in the law setting up these universities. Because you have a single institution, it has non-academic, it has academic. And when there is a problem, non-academic goes to the federal government on its own. Academic goes to the federal government on its own. What kind of a structure is that? It's a single institution, and the law that set it up should already speak about how it should be administered. I don't expect that for everything that happens, different people are shooting at the federal government to come and intervene. So there's something wrong with the university system, and we need to fix it. We've been on 11-month issue with ASU. That has finished. Now you have NASU and SANU all coming out again to come and start their own problem. When are we going to get over this? So something is definitely wrong in the administration of the university system. Maybe the solution should even be coming from the universities themselves. But something is wrong.
Interesting. All right. You may also want to quickly speak on the PIB. It's come up twice now.
Oh, yes. PIB is a very important one. It is not an accident that PIB has been on the table for about 12 years. It is because there are contentious issues and there are people, there are establishment people within and outside who love the way things have been in that industry and will fight to the last to ensure that that bill never gets passed. So it's a very serious matter, and for the National Assembly to make up their mind that they want to pass it this year. In fact, I would say, don't even think about this year. Focus on the first half of this year because it is going to be a battle to finish.
What is it going to change?
It's going to change. It changes the entire industry from NNPC being a behemoth that it has been and literally unaccountable to the people. All those things are going to be there. The nature of the investment, the sharing, the petroleum sharing contracts is an entire issue in that industry that we will address. So even community issues, the communities where those oil are found. Right. So there are several stakeholders, and these stakeholders are pulling in different directions.
Okay, Mr. Akingbola, I think we can squeeze you in for just less than a minute before we wrap up.
Oh yes, fully I align my views with that of Mr. Olajide in terms of ASU, NASU, SANU. I think we should put the blame squarely at the doors of NUC as well as the Ministry of Education. These are the two supervising organs for Nigerian universities. An attempt should be made to integrate staff unions. There's still no point you having ASU go in one direction, NASU go, because truly ASU cannot function without NASU. That's the truth. Neither can function without the other. So we need to look at a way whereby we need to integrate what they're doing. Let's have one single union speaking on behalf of South Nigerian universities. And also on the PIB bill, it's something that is long overdue. Instead of 12 years, I think it's about 15 or even 17 years. PIB is a 360-degree approach towards revolutionizing the administration of our resources in the oil industry. It addresses virtually all the issues you can think of. The industry has been too opaque. PIB is going to ensure that there's more transparency, there's more accountability, and of course there will be inclusiveness in terms of getting stakeholders involved in running the affairs of the various segments of the industry. So it is something that we should be able to scale over this year, hopefully.
Okay. All right. Demola Akingbola, publisher of the Podium Media, thank you so much for your time and for joining us this morning on Off the Press.
Thank you.
And same with Mr. Bola Olajide. Always a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you for stopping by.
Thanks a lot.
All right. Stay with us. We, of course, will be moving straight to talking about what happened today, January 13th in history. It's coming up next after this short break.
I mean, how can anyone think that if I tell him to do a will, it means that I wish him dead? He himself he's a dense person.
We have a lot of clergymen dabbling into this whole thing, mystifying it, concocting it with relating to end time and the rest of it, and then creating a lot of fear.
Yes, you know there's unemployment. Yes, you know there's insecurity, and then we should be coming down. We shouldn't be talking. Seriously, just this week, you have increased the electricity tariff again from 2 naira to 4 naira.
4 naira.
So what is that? And then when we talk, Femi Adesina tells us we're waiting. Really? When Ghana is giving free electricity to citizens? Are you for real?
There's a joke about these monkeys because they come within the estates next door and they'll carry your pot of soup from fire. So now I know why. It's because we're the ones inhabiting their space.
We're the one inhabiting their space. The monkeys are protesting, and that is what we're having.
Welcome once again to The Breakfast, and it's time for us to share with you a little bits and details of what happened today in history. We're going back to Togo in 1963, the 13th of January. A man named Sylvanus Olympio, I think that's how it's pronounced, was killed today after the very first, and it's also rumored as one of the very first coup d'etats that took place in Africa. The coup leaders, Emmanuel Bojelo, Etienne Ayadema, and Kleba Dojo, took over government buildings and arrested Togo's first president, Sylvanus Olympio, outside, or rather, you know, in that morning. He was eventually found dead right outside the American embassy in Lomé. It started on the morning of the 13th with gunshots being heard all around, and by dawn, President Olympio, I'm really hoping I'm pronouncing it right, Sylvanus Olympio was found dead that morning. There's very, very sad stories from his wife and family members about how he was killed and how it all took place, although the army totally disagrees and says that he was only shot because he was trying to escape arrest. But anyway, in that morning and in the process of the coup d'etat that took place that day, lots of the ministers of the Togolese government were arrested, except the Interior and Information Minister. They were the only ones who survived or who weren't arrested. There's many reasons that were also given, but the biggest ones were economic reasons, and of course they would always run towards a failing economy and corruption as reasons for a coup. We've had this so many times in coups that have taken place in Africa, including here in Nigeria. There's always that blame of corruption and failing economy as reasons why a coup took place. Later, in May 1963, elections were held, and Nicolas Gronitsky and Antoine Mechi were both elected as president and vice president. There was also some controversy about the role of the Ghanaian president then, Kwame Nkrumah, who, rumors have it, was also implicated in the death of Sylvanus Olympio. The rumors back then was that both presidents had issues with the eastern part of Togo, which was it was a former German territory. And so there was confusions because Ghana wanted Togo to be a part of, to join them and be a part of Ghana, while the president of Togo disagreed and said, no, this little area here that we're fighting over should remain a part of Togo. And from there, they began to have issues, and rumors have it that Kwame Nkrumah was part of the people who, of course, pushed and led to the death and the coup that happened in Togo on this day in 1963. Not proven because investigations were eventually shut down after a while.
Well, I really enjoyed that trip, see history. And still talking about history today in history, 1999, what happened on January 13th was that Michael Jordan retired for a second time. Now, he was a, basketball superstar of the National Basketball Association. He, announced his retirement from professional basketball for the second time, and that was in front of a crowd at the Chicago's United Center. Well, Jordan had an outstanding career, but he left the University of North Carolina after his junior year when he was selected by the Chicago Bulls as the third overall pick in the first round of the 1984 NBA draft. In his 12 full seasons with the Bulls, Jordan was voted the NBA's most valuable player 5 times. He also won 6 NBA Finals MVP award, 1 for each final he played with the Bulls. Jordan's second retirement announced in 1999 in January. He came after a bitter tension between the general manager, Jerry Cruz, and Coach Jackson, which resulted in Jackson leaving Chicago. Now, the interesting thing about Michael B. Jordan's second retirement was that he said that he decided to retire because he had lost the drive and the desire that was necessary, to play basketball, and that he needed to spend more time with his family. Now, eventually, in January 2000, he became part owner and president of the basketball operations of the Washington Wizards. It was a struggling NBA franchise. He got himself into playing shape, came out of retirement again, and then he eventually retired for the third and final time, April 16, 2003. So yes, that's what happened today in history in 1999.
It's mostly, a lot of basketball royalty, that comes to play or comes to mind when you hear about Michael Jordan. He is still seen as the greatest basketballer of all time. There's, of course, a new era where you have, the likes of LeBron James and I can't remember the other guy's name. I'm not a huge basketball fan. But, there's this new era now, but you would never be able to really talk about basketball in the next, 100 years without always remembering the relevance of Michael Jordan. I think you made a mistake and called him Michael B. Jordan. That's the actor.
Yes, the actor, yes.
So there's Shaquille O'Neal. There is, what's his name now? Magic Johnson. There's so many of them, who have had phenomenal careers. But Michael Jordan will always be in anyone's top 3 greatest basketballers of all time. He will definitely make the top 3. I'm not sure how they will be rated, but very likely he will always be number 1. Anyway.
I guess that's it today in history, January 13th, 1999, and the Togo coup.
1963, 13th of January also.
We're now turning the pages of the conversation on The Breakfast this morning. We're going to be talking about the 2023 election, 2023 presidency, Ohanaeze Ndigbo, the election of a new president general of the Social Cultural Group, and what would be the agenda for this group in the next few years. Do stay with us.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature. They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he left me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
You're welcome back to The Breakfast. And right now, we'll be talking to Mr. Chris Nwokobia, discussing setting the agenda for the new president of Ohanaeze Ndigbo, who's just been elected. His name is Professor George Obiozor. He is a celebrated Nigerian diplomat. And, there's been this clamor for Igbo presidency for 2023. So we'll be discussing all of that right now on The Breakfast. Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
Good morning. It's my pleasure to be with you.
All right. So first of all, he's been elected as the President General of the social cultural group Ohanaeze Ndigbo. But we see that so many, other Igbo groups were not so happy about this, especially since the president sent a congratulatory message to him. So there's allegations that, he's not loyal to the Igbo race. What's your thoughts about this?
No, I very well disagree with those who will say that Obiozor is not loyal to the Igbo race. I will disagree. But I'll say clearly here that I know that a large segment of the Igbo people would have rather a much younger and much vibrant and perhaps a much active leader for the Ohanaeze Ndigbo. I think that's the sentiment. And that was why there was a parallel election just a few days before or so, before he emerged. So I would say clearly that every Igbo man has the Igbo tendencies and Igbo blood in him. Every Igbo man is proudly Igbo. But what is important here is the fact that what affects the Igbo in Nigeria affects all of us, and that is why maybe the president hastened to congratulate him. I think that those who are beginning to raise issues about conspiracy should stay off it and allow him function.
Okay. We're eventually, of course, we would be following closely and seeing how his reign as Ohanaeze Ndigbo president goes. But I'm going to also ask you, Chief John Nyanwodo, the outgoing president, also had his own levels of criticism. In different aspects. He had challenges with, the support of the PDP in, the elections. He had challenges with the IPOB and, trying to, bring them all under one umbrella. There's so many other times when Nyanwodo was under pressure from Igbos and even non-Igbos. So I want your thoughts on what Professor George Obiozor has as a task ahead of him in the next couple of years.
He does have a lot to chew. He does have a lot to contend with. He does have a lot of pressures on his shoulders. I say this advisedly because if you look at the fact that the IPOB tendency is strong and effective, and people are asking strong questions. If you look at the fact that towards the end of the John Wodo tenure, a lot of questions about Igbo loyalty to what they call the Igbo presidency came up. If you look at the fact that across the Southeast states, there are tendencies calling for the equivalent of a Moteku or what you call regional security outfit, then he has a lot to contend with. How he grapples with that reality is another challenge entirely. I hope that he's able to look at dispassionately the Igbo role and Igbo place in Nigeria. I hope he's able to dispassionately address the agitation by IPOB and other tendencies. I hope he's able to dispassionately galvanize the Southeast governors in pursuing a proactive developmental course for the Southeast states. I know that it is not easy, but perhaps because he's a seasoned diplomat and he knows the power of bureaucracy and diplomacy, I hope that he's able to grapple with the realities.
All right.
All right, so firstly, before I delve into the politics of this, there are different views on Ohanaeze Ndigbo as a sociocultural group and what they stand for. So could you shed more light on what you would think the goal or the grand vision is for Ohanaeze Ndigbo in Nigeria?
Now, can you repeat that, please?
I'm saying there are different people have different ideas on what they think Ohanaeze Ndigbo stands for, represents in Nigeria. So would you care to shed more light on the goal of that group or their vision in Nigeria?
Simply, the first call to understanding the mission, the motive, the intendment, and the purpose of a group is first X-ray its name. Ohanaeze simply means Igbos are home and a diaspora. Igbos and their demands. Igbos and what concerns them. Igbos and what affects them. You know, now Ohanaeze is more like a clearinghouse of Igbo interests, a leadership group that protects, defends, and espouses ideals and ideas that will benefit Ndigbo in the Nigerian project, if you like, and across, because you have Ohanaeze chapters across in the diaspora, and they're all intended to protect and defend Igbo interests and make things better for Igbos in the larger interests. That is what I know. But let me clearly say before, because I don't know how long this will be, let me clearly say here that regarding what has become fervent, which is the call for an Igbo president, I truly am an Igbo. I'm Igbo, but I differ totally and completely from the call for an Igbo president. I think that what Ndigbo should do is ask for restructuring. That is the way to go. If the Igbos have restructuring in the entity called Nigeria, they will be able to deploy their resources for growth and progress. They will not have these issues about who is intimidating, oppressing, or marginalizing anyone. Because in a restructured Nigeria, it will be your choice whether you want to run for presidency or not. But the truth is that your states and regions will be developed at the pace you choose.
Okay.
That way we can hold our leaders at different segments responsible and responsive to the people.
All right. I remember Nyanwodo, was one of those who also championed the call for restructuring. He spoke about it countless times. I don't know if you would expect that George Obiozor will have similar ideologies and would want to continue to push with, the same ideologies that Nyanwodo had before his tenure ended.
I hope he does. I hope very strongly and deeply that he does. And I do so for two reasons. The only way to truly protect Igbo interest in Nigeria is to call for restructuring. Restructuring will advance the frontiers of justice. It will advance the frontiers of equity. It will advance the frontiers of fair play in governmental appointments and appointing protocols. Secondly, restructuring will give every section, segment, and tendency in Nigeria a true sense of belonging. That is why I hope and expect, and I pray, that Obiozor follows through on that agenda. Because without that, those who are calling for Igbo president are just playing the personal card. They're just simply being egocentric. Because if you get the best Igbo man into Aso Rock, he will fail like the other presidents because our structure does not allow for excellence. We have a dysfunctional structure. We have a failing and a failed structure. We have a structure that does not encourage hard work and industry. We have a structure that is grossly rent-seeking and rent-taking. So I think that what we must do is to ask the President Ohanaeze leader, the super diplomat George Obiozor, to pursue the ideals of restructuring, because that's the way to go. Okay. I would say that is the silver bullet that the Nigerian state needs.
Mr. Nwobia, many members of Ohanaeze Ndigbo would actually disagree with you about your stance for the Igbo presidency for 2023. And if you say the Ohanaeze Ndigbo is all about fighting for Igbo interests, many would tell you that their interest for the next presidential elections in Nigeria is for somebody from one of the 5 Southeast states to emerge as president in 2023. So would you agree that this issue of Igbo presidency will be an issue for the new ESCOs, the new, President General of the Ohanaeze Ndigbo for the coming years?
It will definitely be one of the issues that will agitate the leadership of the Ohanaeze Ndigbo. But whether it will become an ideal for Ohanaeze Ndigbo to pursue, I disagree, because if they truly care about Igbo interest, they will understand that there is a whole lot of difference between the call for Igbo presidency and the call for restructuring. And they will truly dispassionately understand that what will favor Ndigbo is restructuring rather than the political gambit being thrown out by egocentric politicians, which is a call for Igbo presidency.
Okay.
I am opposed to Igbo presidency for three fundamental reasons. Number one, except those who are calling for Igbo presidency want an Igbo man to feel like the others, then they can go on, because the structure will not allow him to succeed. Number two, what Nigeria needs is an enterprise that is functional, not this dysfunctional enterprise. So rather than just ask for an Igbo president, what Ndigbo should be asking for is for the restructuring of Nigeria such that industry, hard work and competency will be encouraged. Okay. Then number three, no nation in the world has succeeded being a rent-seeking enterprise. We need to be industrious, we need to grow companies and grow our economy. And the way to do so is to allow the states and the regions to grow at their comparative, grow businesses and areas where they have comparative advantage. That is the only way to make this country great again. So okay. I hope and I pray that Ohanaeze is able to differentiate between the poison chalice called Igbo presidency and the noble cause called restructuring.
All right, so I hope that we would have time to also speak on the aspect of the Southeastern governors. I probably will come, into that right after this. But I want you to first of all speak with regards his task to unite Igbos in their entirety, both Igbos here in Nigeria and in diaspora, the MOB, MASOB, IPOB, and now every other, factor with their own, little directions here and there and personal interests. How can George Obiozor unite every single detail that is, an Igbo man?
What he must do is to reach out to the leaders of the several and disparate Igbo groups. He must assess them. He must sit down with them. He must talk with them. He must present his agenda to them, and then see where they disagree to agree. Because ultimately, what is important is the survival of Ndigbo in the Nigerian project. And what is important is that the super diplomat must bring in his ideals. I hope he's strong enough to do that. Traverse several spaces, both in the country and in the diaspora, engage with patriotic and committed Igbo hands and minds, and work together with them into forging a fundamental Igbo agenda for the development of not only Igbo interest in Nigeria, but the general interest. Because I say this clearly, pursuing segregation, pursuing separation, pursuing what Nnamdi Kanu and co of IPOB are pursuing is just not a well thought out project. I say this clearly. The code of two is strong. The code of three says the holy book, no one can break. Nigeria is a code of three major tribes, three major religions, with all sense of respect, three major tendencies. This code is almost impossible to disintegrate, to break. What we can do to this code of three is to advance the frontiers of justice, equity, fairness, and cooperation. And the only way to do that is to push the agenda of restructuring.
All right, so in addition to the key points you've mentioned, you know, the fact that you're saying the new president, Mr. Obiozor, must try to unite the Igbo race, and that they must also, you know, clarify or settle the issue of Igbo presidency versus restructuring. What other key agendas within the Igbo sociocultural group, Ohanaeze Ndigbo, should Judge Obiozor be looking to address?
He must learn a few things from the Jews. He must learn another thing from the Lebanese. He must teach Ndigbo to think home. He must teach Ndigbo to develop the Southeast. He must teach Ndigbo to organize a fundamental parley where the super Igbo businessman will meet in a Southeast economic parley with the Southeast governors and think about how to develop the Southeast. It is possible and very important to have an awesome and effective collaboration between Igbo businesses and their governors. If they do so, perhaps they can put together, pursue not only the dredging of the Niger on paper, but fundamentally ensure that they have an ongoing and effective port in the Southeast. You don't expect Igbo businesses to travel from the Southeast to Lagos every time, to Tinkan and Apapa Wharf to clear their goods, when in actual fact, you can dredge and effectively have a port in Onitsha and Port Harcourt. So there are several things they can pursue. But I know that, like I said, they have to learn a few things from the Jews. They have to learn a few things from the Lebanese. Think home, develop home. Think about how you benefit your people. And then ultimately, this new Ohanaeze presidency will be seen to be very proactive and effective. And that is what is necessary.
All right. Now, I've in the past spoken with Nyanwodo. And I remember that one of the things that he had mentioned in our last conversation was the lack of support from Southeastern governors. Professor George Obiozor has, of course, now been elected. How important is it for him to be able to rein in all the Southeastern governors, regardless of their political parties? If you, of course, remember, the Ebonyi State governor just left the PDP to the APC. And, of course, there's Imo State also that is, you know, not a PDP state. How do you think that Ohanaeze Ndigbo can ensure that the Southeastern governors work for Ohanaeze Ndigbo and for the interests of the Igbos, regardless of their political affiliations?
No, I think that that's what his training as a super diplomat comes into the picture. He has to reach out to them. He has to tell them that he's coming to them in peace, that he's coming to think about what affects and talk about what affects all directly. He's coming to further and advance Igbo interests positively in the larger picture. He is not a separatist. He is not being goaded by any separatist organization, but because of his love for the Igbo, and because of his love for Igbo interests, and because of his love for the larger Igbo vision and mission, he is coming to them in peace. And then he must also hear them out and understand why they have been a bit askance regarding the protection and the advancement of Igbo interests. Because whether you like it or not, every governor at some level is the head of the Igbo in his state, every Southeast governor. And so if you truly want to be called an Igbo leader, you must work in tandem, in understanding, in harmony with the Southeast governors. So I think that if he works at it diplomatically, if he throws away every air of ego and arrogance and approaches them effectively, they perhaps, because they all want peace in the Southeast region and they want progress, they will eventually and ultimately end up as partners in progress.
Do you think that there have been lessons learned from the Ohanaeze Ndigbo endorsement of political parties in the last general elections? Do you think that lessons have been learned from that, and Professor George Obielzo, has, those lessons in mind going forward? Do you think, those are some of the things that maybe had created issues for Nyanwodu? And Obielzo will, of course, maybe take a different approach in the future.
I think that most traditional or regional or cultural groups must understand, first, that as leaders of cultural tendencies and ethnic groupings, you have members who belong to different political parties. And to endorse openly a candidate or a party may not just be the wisest thing to do. I'll give you a practical instance. The Jewish community in America, almost always before every election, causes the leading presidential candidates of the two tendencies, the Republicans and the Democrats, to meet with them at a dinner where they present Jewish interests. And I said clearly that that is what sociocultural groupings should be doing in Nigeria. Rather than outrightly endorsing a candidate of any of the parties, what they must do is present an agenda to the parties. Whoever wins pursues the agenda that they have so presented. Because when a father wakes up to take sides with one or two of the children, the father will be deemed to be partial and biased. So I hope that the President Ohanaeze leadership will endorse ideas, manifestos, and agendas rather than political parties. I hope that they will be able to dispassionately meet with the leadership of the two political parties, the leading parties and other parties, and articulate a particular vision and mission, and stop there, and allow their members take sides, but ensure that their motto, their mission, their agenda, and their manifesto is held as sacrosanct by either of the parties. That is why I hope and I believe that George Obielzo would have learned from the very mistakes of the past. I want to see an Ohanaeze that's able to protect Igbo interests irrespective of the party in power. I want to see an Ohanaeze that pushes for justice, equity, and fairness, irrespective of political leanings. I want to see an Ohanaeze that puts Igbo interests above political interests in Nigeria. And I want to see an Ohanaeze that puts Igbo interests beyond partisan interests in Nigeria. I want to see an Ohanaeze that after the survival and strength of Nigeria, after our patriotic ideals, puts second the protection of the Igbo interests in Nigeria. That's what I want to see. I don't want to see a partisan Ohanaeze. I don't want to see an Ohanaeze that sides with the APC or the PDP or partisan interests. I want to see an Ohanaeze that articulates fundamental ideological precincts for the leadership of our country.
All right, Mr. Nwokobia.
That advances protocols that are fair and square.
All right, so you're basically saying the issue should be about visions and not candidates or political parties. That's duly noted. And last question before we'll let you go. I would like to find out what you think about Ohanaeze Ndigbo and what their relationship should be with other sociocultural groups, talking about Pandef, Arewa, and Afenifere.
No, I sincerely think, because I've been following the activities of Ohanaeze lately, and with all sense of respect, I had some kind of father and son relationship with the the immediate past president. So I'm aware that there was a fantastic relationship with other groupings. What I pray and expect is that the new president of Ohanaeze will also extend that olive branch to the Arewa groupings. And I say this advisedly, because the way out of the NADE for this country, the way out of poverty, disease, and despondency is for a holistic overhaul of our country. We must effectively engage other groupings and make them understand that our interests for the good of all when we canvass ideals that center on restructuring, we're saying that we want back the granite pyramids in the north. We're saying that we want back the wealth from heights and skin. We're saying that we want back the wealth from sesame. We're saying that we want Nigeria to grow again. We're saying that we want our brothers and sisters on the streets as our margeries to be engaged. We're saying that we want a country that is industrious, a country that builds back our factories and refineries. We're saying that we want a country that is just, fair, peaceful, and equitable. And so the time has come for Ohanaeze, as well as the Afenifere, the groups of the just talk, the Jokun stock, the thief stock. The time has come for us to galvanize, articulate fundamental ideals that will take this country away from these divisive tendencies of leadership to the amazing place of promise. And so, much as I am not one of those who have tendencies that dance around ethnic groupings, I believe that they are necessary for the emergent Nigeria that we seek, we create, and we're working for.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chris Onwokobia, for your thoughts on the breakfast this morning.
It's my pleasure.
From here, we, of course, wish the new Ohanaeze Ndigbo president-elect, Professor George Obiozo, a very interesting tenure ahead. He was a former ambassador to the U.S., Cyprus, and Israel, and we wish him a peaceful and a successful tenure in the future. Stay with us. We're now going to be talking, of course, a follow-up to the discussion we had yesterday on security. The DSS has warned Nigerians that there are certain elements in our society that might be trying to create religious tensions and crisis across the country. So we have a follow-up discussion on that coming up right after the short break. Good morning.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 and they pay.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Cross Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Good to have you still with us here on The Breakfast, and of course continuing conversation with regards to security. Yesterday we started this discussion and of course shared with you the DSS sharing a warning and alleging a plot to incite religious violence in Lagos, Kano and other states across Nigeria. It was also a warning to religious bodies to be on the lookout for certain elements around them that might of course be trying to create problems. We've invited this morning Mr. Bestman Nze. With the outfit Alternative Security. Thank you so much for joining us. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning. It's my pleasure being here.
All right. I'm going to just start with, let's first of all get your thoughts on a story like this. When the DSS puts out a security warning like this, how does it, hit you? And what is your quick reaction to it, first of all?
Well, I will not pretend to have all the information that the DSS have, but I am not a fan of the release of such informations. The DSS are supposed to be a very covert institution, and once they have this information, I expect them to strike, and I expect them to use the intelligence they have to work. I don't believe in this. Well, I see sometimes I see it as grandstanding. I don't believe in it. It might be true, it should be true, but I think as a covert institution, is an intelligence meant for them to act on.
So now they got wind of this intelligence that there might be a security threat in some states, Sokoto, Kaduna, Lagos, and among other states. What should be the steps that they are supposed to take, if they're not supposed to release this information to the public? What should they do?
Security steps are not steps that we should discuss over the dining table, nor we should bring to public glare. The DSS are equipped enough to take actions, and they will take it. We will see the results. When the results come out, they will tell us what they did and why they did it. I don't think it's right for them to tell us this is going to happen and this is what we want to do. And I know they won't do that. So, but the moment the DSS starts telling you the steps they want to take, they are already giving those planning evil opportunity to reply.
Okay, but it's not peculiar with the DSS. It's not just here in Nigeria. The FBI, if you are aware, also recently released a warning with regards the possibility of armed protest and attacks at President-elect Joe Biden's inauguration. And so I'm sure that they might also have information that they're working with, but still decided to go ahead and put the information out there. Do you think that the DSS can do both? Can they put out the warning to get Nigerians to be aware and to be on the lookout, and at the same time still be working behind the scenes to ensure that none of these things happen like they've warned?
We operate in a space where trust is in the deficit. So we've got to be very careful how we juxtapose our own situation with that of the United States of America. You'll be amazed that when the FBI releases an information, they've done about 30, 40%, 50% of the work before they even release the information to you. We're in a situation where we have seen a lot of these informations in Nigeria, and sometimes it is political, and sometimes it is what I call grandstanding. But I'm not saying that's what DSS is doing now, no, because I think the present DSS have upped their game a bit, and I give them a bit of kudos. But the truth is, with my little training and the training I have, I do not believe in the release of intelligence, except you have done a lot of work on the ground before releasing it, which I wouldn't know about the DSS for now. But by benefit of hindsight, as we knew before, it wasn't happening that way.
Now, this security alert is peculiar because according to the DSS information, the one they put out, they're saying that the target of these attacks would be religious centers and religious leaders. Is there any cause of action that the religious leaders can take? Is there anything they can do to forestall such attacks, in their centers among their members?
Sometimes we also need to check the use of appropriate words. There might be tensions, religious tensions. There might be statements that could hit up the polity in the area of religion. But to say there will be a religious attack in Lagos, it will take a lot for that to happen, because we know the areas that are volatile to attacks. To say there will be religious attack in the southeast or south-south, it's something that might just be alien to us. But if you say there will be religious attacks in the areas that we know, that have a history of it, yes.
But it's not just Lagos, it's Sokoto, it's Kano, it's Kaduna, it's Plateau, it's Rivers, it's Oyo State, not just Lagos.
We have areas that have a track record of attacks, Sokoto, the northern part. So the steps that will be taken in those areas will be different from the steps that will be taken in a place like Lagos or the south or the south-south. So, but for the benefit of doubt, I think the authorities have received this intelligence, and I'm sure they are acting on it already. Like I said, we do not forestall the security plans publicly. We don't say it publicly on the plans to forestall such attacks, if there be any at all.
All right, and just like, one of the things that we brought up yesterday, I'm always trying to understand what the, possible goal, would be here for those elements who, if the DSS warning is true, what, is the likely goal for these elements that are trying to create the religious crisis in Nigeria today? We have gone through,
you can't
quite a
take
lot.
away politics from everything in Nigeria now. We have a situation where the allegations that even the banditry that we are seeing now are being sponsored, in quotes. We have a situation where we hear that even the kidnappings have a political undertone. Now, so if we are going to have religious violence or religious skirmishes in different areas, if at all, that means it will have political undertone, either to discredit the government or to whip up sentiments against maybe the ruling class or the where they have political differences. It's going to have political undertone.
Now, how or what would you say would be the role of religious leaders, traditional leaders, in preventing such an attack? Because we know that we're talking about Christianity and the religion of Islam, they're both, advocating for peace. So how can religious leaders step in here, to speak to members of the community, members of, the residents of their states, to make sure that we're all on the same page here, advocating for national unity and cohesion?
Okay. About roughly 10 years ago, I raised an alarm when the religious heads, or let me say the clerics, the pastors, for example, started using their pulpits for for political innuendos. They started going on the pulpits to preach against this politician, this party. Now, from that time till now, things have not been the same again. The religious leaders, the traditional institutions are meant to foster peace and unity, because the religious institutions are supposed to be grounded on the pillar of truth in Nigeria. They're supposed to be the ones putting us in check. But the moment they compromise and start being a bit of partisan, we start seeing a bit of partisanship with them, we have a problem. So my advice is that now they should now retrace the steps. The traditional institutions should do the needful, because they are closest to the people. Orientation, mass mobilization is key. And use the pulpit, use the mosques to teach the people about unity, about peace, and about oneness. Because if we allow these things to escalate, when brothers fight to death, visitors, strangers come to inherit their properties.
And so, what would you also expect from citizens at a time like this, when we hear of a warning like this? What is the DSS expecting citizens to now start doing? Are there certain steps that must now be taken by Nigerians across the country? And how can we also improve on, the security information that we get to exchange with the DSS and with the security agencies? Let's quickly talk about that before we wrap up.
It still boils down to the issue of deficits in trust, because in a setting where people trust the institutions, with this alert, we are supposed to monitor our environment. We are supposed to keep our ears to the ground. We are supposed to watch more, so that any little information we have, we take it to the appropriate authorities. We take it to set up places where informations are gathered. But Nigerians are so scared that if I go give information now, how am I safe? How am I sure I'm safe after the information I give? So I think it's time we build up our trust scheme, so that people can really believe in the system and have the ability and have the freedom to come to offer information. And those information, the DSS will use it, gather as intelligence, and act to preempt the activities of these negative people.
All right. I think that's most of what we'll be discussing this morning. We hope, like you've said, that the DSS, will take all necessary actions, even, the actions that will be taken in secrecy that Nigerians may not be aware of, and, help continue to keep Nigerians safe in its entirety. And of course, religious leaders also, are encouraged to continue to preach a message of peace all the time. As we go on, with our dear nation, Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Best man, for your time. Thank you for speaking with us. Looking forward to another conversation with you.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
All right. There's so much, all of this, that bothers, me in particular. And, it's one of the things that I brought up yesterday, how we can still have, and maybe it's not just a Nigerian thing, but we can still have religious sentiments on the level where they can still be used to incite violence, at our stage, when the rest of the world is moving into, technology and moving into electric cars and thinking about how they can even go to space.
Technological advancements.
We're still so, at that place where you can still convince somebody to carry out violence because of his religion or her religion. So it still, breaks my heart a little bit, and the fact, that we still have not been able to have successive Nigerian governments that have been able to completely unite Nigerians, completely, basically. Breaks my heart.
I think, this just reminds me of the conversation we had just last week about propaganda, because these people, most of them, they are convinced to fight these ethno-religious wars or basically stir up ethno-religious crisis based on a false propaganda, a mixed up, view or idea of a certain religion. I don't know how that works out, but we talked about how the National Orientation Agency and religious leaders need to actually step in and counter that disinformation, because that's basically fake news. That's disinformation. Counter that disinformation. And also one very important point to mention, how political religious leaders will go on the pulpit and talk about politics. I don't think the podium of a church should be used to discuss politics.
I think there can be a balance.
There should be a balance, but when it comes to taking sides, are you saying that the other political party doesn't have a God, or God doesn't answer the prayer of the other political party? I think it should basically be about, conversations about peace, conversations about national unity, and not taking sides, even like we discussed with the Ohanaeze Ndigbo rep just a few minutes ago.
All right, so that's a total, we would maybe create time for that one. It's a big conversation. Thanks anyway for joining us so far. Coming up next, we're talking about the under-17 Nigerian team. The sports correspondent, Wale Scott, will be joining us next. Just before we wrap up the program, there's still a little bit more right after sports, but don't go anywhere.
Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church. Our God is a God of salvation, far above all principality and power and might and dominion, that regardless of what happens in this season, you will escape. Say to your neighbor, there is no peace for the wicked. The special anti-robbery squad who are now killing innocent citizens instead of dealing with robbers. Your axe will catch up with you. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might.
Moment of Truth with Pastor Tunde Bakare. Sundays, 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Convener, sir, welcome to the show.
And welcome back. Continuing the conversation on the breakfast, we're shifting focus now to sports. And we're talking here about mathematical calculations for qualifications. Former Super Eagles International, Ike, has urged football-loving Nigerians not to castigate the Golden Eaglets and the coaching crew for the team's poor showing, and that's in the ongoing West Africa Football Union, and that's the WAFU Under-17 tournament holding in Lomé, Togo. The Eaglets 1-1 score draw against Ghana's Black Starlets in the second game of the championship on Saturday. That inadequate structure not put in place to develop grassroots football in the country has left other countries to catch up with Nigeria, once dreaded in the cadet competition. Other countries that are serious to maintain their dominance in football and are striving hard to remain at the top. For Nigeria, that has been the best in the age group competitions in Africa, and at the world level, there is no basic structure to put in place to discover players and work with them to develop. We're now going to talk more on this with our in-house sports reporter, correspondent, presenter. He does everything sports, Wally Scott. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
First of all, what's this thing about age football in the country?
I don't know. I think, Anita, you'd agree with me that we lie about our ages in Nigeria. You can go to Ikeja, like right now, and get your affidavit and lie about your age and pay 1.8 or 1.9, max 2,000 naira, and you actually get your age rearranged for you. And it's affecting us. You can't cheat nature for so long, or for as long as you want to. It's sad, but you can't do that. And we do that in Nigeria. And the Super Eagles can get there. I've told people in the past that, listen, the Super Eagles can actually win the World Cup if we actually put out the right guys who are greenhorns, talented, who are the real age they claim to be. But we see what happens. You know, and you are seeing a piracy Kedia who is playing in the Under-17 and is a sergeant in the police force. We know how long it takes you to get to this post of sergeant. You know, so I think we'll get there eventually. But the coaches, I have had a major issue with a major coach. I won't say his name right now. He sent me text. He sent policemen to me in the past because I said, I thought you didn't collect money. I was on air every day saying this guy doesn't collect money. And I found out he actually collected money.
Anyway, well,
that's talk on that day.
Yeah, talk on that day. You know, we of course seem to be struggling with the Under-17. We're talking now of calculations, and it's one thing that we always, unfortunately, always run to start to make mathematical calculations because we need to qualify when we can simply just win games and qualify. So, how do you think we would, of course, fare going forward? You know, do you expect that there would be a miracle? What do you think must change?
In the South Americas, the first ever Under-17 competition came up, I think in Argentina, or somewhere, Bolivia or somewhere. And we won the debut Under-17 World Cup. We won it. And that's where the miracle of the man came on. And since then, it's been a downward, you know, and I think, let's go back to age cheating again. Parents are willing to conveniently, consistently lie, swear that their children are actually 17 when they're actually 23. And like I said earlier, you can't consistently lie. Nature will catch up with you. You know, it caught up with Kanu Wakwa, it caught up with a lot of African players in the past, and we can't continue to do this. Yes, our parents want our children to do well. Our parents want our children to be like Mikel Obi and J.J. Okocha and Obafemi Martins. Yeah, but should we lie about it?
So this is sorry, Aneta. So this is a problem with the Nigerian Football Association now, or Federation rather now, or with the players.
I think let's put square pegs in square holes. Osaroge, if you are not a broadcaster, don't be a banker. If you are a broadcaster, don't be a banker. Be a broadcaster. If you are a banker, don't come and be a broadcaster. You know, let's put square pegs. And these guys there, most of the guys who run almost everything in every sphere in Nigeria today are people who are put there for political reasons. You know, the guys who run our football, are they actually footballers? Have they been there? Have they done that? I have spoken to Segun Odegbami numerous times. And this is a man who has been involved in football practically all his life. He actually has a football academy. And shouldn't that kind of person be involved in our football? He knows what takes, as in what gives. What do we want? What do these guys want? He knows what they want. But when you bring in an Amaju Pinnick, who is a politician, who used to be an in-law of the former governor of Delta State, Uduagan, it gets to be a problem.
Yeah,
so
what I'm trying to, because I don't want to, I don't want it to be personal.
It's not personal now. What I'm saying is that
I get the point that you're trying to make. What I'm hoping that we can let's see if we can talk about the hope that we can do better as an under-17 team. We've established where the challenges are. Do we also still have coaching issues? Do we have logistics, training issues, any of those?
I am suggesting, that we bring, like I said earlier, square pegs and square holes. Let's bring in people who know football, who know Nigerian football. Nigerian football has a culture. Who knows the culture of Nigerian football? And come into place and get these things done. It's not enough to actually bring a Gennaro Roar, a foreigner, to come and actually work on the Super Eagles. No. Let's work on people who actually know how these things run, who knows what the government wants. We all know that every sphere, including sports, is being run by the government. Let's try and work around it. For example, when the sports minister was going to be put in place, everybody thought he was going to be put in communications. He was put in sports, and he's doing fantastically well. He's doing very well. Sonji Dare, so far so good. However, we need someone who is... See, the beauty of a successful person is how far he has suffered. We need someone who has suffered in the sports, who knows how it works, who knows the jigari of the...
Can I just ask you quickly, this issue about age falsification and all of that, is this not an indication of a failing system of grassroots football in Nigeria?
It's not a Nigerian factor, please.
Okay.
I hate the word Nigerian factor. It's not a Nigerian factor. It works in... They do it in South Americas, Argentina, Brazil, Peru, Bolivia. It works there every time, So the truth be said, age cheats, it's everywhere.
No, I'm not talking about age cheats now. I'm talking about, let's look at our own situation in Nigeria.
Yeah.
How far have we gone in the development of grassroots football? Because if we're saying people are falsifying their ages, how much investment are we putting into, hold on just a minute. Just by my place, just by my family house, there's a school, a secondary, a field. You will see lots of kids come to play. I don't know much about football, to be honest, but I see how they play, and I can see the zeal in their eyes, the passion. And sometimes I ask myself, why don't we have scouts coming here to pick up these young boys? These are actually young people. So why are we not investing in
football? His name is Edson Arantes do Nascimento. We all call him Pelé. He said, only 2 people in the world are built to play football, Brazilians and Nigerians. That's what he says. And it's one of the greatest in the world, football. And I can agree with you, totally, that talent abounds in Nigeria. We have too many football talents in Nigeria.
Young football talents.
Yes.
That are
However, let me give you an example. Kelechi Iheanacho plays in Leicester right now. His father was rich enough to bring in scouts to watch him play. They were actually doing the camera thing for him and all that. And in the course of doing that, Dele Alampasu, the goalkeeper in Nigeria now, caught the attention of the scouts. I was like, this guy too is good. Alampasu is poor. He sells pure water in Ogba. And Alampasu was picked up too. And he's big today.
So for people
where I'm going to now is that it's unfortunate that our coaches in Nigeria tend to collect money from the players. So we end up churning out not the best that we have, but the second best.
Right, let's move on.
But let's talk.
Yeah.
For some reason, Osareke does not want to get involved in all. But
No. I mean, because
the truth be said, we have talent here, but our coaches and our scouts tend to be relatively lazy and don't go out to them. I know a particular situation. Sorry, you get uncomfortable with this one. A team in Ogba in Surulere, Lagos, in Lagos, who play good football. Their 11 players play good football. And then when it was time for them to go abroad to Cote d'Ivoire, besides the Abidjan, the team changed. But that's talk for another day. But the truth be said, we have talents in Nigeria. Can we work on them?
Okay. Let's now move to talk about more exciting stories and good news. In the EPL, Manchester United currently on top with 3 points.
That's good news.
Of, Liverpool. That's great news. Even if it lasts for 24 hours, I don't care. We're going to hold on to that top, that top spot for a bit. So let's talk about that now. It wasn't expected. A lot of people maybe had or also written off, Manchester United at the start of the season. They had a really slow start, also struggling, in the bottom half of the table. But they've been able to pull themselves up to first position. How do you think that has happened? Is it luck, or has Ole Gunnar Solskjaer been able to do the right things so far?
If you've watched my former bulletins, I've always talked about in modern day football, we need a robust team. And some teams have first, second, third 11s. Man U does have that. Man U has conveniently a first 11, a second 11, maybe even a third 11 at this point, And you're looking at a Manchester United who have Donny van de Beek on the bench, who've got Daniel James on the bench. These are fantastic players, And yes, I think they deserve to be there. We've heard Ole out for so long, and Solskjaer has to go out, and he's doing well. And I don't think Ole is a fantastic coach, if you ask my opinion. I'm a big Man U fan all my life, and you've seen Alex Ferguson still in the shadows there, still doing this work. He's not Ole. Michael Carrick, he brings Michael Carrick, he brings in his
technical staff,
yes. And yes, I think he deserves to be there. Jose Mourinho said all the way that in modern day football, you need to have a big squad. Liverpool don't have a big squad. Tottenham don't have a big squad. And Aston Villa proved to us that they can actually churn out a big squad because they had COVID-19 pandemic problems. And I think we need, the COVID is now actually bringing out the good in the teams these days. But like I said, football should be shut down. But Man U deserve to be on top. They are doing very well.
How do you see, the next few weeks, turning out? There's the continuous clamor for, that top position. There's some teams, that may have already given up on winning the league, and you may not even see themselves as title challengers. Arsenal may not, be in the title challengers conversation anymore. But, how do you see them all, moving on, in the next couple of weeks? Manchester City, Liverpool.
Don't ever write out Jose Mourinho. Don't ever. Tottenham boss. He will always come back at you, and that will be a problem. And Manchester United will give Liverpool a run for their money, no doubt. Man City will always continue to struggle. Man City have always been a team where either Gabriel Jesus or Sergio Kun Aguero have problems, and they have problems. But only teams who have big squads, teams who have a large squad, will actually make it happen at this point. And Manchester United, Manchester City, Everton will give you a run for your money. You've got everybody wanted James Rodriguez, and he goes to Everton, of all the clubs in the world. So you're going to look at teams like that. But teams like Arsenal have lost their guns. The gun is there, but the bullets are gone, so they've lost it. I've always described Arsenal as a child who is very, very, very dull, but has a good handwriting. I don't know what you want to use. Really. What truth is said, yes, the teams who I will predict will do well in every league, not only in the Premier League, in every league will be teams who have large squads. who actually can boast of 2-11s. And now in the days of COVID, the pandemic, if a pandemic breaks out now and the league says the match must go on, they can actually bring out in second 11. Those are teams that will do well this period, really.
And talking about the pandemic, what's your own assessment of how it has affected sports globally?
I think basically most countries across the world are hypocrites. They are hypocritical about the pandemic because football brings a lot of money, television rights and all that. And most countries, let me use the UK as a typical example. The UK says it's a total national lockdown. The little English that I've learned, when you use the word total national lockdown, how can you tell me you have totally, nationally locked down a country, but football still goes on? Come on, that's hypocritical. You want to make money, but you still want to be in government and be like, we're in government and we're doing right. You're not doing right like that. If you want to totally, nationally lock down a country, football is included.
But if the EPL is not causing or increasing...
Is the EPL essential duties?
No, but what I'm saying
I'm asking
is,
a question.
You know, it may not be, but...
It's obviously not.
But, you know, the thing is, if it is not necessarily, you know, increasing the spread of COVID-19, then why can't the games go on?
40 people just before the total lockdown in the UK, 40 people in the football world tested positive for coronavirus.
Okay.
So how can you tell me that they are not being hypocritical when they say we don't lock down football, but we lock down everything else? And then after that, the announcement, 40 people get infected. Three matches were actually postponed due to coronavirus. Aston Villa played against Liverpool with a depleted team because 10 members of that team, and you still let football go on because of the football you make. Please tell me what the word hypocritical means.
All right, that's a lot to them. The
on.
only one that really concerns me is the fact that Manchester United is top of the league.
But don't celebrate.
If they want to,
very self-centered.
To be honest, if they want to lock down now and shut down the EPL, they can shut it down. You know
because we're on top, yeah.
And yes, and basically just give the title to.
Now you are hypocritical too.
Let them give the title to whoever is on top at the time that they shut.
The
down
Nigerian league last season
COVID-19.
actually gave the Premier League, the Nigerian league title to the guy who was on top when the league was stopped.
Yeah, exactly. So they should do the same thing now. In the
All right, guys. We can have this argument off air right now. Let's call it a day on the Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Thanks to Wale Scott for almost setting the studio on fire. Thanks to Sarage for being cool as ever. My name is Felix. Let's hope that you know, everybody can definitely have fun, because you know, when we're talking about the Tokyo Olympics 2021, there's been lots of controversy, people voting, you know, for the games to be postponed, you know, lots of conversations about football and the pandemic. But it's been a great time here on The Breakfast. Thank you very much for watching. I am Aneta Felix.
I am Osaogi Ogbon. And if you missed out on any of the conversations that we had this morning, remember to join us on social media. It's pretty simple, at Plus TV Africa, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Same with our YouTube channel. You can subscribe and always get to watch some of the videos that you know, are posted there. Interviews that we have on The Breakfast and every other part of our broadcast 24 hours. Thanks once again for joining us. The news comes up at 9 a.m. It's goodbye from me.
Yes, and have a great day.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
to an extent, the reading culture of Nigerians is not too good. A lot of people believe that every other thing is much more important than buying a book to read. Apart from the fact that people just want to read books for the purpose of passing their exams or going through school, hardly do people believe that reading outside that purpose still will help them to an extent.
It's been full of ups and downs. Nigerians don't read. I dare to disagree because, we're 16K followers strong on our Instagram account, on other platforms as well. We also have a huge following. So if at all people are not interested in books in Nigeria, we don't have people follow in the first place. And it's so exciting to find out that there are so many people outside of Lagos in deep core parts of Nigeria that are buying and shopping for us, and they are just so excited that this book is locally available and it's sort of like within reach for them. So it's been exciting. It could be better, but again, we do it for the culture, you do it for the passion, and hopefully more stakeholders get interested in it, and it gets better. I got into selling books because I was very passionate about it, and then I was hungry to find other people like me. I wanted to connect with them, and the kind of books that fascinated me were not, I could hardly find people around who were excited about them as well. So at the time, when I interact with people within my age range, they're either talking about some foreign authors that write books outside of the context that I'm familiar with. So I wanted to meet with other young people, other people of like minds who were excited about the kind of books that I liked. And that was basically how it all began. And then beyond that also, I definitely used to go to some website online to find out what books are first to reckon with internationally. And then most of those books are not available locally, so I had to either shop from some big names out there. And then I thought, if these books are available and people are actually talking about them, reviewing them, perhaps there might be young people or people in Nigeria as well that would really want to read about them. So I end up bringing a few copies, see if I can circulate within my circle, publicize, use social media, and see how far it goes. And so that was how it all started.
It's actually more like born out of inspiration, and then the drive to bring books closer to people, because at some points that I loved reading, I found it hard getting the kind of books I really always wanted to read. So it was like, you could get this for other people, and then it's been there for me. So I'm having fun doing what I'm doing, and I'm the fact that I can have access to books too as a bookseller is fantastic for me. Yeah, it's been profitable. It's how you do the business that makes it profitable for you. So it's been profitable. It may not be the best of the businesses in the country or in the world, especially maybe in this part of the world, knowing fully well the attitude to reading and education generally, and then even government's attitude to education, So, but still, there are still people who know that without education, they wouldn't be where they are. And then even if they are not educated, they get the best of educated people to work for them. So that means education, which comes through reading of books, is a key and vital role in this life.
It has enhanced reading, but what I realize is that even for those who normally would not like to buy a Bible before, because of the ability to read their Bibles from their phones, a lot of people are beginning to dump reading Bibles on their phones with buying regular Bibles, because they've seen the importance of having to carry a Bible or read a hard copy Bible. When people read from their phones, most times they can't easily go back or even highlight certain things. But with the hard copy Bible, they are able to do some highlighting, go back, make references and all that. So technology, to an extent, it has its own advantage and its own disadvantage to our business. Advantages are the fact that people could, read at any time they want to, in the dark, wherever. But disadvantage is the fact that it's handy, when you have your books on your media, electronic media. But for those who still cherish the hard copy books, they still come back, to pick up the hard copy books from us. A lot of Nigerians are writing more, because virtually on a daily basis we get new books from Nigerian writers, asking that Latana should carry their books. It's a bit challenging, but at the same time we try to encourage them, to review their books and then accept it for display on our shelves.
We still battle with issues of piracy. There are times where royalties are not paid the way they are supposed to. Publishing houses don't put enough effort to promoting books the way they are supposed to. So that way books and people are not even aware that some Nigerian authors are writing really, really good books. I think sometimes more books written by Nigerian authors are sort of like accepted in the Western world better than they are locally. And also, in terms of marketing, publicity, locally, more effort still needs to be put in place to help us combat issues of piracy and then ensure that people are more able to access so many of these books as well locally.
For book lovers, I say keep reading because you know already what you are gaining from reading. And then for governments, give more allocation to education. Allocation to education is very important, and you can't have a government that just places less emphasis on education, and every year you expect your people to be better, and then there are fightings. Any small thing, any little thing, there's fights, and it's all because of the level of exposure and education of the people, and it's playing a role in every facet of the economy, every facet of the society, because people are not well enlightened about their rights, about the opportunities that they can actually get, and many of those things come in through parts of education, and reading is part of it.
Fame, glamour, success, money, and all forms of flamboyance are what you associate with celebrities. But with the recent pockets of reports of Nigerian celebrities revealing their battles with depression, it calls for concern of a thin line between fame and depression, between appearance and reality, and many rhetorical questions. It is the desire of most artists to have an international deal and get international recognition. The quest for this fame and self-accomplishment continuing with a lot of the big names now relocating outside the country. Nothing seems unchanged as racism is another social menace still confronting them. This leads to depression at the expense of love for their craft. A close observation shows that social media has continuously been a contributory factor. The regular interface with imaginary audience creates a lot of tension and illusions by many of these artists. Recently, Many of our favorite stars such as Ari Song, Wajay, Dija, and a host of others have been vocal about their battles with depression. Plus TV Africa spoke to some key players such as a music executive and convener, Social Media Week Lagos, Obi Asika, and a mental health specialist, Dr. Kadiri Memuna, and a popular Nigerian actor, Arike Akinyoju, who has been vocal about her struggles with depression.
I think it is. Yes, especially in this part of the world that we belong to, Nigeria, fame here, I think is a major cause of depression.
Because human beings are unique, and because human beings are, we all have our personal journey. They are what we call vulnerability risk factors. People are already vulnerable in one way or the other, maybe from adverse childhood experiences, and then with fame, which is somehow as you grow, it may be a child with fame, because sometimes you see some children, they grow into fame, while some people are deliberate and intentional into achieving fame. Famous people have to keep up with, entertaining us. Famous people have to keep up with a particular personnel. Famous people have to keep up with, with all the challenges, even if they are going through a lot. We do not want to see them down. We are following them for the things that we want to get from them. They are inspiring people, they're influencing people, they're empowering people, they're doing a whole lot. So whatever they may be going through, the society wouldn't want to see that part of them, even if they know they may be going through that. That is it. So they have to just keep on being, that person we want to see.
We should not be calling talents celebrities. Yes, they have become celebrities, but they became celebrities because of their talents, because of what they do. They are not just celebrities because they exist. So everybody, from my experience in life, all creative people have challenges in terms of putting together their process. And every time, it's like anywhere in the world, if you don't hear of your favorite actor for 5 years, it's one of two things. It's just A, they're not working, and B, they're not at this point in time getting offers. So what I would say is that a lot of people, if you work in the entertainment industries, if you work in those spaces, you will know that it is a high stress, high anxiety business. So therefore, the people who are working in these businesses are constantly seeking for affirmation and for support to see them through what they're doing. So in that regard, if you're in the public eye and you're constantly having to keep up appearances, it can become very, very difficult, especially if things are not going as well as they used to go in the past.
There was a time in my life I passed through depression, but I think it's not because of my career. It's because naturally I'm not the type that, things people say get to. Fine, I feel concerned when they say things or they expect me to live in a certain way and I'm not living that life. I feel concerned and I feel like, but it doesn't really get to me. So if I ever had depression, it wasn't basically on my career level.
That would be great. In fact, that would really, 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 help in this advocacy that, have been blazing the trail in Africa, trying to change the narrative and let it be a movement for people to understand that mental health is as important as our physical health, if not more important. And for the fact that it's intrinsically linked to our physical health, we have to guard, protect, and prioritize our mental health at every given point in time. So if we start seeing the media and entertainment industry putting our mental health as part of their package, it may not necessarily be a department because that's a tall order, but ensuring that from inception, when they are setting up that business, they incorporate what we call an employees assistance program. It's a subtle way of inculcating mental health services within your organization. What that just means is that as a business owner and having artists and producing whatever you're doing in media and entertainment, you and your employees, or you and your gang, you and your group have a safe space where you have been able to build a culture of compassion that individuals in that organization can speak up, can speak out, can seek for help from professionals in rendering these employees assistance program.
I don't actually agree that record labels, entertainment companies, or businesses should actually be having mental health departments. I think mental health is a very, very specialized issue. What they should be doing is being aware of mental health and have mental health professionals that they can relate to if they have issues with any of their talents or clients. Unfortunately, for many years, it has almost been stigma here. So people do not engage the topic and they don't discuss their problems. But definitely a lot of talents and a lot of people in society have mental health issues and issues with depression and anxiety and other things of that nature. So it's important to relate to mental health professionals who can help when you have somebody or friends or family or clients or talents who have any issues at all. You could you could insist that your clients and your talents do have regular counseling sessions, do have relationships with counselors and psychiatrists that they can have conversations and unload and unbundle any issues they might have. The best thing anybody can do is to stay engaged with the talent. So the talent, and that means that understand and know your talent very well. You know, understand what makes them tick, what makes them click, when they are happy, to be happy, or to be in a stable state of mind and frame of mind to enable them to produce their best work. And that normally is, if you're doing that, that means that talent has a strong manager. You know, strong management is key. And that doesn't necessarily come from the label. That could come from the artist side, but the artist manager, the person that really interfaces every day with the artist. A lot of times the label is literally just there to provide distribution, retail, marketing, and finance.
One dominant recommendation is for these artists to live in their realities and not all about impressing fans who change loyalty at slightest disappointment by their so-called quasi-demigods, whose foibles are as real as any man on the streets. The story of Michael Jackson, who died in 2009, and later Whitney Houston in 2012, are few of these sad reminders that despite fame and pageantry, one's mental health must not be ignored. Reporting for Plus TV Africa, Ife Osun.
Contrary to popular belief, Corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
A 20-meter cliff, a couple of ropes, freezing cold water, and me trying to cope with all of that. I did make it down in the end, but this outing with a couple of guys really had me testing my limits. And that's precisely our topic this week on Made, leaving the comfort zone. I'm Chris Kober, welcome. We don't want to be bogged down with details, do we? It is the result that counts. Well, sometimes it's the details that unveil an inconvenient truth. Take meat production. We know that for us to be able to slap that steak on our grill, an animal needs to die. Often enough in anything but a gentle or respectful way. Our reporter Kai Steinecke, an avid meat lover, decided he wants to leave his comfort zone and does want to know how the sausage gets made, literally. A word of warning, the report contains scenes some viewers may find disturbing.
I am going to slaughter one of these animals. They belong to Wendelin Schmucke. He farms sheep the traditional way. His family has been doing this since 1750. His sheep are out to pasture for most of the year. But it's hard to find enough grazing land.
The sheep need about a hectare a day, that is.
A hectare every day?
Yes, a hectare for 700 sheep.
So this whole field is only enough for today. When they've had their fill, the flock will go home to the farm.
I hope the ones that I'm gonna slaughter are going to be bigger.
Oh yes, this one is bigger. It's 6 months old and weighs about 40 kilos.
That's huge.
I had no idea how quickly they grow.
I really don't know if I can do this.
I'm grappling with the fact that we kill animals so we can eat meat, and that I'm going to kill this lamb. First, we have to take it to the slaughterhouse.
Yeah, you really can feel the 40 kilograms.
It's a 10-minute drive, nothing in comparison to the lengthy journeys to the slaughterhouse that livestock often face. Marco Kerr will be by my side throughout the process. He's been a butcher for more than 10 years, and he only slaughters what people bring him for their own consumption, like this lamb that I've bought.
Das ist das Schlachthaus hier und hier werden wir das gleich machen.
What was it like for you the first time?
Ja, das erste Mal.
Yeah, you don't forget the first time. I had to leave the room. It was all a bit much.
Das war ein bisschen viel. Gar nicht so,
Not because of the blood, but the fact that an animal is dying.
Und das wird dir erst bewusst.
You don't really grasp that until you see it. And when it's done, you can't undo it.
Aber
But we'll manage.
wir schaffen das schon. Wir schaffen das. Oh Gott.
Marco shows me how to use a bolt gun. It destroys the sheep's brain, and it won't feel anything afterwards.
Ein bisschen Gewicht und locker in der Hand halten.
Hold it loosely and then press once.
Einfach trauen.
That was it.
Oh!
Ja.
That's like a real gun.
Ja.
And now the lamb's head is in the firing line.
All is good, all is good. Oh my God.
Höchster Punkt.
Ja.
Highest point, draw a line. There.
Finger weg.
Take your fingers away.
Immer den Finger weg.
Ja.
So. Auf.
On the head and pull the trigger. Knife, slice it through, all the way.
Durchstechen, richtig. Durch.
And again.
Ich muss mal einmal. Oh Gott, Jesus.
That's a lot of blood. That's a lot of blood.
Das war's.
That was it. It's over.
Hat er's geschafft.
So, how was it?
It's all happening so fast. I think I'll need time to process that. I've killed an animal.
Great shot, really.
But that was just the first step. We're still a long way from having any chops or sausages. First, cut off the head, then the legs and the pelt. That's easier than I'd expected. This isn't mass production. Not everybody can get a lamb like this.
That's true, but that's what makes it special. And it's what makes it sustainable. People approach the whole thing in a different way, especially with an animal like this.
We still need to get rid of the guts. Now it's left to hang overnight. That makes it easier to process.
I think what happened back in that slaughterhouse will forever be burned into my mind. The noises, the sounds, the smells, but it's the only way that sustainably eating meat is actually possible, because doing this in the masses of meat we eat today is absolutely impossible. But still, for me, I don't really know if I'm ever going to walk into a supermarket again and be like, yeah, I'm going to eat that meat.
The next morning, it's time to harvest the meat we've worked so hard for. Taking the carcass apart isn't any easier, it turns out.
And there goes the shoulder.
Yes! About 20 kilograms of the lamb are lost in the process, mainly the pelt and the guts. That looks great.
How about a sausage for starters?
I'm not going to lie, this tastes really, really good. And I don't feel guilty about it because the lamb had a good life and a good death. And I'm not turning vegetarian, but it's only for special occasions, really. When you slaughter animals like we used to do 100 or 150 years ago, and like we just did, you also need to eat meat like we used to 100 or 150 years ago. That means only a steak a week, and that's it.
Oh my, what a day for a reporter. Leaving your comfort zone doesn't always happen voluntarily. People losing their jobs because businesses are suffering under pandemic restrictions. Now, that's a real problem. But maybe this crisis can also offer opportunities. Entrepreneur Ernest Darko might have some advice for you, even if you're not into large-scale health systems development like he is.
The COVID pandemic has really turned the world upside down. So here are the 5 tips to boost your career in the context of a pandemic. It's really important to focus on things that you're passionate about. Even if in the overall sense of your career, it's hard to find, the thing to be passionate about. I grew up in a situation where healthcare was always poor, clinics were always overcrowded. Halfway through my medical career, I realized that if I really want to make a difference in these types of environments, I needed to be a doctor of systems, not just of people. Many years later, here I am basically running a company that is focused on helping countries fix their systems at large scale. If it's not easy to get out of bed to go to that job or to go do that particular thing I've chosen to do, then I know I'm probably doing the wrong thing. Lift off. If in particular you're in a career that's very much dependent, for example, on seeing people, and we know that going into lockdown and isolation is the norm, it's definitely going to impact your career or your profession negatively. So do that assessment really quickly to understand whether it's going to diminish or create opportunities for you. Lift off. If there is an opportunity, try and figure out how am I going to work myself into that opportunity. So if I can now innovate in order to now meet this new demand, yes, I cannot see people in person, but there's this huge demand now. How can I innovate basically to meet this new opportunity? So we developed a screening app, for example, that community workers who are going to do the door-to-door COVID screening could use to capture the screening and the result of the screening in real time. Look at tech enabling yourself, using technology to allow you to innovate, using technology to allow you to meet the new opportunities that are presented by COVID, as opposed to purely being a victim to what COVID has done. So technology can be a game changer in many cases. It allows you to scale yourself up. It allows you to be accessible by your clients in ways that probably might actually be better than pre-COVID. As we've seen with COVID, things keep changing, right? Everything from having first wave to second wave to learning new things about the disease that then changes the policy environment, that then changes the rules. You'll know you're adapting in the right way if you're maintaining your clients, if you're maintaining quality and you're maintaining satisfaction with what you're doing. I know it may sound like a bit of a luxury to be in a position where you can do all of these things because some people may not actually have these options. But to the extent that you can, I think it's important that you do so. And I've seen some amazing examples of people doing this and in fact, not only surviving the pandemic, but actually thriving in the context of all of the challenges that COVID-19 has brought.
Readjusting your career can be difficult, no doubt, particularly if your plan was to have one of the coolest jobs ever, flying a plane. But we know the pandemic has been an utter nightmare for the travel business. The global airline body IATA says air traffic this year is expected to be 66% lower than last. So it's been a huge mess for the sector up to this point, and even with bookings slowly recovering, German flagship carrier Lufthansa has suggested that would-be pilots in its prestigious flight academy might have to rethink their plans.
Flying free as a bird over majestic landscapes, it's an appealing prospect for many. The videos about Lufthansa's pilot training program in the United States are a favorite with Lukas Heim. The 22-year-old moved to Bremen a year ago with his girlfriend to start his training at the European Flight Academy, the Lufthansa Group's training school in Germany. Now they're packing up and leaving Bremen. In March, the course was suspended. 700 would-be pilots were left hanging. For Lukas, it's been a very trying time.
They just kept stalling and putting us off. First they said the course would start up again in May, then in September, then next January. Since it's all so unclear, it's time for us to leave. We can't keep paying rent for this flat. We came to Bremen so that I could become a pilot and Svea could go to university. But our time here is now over.
After many months in a kind of suspended animation, would the training resume or wouldn't it, Lukas and Svea made the difficult decision to give up and go home.
We had a plan when we moved here. Lukas was going to complete his training. And now we're leaving again, and he hasn't completed it. It's like running in a marathon and turning back halfway and never reaching the finish line.
Lufthansa, Germany's biggest airline, was brought to its knees by the collapse in air travel caused by the pandemic. It was saved from bankruptcy by a €9 billion bailout. Half its fleet remains grounded. The head of Lufthansa Aviation Training, Stefan Kenan-Scheib, says the airline has 1,000 pilots more than it needs.
We tell our student pilots quite candidly that the prospects for becoming a pilot are very, very bad right now because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the financial situation of the Lufthansa Group. We're losing 500 million euros every month. It's our duty to be open to the students and tell it like it is.
Most aviation industry analysts say the demand for pilots after the pandemic is hardly likely to soar. They don't see air travel picking up significantly until 2025. Most of the youngsters who have had to halt their training need a job to get by. Caroline Bösner was in the United States when she heard the course had been suspended. Now she's back living with her parents in Leipzig and working at an Amazon logistics center.
It wasn't easy, but I had to take a pragmatic approach. I knew I couldn't just sit around at home, but I had to do something. And it wouldn't be a bad thing to make some money. You don't earn anything as a student pilot. On the contrary, it's more like burning money.
Many student pilots now find themselves in a precarious financial situation. They are by far not the only group of people in need of work, as the pandemic and ensuing lockdown measures shuttered entire industries.
People who worked in tourism or food service are coming to us. They say either they need a job as a stopgap measure or they want to change careers entirely.
Caroline Bösner says for her, working at Amazon is temporary. She's not given up her long-standing dream of becoming a pilot. She remains as committed as ever.
I absolutely still want to fly. I'm not going to give up on my dream. It's anchored within me and it's not going to go away. I flew all over Florida. It was fantastic. And then suddenly I was back in cold Germany. I can't imagine doing anything else. So I have to find a way to finish my training. If need be, without Lufthansa.
200 minimum.
The enthusiasm may be great, but facts on the ground are not encouraging. Lufthansa has recommended its students actually give up rather than wait for the course to restart. If they complete the programme, they're going to be charged 80,000 euros, and they won't have the guarantee of a job, as used to be the case. Lucas's father, Christopher Heim, is appalled. He's been a pilot at Lufthansa for 32 years.
This sounds to me rather like coercion. If I agree to terminate the training contract, everything will be fine. If I don't and want to fulfill my dream, then a huge sum of money comes due. I don't like that. I think it's dishonorable.
It's quiet and empty at the European Flight Academy in Bremen. This is the first time Lucas Heim has been inside since March. He too remains determined to become a pilot, despite the difficult conditions prevailing right now. Though he says he doesn't yet know how he's going to do that.
What I would like is for them to say, when we restart pilot training, we'll take you guys first, or that they at least certify our test results.
But Lufthansa has not made any such commitment. Nor does CEO Carsten Spohr have any words of encouragement for the students. He's already indicated that Lufthansa will have no more work for tens of thousands of its employees.
As with all professions and at all German universities, there are no guarantees of jobs in the future. And that is the case here too. Aviation remains a fascinating industry for young people too. But I think we have to face reality. In the years ahead, there are going to be too many people for the jobs available. Anybody planning a career in aviation has to take this into account.
The pandemic could end the dreams of an entire generation of would-be pilots.
2020 has brought dread, distress, and disappointment, sure, but there are exceptions. E-commerce has seen an unprecedented boom. And with people having second thoughts about standing in line at crowded malls, trade experts believe online shopping revenue in Germany will be up almost 20% this year. But my colleague Olaf Krieger feels Christmas is not about the presents. It's what we make of it, now more than ever.
Christmas is what we make of it.
Oh, how joyfully, oh, how merrily, Christmas cometh with its grace divine.
Christmas comes with grace in this of all years? Really?
Krieger, is that you? What are you doing here?
How about a bit of Christmas in these troubled times?
Come on in, we can decorate and we can chat.
You have children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. How many altogether?
I have 3 kids of my own, 2 girls and a boy, 5 grandchildren and 4 great-grandchildren.
What's your favorite Christmas memory?
My childhood, with my parents and grandparents and with my kids when they were little, in the Ore Mountains.
And who helped decorate?
Just me.
Alone?
Yes, I start putting up the decorations in early December, but I wait until the 23rd to get the tree ready. Not a day earlier.
No one helps?
I don't want any help.
How about the food?
Really?
Yes, absolutely.
Christmas Eve is lentils with sausages. The next day, potato salad and maybe roast goose with red cabbage and kale from this garden.
From your garden?
Yes. So tell me, Krieger, how is Christmas with your family? Do you spend Christmas at home or do you go somewhere?
I'm going to try to be with my mother, but it might not be possible. She's in a home, and I may not be allowed in. But we hope that whatever the conditions, we can celebrate Christmas and be together. We can make that happen somehow. I hope. But suppose we can't meet up the way we used to at Christmas.
Yeah, if my son comes, we'll sit together with him and my daughter-in-law and my grandchild. And for everyone else, we have the phone.
Our Christmas lights. Suddenly people are so important again. Forget about the presents. Christmas won't be cancelled. It'll just be different. Let's have more light.
Let's have more light. What a splendid idea. That's our show. Thanks for watching. See you back here next week.
I mean, how can anyone think that if I tell him to do a will, it means that I wish him dead? He himself he's a dense person.
We have a lot of clergymen dabbling into this whole thing, mystifying it, concocting it with relating to end time and the rest of it, and then creating a lot of fear.
Yes, you know there's unemployment. Yes, you know there's insecurity, and then we should be coming down. We shouldn't be talking. Seriously, just this week, you have increased the electricity tariff again from 2 naira to 4 naira.
4 naira.
So what is that? And then when we talk, Femi Additional tells us we're waiting. Really? When Ghana is giving free electricity to citizens? Are you for real?
There's a joke about these monkeys because they come within the estates next door and they'll carry your pot of soup from fire. So now I know why. It's because we're the ones inhabiting their space.
We're the one inhabiting their space. The monkeys are protesting, and that is what we're having.
Hello and welcome to Plus Reports, a compilation of the headline stories and event that made the news recently. I'm Jacinta Oyuko. There is no greater asset to Africa than its youths. According to United Nations, Africa is attributed to a high rate of youth unemployment and underemployment, with the demography making up to 60% of the figure. This could be attributed to lack of financial literacy and poor employability skills. Recently, I was at a press briefing organized for special recognition of young people who have demonstrated exemplary leadership. Take a listen.
It is said that there is no successful nation as well as any continent without her youth's involvement in capacity building. Thus, young people representing different African countries believe gone are those days for blames and excuses.
There are a lot of issues and challenges. There are a lot of problems. And I just believe we shouldn't be waiting for the government every time. This is the time for we, the youth of Africa, to stand up. We can't depend on the government 100%. I think there's the limit to what they can do.
If you're a youth and you're not doing anything for your community, that's an excuse. You have so much potential. As I was saying on the stage, we're all blessed with gifts. No matter what your gift is, it's meant to help somebody else. We all have potential. Everybody has potential. Every single person has potential.
Exploring and expanding leadership potentials in Africa was also highlighted at the gathering.
Irrespective of the challenges that Africa may currently be going through, we have bright minds that have so many innovative ideas, especially in the area of technology.
I really want to encourage most African graduates that it's not about the history which you study in university, it's not about the anthropology, it's not about the biochemical sciences or whatever you studied. It's about getting a skill which can make you fit in the job market.
It does not matter what the government is doing. We youth are the largest, occupy the largest population in our countries, and it is our responsibility to go out and to volunteer and to also cooperate in the initiatives that our governments are doing in our countries. And in that way, we'll be able to develop as African countries as a whole.
Technology is rapidly changing the employment landscape, generating jobs that demand a range of digital skills. The youths are therefore encouraged not to wait any further in contributing to the growth and development of the continent.
Well, the take-home message here is that there's no time for blame game again. There are so much that can be done with our youthfulness to develop the society. Away from youths and leadership, again, Nigerian government increased electricity tariff by over 50%. The hike is coming barely 2 months after the implementation of a controversial tariff increase. Anita Felix and this next report took a look at how Nigerians are taking the news.
In November 2020, many Nigerians opposed the hike in electricity tariff, with an outcry on social media and protest on the street. This was, however, reverted when the labor unions also demanded return to pump price when it was increased. 3 months later, in January 2021, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, surreptitiously increased the tariff, though it insisted it hasn't. Here's how Nigerians have been reacting to the news.
The bill they brought for us, each flat is 20,000. Can you imagine? There is one flat that man is Alhaji. He doesn't stay around. They still bring 20,000 for him.
Last year we paid 1,000 in the company, you understand? But now you are paying 3,500. It's very bad.
Last week now, I recharged my meter 5K. You never even reach how many days. The thing don't finish. Why should they increase the tariff?
The regulatory body said the increase in electricity tariff is because of a 14.9% inflation rate rise in November 2020. Foreign exchange of 379.4 naira to a dollar as of December 29, 2020. Available generation capacity, US inflation rates of 1.22%, and the capital expenditure of the power firms to raise the tariff. But the people are concerned about the survival of small businesses.
Some business, small business, they are going down now, and with the pandemic, I think they should just, if there is a way they can just bring the tariff down, because so many people are out of jobs.
Economic analyst Gbolahan Olojede recommends that the government adopts the pay-as-you-earn system in power billing to cushion the effects of the recession and the pandemic on low-income earners.
The lowest rung of the ladder needs help. And it is the duty of the people that are up there to carry them along. So the people up there carry a higher burden while the lower people carry a lower thing.
The Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, is determined not to take this sitting down, just like they did in 2020. The Congress has issued a warning to the government to reverse the increase in electricity tariffs or face an unprecedented industrial resistance. Anetta Felix, Plus TV Africa.
Meanwhile, the hike has been suspended as at the time this report was filed. Now to ravaging COVID-19 pandemic. Days after the Yuletide season was over, Plus TV Africa tried to find out how Nigerians celebrated amid the virus, if they were mindful or not.
The Yuletide celebration is over, and Nigerians have ushered in the new year 2021 with COVID-19 still staring in the face. Some pertinent questions require answers in the wake of the second wave of the infection. How did Nigerians celebrate? Did they observe preventive measures? Were they carried away in the spirit of the season, or were they careful?
Not 100%. I wouldn't say so. So the way everybody is just feeling less concerned about everything. So I won't say they are careful.
We went to church and we observed that before the 12, that curfew period, everybody just left and all like that. So we were careful.
Most people don't wear face masks anymore. Just only when they want to go to the bank or places that is very reserved, that's when they wear face masks.
Yeah, people are careful, and we see a lot of other people that are not really very careful. And this as a result of the fact that, like, when you don't see people dying around you, so you feel less concerned about the whole thing.
Plus TV Africa speaks to a medical expert via telephone. He believes the people need to do their part, as government has done its own.
In all fairness, government has done enough, because it has reached a level whereby people have to take responsibility for their own health. So the government aspect of it is to generate awareness, which has been done, to provide necessary infrastructure to ensure that those who have symptoms are tested, which is available. So I think now the only thing that is lacking is the fact that a lot of people are thrown caution to the winds and they are doing whatever they like, forgetting that the COVID-19 is still here with us.
Another question hovers. Is it not time for the government to bring back the isolation centers?
It's very expensive to manage COVID-19 cases. The best thing to do for us is to ensure that we take personal and individual responsibility to ensure that we protect ourselves.
The fight against the pandemic should be a collective one, and not to frustrate or disrespect the government's directives.
Sadly, we do not have a choice than to observe all the preventive protocols to stay alive, especially when the vaccines are yet to arrive the country. Still on the pandemic, in this next report, a cross-section of Lagos residents have expressed worry over possibility of a second lockdown following the rise and the spread of COVID-19. Plus TV's Africa's Mary Chenda filed the report.
10 months after the first COVID-19 lockdown was imposed on Nigerians, there are fears of a second lockdown with numbers spiking up by the day. On January the 5th, the Nigerian Center for Disease Control, NCDC, announced 1,354 new cases of COVID-19 in Nigeria, totaling 92,705 confirmed cases, 76,396 discharged persons, and 1,319 deaths. These figures have put a lot of people in the panic mode.
COVID-19 is real.
People are still going about their business, people are still going to parties and all that. So people are not, I don't think they are really taking the second wave that seriously.
Some say another lockdown would be totally unacceptable despite the rise in statistics.
Nigeria will not survive for the second lockdown.
But we can't really stop, we can't start the lockdown again. The lockdown will be bad.
Because people have suffered a lot in the past lockdown. So it affects so many things, and we can't start that again in 2021.
But this respondent thinks another lockdown holds the solution.
People's lives are involved here, so I feel if it gets to that point where there should be a lockdown, there should be, because we're not really observing social distancing on its own.
just 5th of January, here is the distribution. Lagos has 712 new cases. The FCT has 145 new cases. Kaduna has 54, Rivers 37, and Enugu 20. Yet, there are still some who don't believe that COVID-19 is real.
I said coronavirus to me is not real. It's not real in Africa, so not only Nigeria. We see countries that have coronavirus. It's killing them in tens of hundreds, thousands.
With African countries like South Africa taking the second wave of COVID-19 seriously by imposing a national lockdown and a ban on international flights, health experts have called for strictness in curbing the spread of the virus.
Locking down is not going to pay us because poverty is going to kill us more than COVID. We have to be very realistic about our country. My advice as an epidemiologist is simple. Let us strictly enforce the social distancing rules. And this means hand, space, and face. Let people wear their face mask.
Irrespective of government's determination to prevent a second wave of COVID-19, experts believe that it may just be inevitable if the attitude of Nigerians does not change. Mary Chinda for Plus TV Africa.
We definitely don't pray for second lockdown, but how much are we all doing in observing these protocols to at least control the spread? Reactions have continued to trail border reopening after almost a year and a half of closure, which came as a surprise. Details in this next report.
The commercial isolation ordered unilaterally without consultation had not been appreciated by Nigeria's neighbors affected by the measure. It was a subject that came up often behind the scenes at every meeting of the region leaders. Nigeria could not keep its borders closed indefinitely, and this reopening was not a Christmas present. It came a few days before the entry into force of the African Continental Free Trade Area on January 1. Although the benefits of the border closure have been seemingly very slim, the reopening is only partial. The cross-border marketing of products such as rice and chicken, for example, remains prohibited. Business developer and serial entrepreneur Chris Imomwalen says the policy framework may not favor some businesses.
The policy have been made, the policy have been adjusted again. I think there is a good and bad to it. But of course, policy change often a time like this does not really tell well to business environment, does not really encourage investor to want to invest in a nation. A lot of persons are careful in investing in those products that closure of border would have helped.
The benefit of the measure has been to curb imports, notably via the port of Cotonou in Benin, such as rice and fuel, which were destined to the Nigerian markets. But for the time being, the Nigerian agri-food industry and oil refineries may have not improved their performance.
A lot of investors came into rice farming in Nigeria. You know that the statistics of farmers that went into farming of rice and other products that usually were smuggled in from neighboring countries grew, and consumption of Nigerians for local rice also grew, and I think it was effective. And I think if there is, even if with the reopening of the border, if there is a strong enforcement from our border patrol agencies, the custom and the rest of them.
As Nigerians and indeed Africa welcome all the benefits derivable from the border reopening and indeed the new free trade area which is in force, the country has been advised to carry stakeholders along in its policy formulation.
Well, another angle to it is that opening of the borders without effective strategies in place to combat smuggling may see a reversal of the fortunes of the companies that had previously benefited from the border closure. You're watching Plus Reports on Plus TV Africa. We will be right back after this break.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Cross Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Thanks for staying with us. Another recent trend, of course, from the social media is the case of paternity fraud. Plus TV Africa's correspondent Osaruge Ogbonwa took a look at this with other angles to the conversation.
The conversation around paternity fraud is trending across Nigeria, with recent tales of fathers finding out that they may not be the true parents of their kids. The most recent being the case of the current managing director of the First City Monument Bank, Adam Nuru, and accusations against him involving a female junior staff. Unverified statistics from a few years ago stated that Nigeria had the second highest rate of paternity fraud in the world, only second to Jamaica. These figures have not been completely verified with data or statistics, but it has started a conversation nationwide about infidelity in Nigerian marriages and the high occurrence of workplace relationships in our society.
A lady working in an organization spends more, even a man, you spend more time in the office than at home. And so you relate more with your colleagues in the office. And so as a spouse, take time to communicate. You started by communicating. You must end with communication. So, but in the absence of communication, just like you say, when you don't talk to your kids, somebody will talk to them. In the absence of communication, be sure that somebody else is talking to your partner.
Many times as adults, as we make decisions, we tend not to understand the long-term effects. And I would say that I can only hope that in the midst of all that's going on, the children are thought about and the long-term effects on the children are considered.
The cost of DNA testing in Nigeria may also be one of the factors working against its popularity.
Many of Nigerian facilities are primary care centers and secondary centers that are not really prepared or advanced for DNA testing. So it's not readily available in Nigeria, but is accessible in Nigeria as well.
Paternity fraud is real, but will our society and culture accept that the very definition of fatherhood may be changing, or that the emotional ties between a man and the child are just as important as the biological relationship? Osaruge Ogbonwa, reporting for Plus TV Africa.
Sadly, it is reported that Nigeria ranks high in paternity fraud. While the debate continues across different platforms, the consensus here is that there is no illegitimate child, and the children in this case must be protected irrespective of who is right or wrong. And this is on Osun State, where the governor, Boyega Oyetola, has restated its commitment to setting the state on the path of sustainable economic revolution.
Governor of Osun State, Boyega Oyetola, stated this position at the inter-religious service organized for the state civil servants to usher in the new year at work. Governor Oyetola, who was represented by his deputy, Benedict Alabi, urged workers to redouble their efforts in a view to realizing government's visions.
I must equally challenge you to work harder this year. Your commitment to improve service delivery is central to increase productivity.
He also promised to continue to ensure the state bureaucracy becomes one of the most equipped and remunerated in the country.
Our state is only as worthy or as efficient to the extent to which you contribute your individual quota to our collective aspiration.
Religious leaders offered prayers for the state and those at the aim of affairs. In their separate sermons, Dr. Taufik Abdulhamed and Apostle Victor Musadumi urged the gathering to change their ways and shun all acts capable of incurring the wrath of God.
As we begin the year 2021, it is important that we commit our affairs in the hands of God once again, beseeching Him for His grace, mercy, and benevolence on the state and entire world for an end to this pandemic and other social crises.
Repentance has to do with changing your behavior, changing your attitude, changing your disposition. If you claim to be a Muslim, be a good ambassador of Islam. If you claim to be a Christian, be a good ambassador of Christianity.
Iṣẹ́ tí Olúwa gbé fún wa ní ọdún yìí nìyẹn. Iṣẹ́ gbé kákànjẹ́ olórí kan wá máa ń gbé àpò wa lámọ̀ kó gbogbo kúrò sí.
To ensure that the event is in compliance with NCDC safety protocols on COVID-19, only workers on grade level 12 and above were in attendance.
The U.S. 2020 presidential election between incumbent President Donald Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden has been riddled with lots of intrigue, controversies, suspense, and truths. Our correspondent Destiny Momo gave a review of the electoral journey between the two political giants and the aftermath of November 3rd poll.
It's risky, but you got to get out.
The 45th President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, and the 46th President-elect, Joe Biden, had some pivotal moments from a dizzying election year. At the beginning of the year 2020, things were looking up for the Republican president. Impeachment trial ended in Senate, with him being cleared on 2 charges brought by Democrats. The fallout from the Mueller report was no longer hanging over his head. The economy was roaring and prospects of his re-election looked relatively strong. Trump delivered a coronavirus address March 11, 2020, after weeks of downplaying the coronavirus threat, with cases skyrocketing in the country. Trump delivered a rare national address from the Oval Office in an attempt to reassure a jittery public.
We're years ahead on vaccines, and they're going to be distributed very shortly. I mean, frankly, it's a big political deal going on where they don't want it to be before the election.
For Biden, he won South Carolina primary on February 29, 2020, after disappointing finishes in the lower caucuses and New Hampshire primary. Joe Biden's presidential bid looked bright. Democratic hopeful Bernie Sanders dropped out on April 8, 2020, trailing Biden badly in delegates, with the coronavirus outbreak paralyzing the nation. Bernie Sanders became the final rival for the Democratic nomination to drop out of the race. The first Trump-Biden debate happened on September 29, 2020, needing something to turn his fortunes around. Trump came into his first debate with Biden looking for a fight.
My transition team is already working on what I'll put forward in the next Congress to address the multiple crises we're facing, especially our economic and COVID crises.
After a large turnout of voters for both candidates, making the largest in America's 240 years democracy, Biden won convincing, both with majority votes and Electoral College. Despite this, U.S. President Donald Trump said he will leave the White House if the Electoral College confirms Joe Biden's victory in the election. But speaking to reporters, he suggested he might never concede, alleging again without evidence there was massive fraud in the vote. In a dramatic form, Trump's supporters invaded the Capitol Hill to stop the certification of Biden's victory on the 6th of January. Worse still, the president urged the supporters on which led to him being suspended from Twitter and Facebook come January 20, 2021. Joe Biden and his running mate Kamala Harris will be sworn in as the 46th President of the United States, barring another unforeseen circumstances. Destiny Momo, reporting for Plus TV Africa.
Soon in this January 2021, Americans should have the 46th president. Hopefully, that should end this drama. And that's a wrap on today's edition of Plus Reports. But before we go, let's remind you to follow us on Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. I'm Jacinta Obiuku. Thanks for watching.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you don't talk, they go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
APC and PDP in Rivers State are at it again. Sacked chairman vowed to stop the April 17 Rivers State local government elections. And alarm bells go off as DSS warns of plans of religious violence, and Khan says it means to cause panic. What is really happening? Well, this is Plus Politics, and I am Mariana Cohn. The sacked 22 local government chairmen and councillors elected under the former governor, Rotimi Amechi, in Rivers State have threatened to stop the scheduled local government elections in the state. The chairmen who were elected on the platform of the All Progressive Congress, APC, were sacked under the administration of the incumbent governor, Nyesom Wike. They stated that it would be contempt of court if the state goes ahead to hold the local government polls as scheduled for 17th of April 2021. Now, speaking for the elected APC chairman and councillors, we're being joined by Honourable Shogbe Eli, and he said that the sacked chairman and councillors have vowed to return to the Court of Appeal on February 1, 2021, where the appeal over their sack is pending. And also joining us live from River State is Eugene Abels. He is a political commentator, and of course he is a citizen of River State. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so I'm going to start with you, Sobe Eli. I know I have spoken with you over and over again on this case. It has dragged on for so long. And I'm guessing that a lot of people may have even forgotten about this issue. But here we are again, years down the line, and 23 sacked local government chairmen and councillors are back at it. What exactly is this about this time?
Well, thanks for having me one more time, and good evening, my brother Eugene. It's same old story. Same old story. Some set of Nigerians from Rivers State who belong to the People's Democratic Party in 2015 thought it fit and probably wise not to run for the council elections declared that year to hold on May 23rd. They approached the Federal High Court seeking an order of injunction to restrain INEC from releasing the voters' register to RESEC for the purpose of conducting elections. And they had their grievances. Now we have moved on from that point. The elections held, I may not want to bother with the details, but the Federal High Court, then presided over by Justice Lambert Kambi, nullified the elections against the rule of the game. We filed a motion for him to hear us as council chairman. The motion was before him, he didn't hear us, and nullified the elections. That's the beginning of this journey. We filed an appeal at the Court of Appeal Port Harcourt, seeking leave of the court to appeal the judgment as an interested party. In the wisdom of the appeal court, on June 20, 2016, that was granted. I will enter the appeal, compiled and transmitted records to the appeal court. So we're set to go. But our friends on the other side, again for reasons best known to them alone, ran to the Supreme Court and filed two motions. One, to stay proceedings at the Court of Appeal, the court below, and the other to challenge the decision of the Court of Appeal. Madam, we were there for over 2 years. Those appellants, RESEC, ironically, that conducted elections, and the PDP ran down the clock for over 2 years and did nothing at the Supreme Court. In December of 2019, the Supreme Court dismissed the applications and awarded a cost of 1 million naira against them, 1 million naira to each set of respondents. First to 23rd respondents, one set, 25th respondent, and 26th. To this date, they have not paid. We're back at the appeal court in Port Harcourt since then, and we'll be there for 5 solid times. We're going back again on the 1st of February, after the last adjournment in October 2020. Right? And here we are. The same thing they did the last time. Instead of coming to defend the judgment of the Federal Court that gave them the councils, they're running helter-skelter, looking for where to do elections. That's the question we're asking, are we not Nigerians? Are we not entitled to be heard?
Mr. Eugene, let me bring you in here. There are people who have said, just like the PDP, that this election that was, of course, thrown out by the government of Nyesom Wike was termed illegal. They said that there was a court injunction against that election, even holding in the first instance under former Governor Rotimi Amechi at the time, but then they still proceeded, which had led to all of this imbroglio that we're facing right now. With what Sobeye has said and the fact that he's claiming that they've gone to court and they have won the PDP and the government of Governor Nyesom Wike 5 times clearly, is it not a process that should allow for the PDP and the APC to face off clearly again at the polls instead of having to drag this on in court? I will come back to you, Sobeye, but I want to hear from Eugene.
First of all, the judiciary in Nigeria is over 50 years old, and it's embarrassing that we see this kind of things play out. And it makes people to worry We all have seen in the past 20 years that local government elections, where the ruling party takes it all, it has become the bane, so people don't have any belief or faith in it. The state electoral offices, people have seen them serially raped, serially abused, so nobody has faith in local elections. So we are also not surprised the quality of governance which we get from the local government areas. Don't forget, for a reason, politics was made local. For you to register for a party, you must go to your local ward. It was for a reason to bring development close to the people. But this minor responsibility has been given to the states to manage. Look at how they've, whether it be in Anambra, whether it be in Lagos, wherever, it has been the same story from 1999. And it's abusive, it is disgraceful, and you saw how the tables suddenly changed. Late in the day, the Rotimi Amechi administration ran that election. And because the PDP people then, whom they were former members, didn't have faith in it, so they ran to the courts. But it was the right of that administration to run the elections. And those who ran, they won the election supposedly, yeah, and they went to the courts. Now, bringing it back to the judiciary, we saw a recent example where the President of the United States of America said that the elections that were conducted, which were mostly state-run, where he found he was not happy with it. His counsels went to court about 33 or 34 times, but the judicial system ensured that every issue that was put before them were adequately dealt with. Why will these 22 local government chairmen suffer like this? Why will the judiciary allow this kind of misnomer to take place? Now you're getting conflicting signals. I know that the matter was thrown out at the Akembi level. They went to the industrial court, got a judgment. The PDP is on one side doing its own, the APC is on one side doing its own. There's supposed to be an arbiter, and that arbiter is the judicial system. So when they say that cliche that we borrowed, that the judiciary is the last hope of the country, is a lie. It's not true in Nigeria. It is an aberration. This is embarrassing. It shouldn't happen. The judiciary, particularly the Judicial Council, NJC, is supposed to call everybody involved in the matter and let the matter be trashed out clearly for the sake of precedence. It doesn't make sense. Now, if Sogbe has stated the history of it, is it his right the right to go to court? Yes, they're seeking redress. Whether you're happy with it or not, it does not matter. It is the right of the judiciary to say, now, within the confines of the law, both of the federal electoral laws or those governing establishment of state electoral offices and the right of politicians to play at that level. This is what we're ruling. And what Court A is saying should be what the final court is saying. And we shouldn't see this kind of shenanigans going on. It is not nice. It's not palatable. It's unfortunate.
Well, Eugene, I want to ask another question. This is something that we see, and it's not just detail for River State. It's what we're seeing. The governors seem to be, high-handed when it comes to local governments, whether it's their finances, whether it's the elections. Several states, as we speak right now, including Rivers. In fact, Rivers is one of the states that has decided to run local government elections, but there's so many states who have not in any way run local government elections for a very long time. Instead, they have what they call an ad hoc committee, or they just, handpick people from their camps to run for these offices. And this has happened over time. Right after the Obasanjo administration, we saw this happen over and over. But it seems that you are not necessarily blaming politicians who have been perpetrating this, but you are pointing fingers to the courts, especially in the case of this 23 sacked chairmen and councillors. Why do you think that both the APC and the PDP have been going back and forth in court, apart from the fact that you're saying the system has failed? Don't you think that maybe the law in itself has so many loopholes, and maybe that's what these politicians have taken advantage of? Because if it was clear-cut, just like you made reference to the United States, we probably wouldn't still be having this issue drag on for so long, would we?
Yeah, we're basically saying the same thing. I'm saying that it has gotten to the point, after 5 years, this matter started in 2015. We're in 2021. and people are running back and forth in the courts. You know, we should stop this kind of things. And that, I suspect, should be the responsibility.
We keep saying we want things to stop or things to change. How do we go about it? Because we're still using the same constitution, the same laws. I mean, there's that saying of doing the same thing over and over and hoping for a change. But I mean, how do we go about it? We're looking for solutions here. If this must stop, if we must put an end to situations like this, where do we go? What do we do? What are the things that we need to address for this to change?
I suspect that the people responsible for this should be the National Judicial Council to call everybody to order. If they have to hold all kinds of meetings that are needed from the Chief Justice of the Federation, they have an administrative structure. They have the various segments of the justice system. They can sit down and clean up their house and say, look, we cannot permit this kind of things because these things are being recorded as precedent. Some of them are becoming laughable. So that the judiciary is supposed to make, the laws have been created, the judiciary is supposed to create the systems to ensure that they become near perfect. But as we go, we evolve. So that if there are gaps, the judiciary will point at it that, look, these are the gaps we have noticed. So, or there's a lacuna here that then they can throw that back to the National Assembly. But Nigeria is not bereft of laws. But we're saying that it is time for us to learn how to do things systematically as was done in the past when we were growing up as kids in this country. It's becoming more and more messy. I don't want to go into all kinds of rulings that we have seen. We've seen somebody lose an election because a judge that was sitting in a tribunal didn't sign an attendance register. We've seen somebody lose, and for all kinds of reasons. We've seen evidence taken from an employee while the state institution that is supposed to grant evidence was seated, they never consulted them. We saw that happen in Owerri. We cannot allow it. These are the things, when people lose hope in the system, we saw what happened in the Capitol Hill. So people, there's a reason why we have the judicial system. Their responsibility is to create order. When confusion comes like this, it is pushed back to them. They now define things. And if there's a lacuna, they point at it and push it back to the legislator. That look, we need to create this amendment or that. Remember the issues of electronic voters register and things like that. There have been improvements, but at 60 years, we cannot continue like this. This is an embarrassment. Let's stop this kind of things in Nigeria.
Back to you, Sogbe. You had a press conference yesterday, January 11, 2021, and I want to quote something that was said in that statement. You made a statement about the suppression of rights of the people of River State. You talked about subversion. You talked about it being capable of, provoking responses that could occasion a breakdown of law and order. And then you're also kicking against this election that is supposed to happen come April 17. What is your plan? Aside that you have a case in court that we really can't talk about, which is sometime in February. What do you hope to do? What do you hope to see change? Because from the look of things, the PDP government definitely will go ahead with this election. And what if they say, look, instead of continuing to drag this on in court, come and face us at the polls? Would you do it?
Well, Miriam, that's with respect to whosoever holds that view. That's grand stupidity. We wouldn't do that. That would be surrendering our rights to the rule of the thumb. If we wanted to do that, we would have done that 5 years ago. You mentioned that went to that industrial court. We have seen before Kombi, when he was not going to hear us. I mentioned here that after we merged as council chairman, we filed a motion to be heard for joining that. It's part of our practice. Now, the judge in his wisdom refused to do that. And even when the motion was for him, he gave an order to nullify the election. It's not done. Now, when we went to the industrial court, it was because he was not going to listen to us. That's why we went to the industrial court. That was before July 9, 2015. Now, come July 9, 2015, he had nullified the election for which he gave no order. Maybe I should read this. I need to lay the foundation so our audience to follow us well. On the 22nd day of April 2015, the same judge, when he took that matter, said the respondents be and are hereby ordered to appear in this court on Wednesday, the 29th of April 2015, to show cause why the order sought, that is prayer 5, shall not be made or granted. Maybe that's the order the PDP is mistaken to be an order to stop the election. We were not the respondents in that case. The respondents were INEC and RISEC. I'm talking about FHC/PH/CS/84/2015, which is the root of this crisis. Now we're saying a simple thing. We have gone beyond that point. We have filed an appeal as Nigerians. We're entitled to file an appeal. Mm-hmm. We should be heard. Now they ran to the Supreme Court and had come back from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court in this wisdom dismissed the appeal, and when the cause against them will have a case. Now they come back to Port Harcourt at the Appeal Court and file all sorts of motions to buy time. And you know, people say we don't respect the courts. The PDP has shown impunity of the highest order in this case. And as Nigerians were saying, it's against the rule of law. You can't do that to us. We are first and foremost Nigerians before we became politicians in PDP or APC. Now, the Nigerian Constitution gives us rights. And we're saying that those rights must be protected by anyone in government. Mm-hmm. Wike is governor of Rivers State. Wike is not governor of PDP. Wike is governor of Sugbeilai. I belong to Rivers State of Nigeria. Now, it's Wike's business to protect my rights. The same constitution, in this wisdom, allows for multi-party democracy. We all must not belong to the same political party. Now, the fact that I belong to the APC does not mean I have traded off my rights under the law. No. So back to the question whether or not what will happen. See, we are returning to the appeal court on the 1st of February 2021. It is left for the court in whose bosom lies the law to decide what will happen. We couldn't do anything when they did what they did in 2018 because at that point, the appeal court itself here, they have frozen the jurisdiction of the court. The jurisdiction of the court was frozen by the appeal they filed at the Supreme Court. So since the appeal court that couldn't do anything, we can't resort to self-help. So they went ahead and abused the judicial process, held another election. Now, we're back to where we started before. We should be talking about this by now. If they have a grounds, I had to say there's an order of court, some election, there's no order of court. I challenge the PDP, I challenge anyone in the PDP to produce one evidence. It's not there, it never happened. It never happened. What I read to you is what the judge said, to show cause. Why? Now, on that day, that 29th, the lawyer for RISEC at that time was BEI1 for SAN. He had gone to the appeal court and filed a motion to stay proceedings in the court below in the High Court. So that day, the court adjourned sine die. He never gave an order. Election cells was sworn in. Then he came back and somebody told him to invoke his supervisory jurisdiction. And do you know who that person is? Or who that person was? The same Emmanuel Chiwenwa Agoma, elder brother to Agoma, was cancelled the PDP. He was rewarded by Wike with the Office of Attorney General of Rivers State and simply transferred the case file from his private practice to the Office of Attorney General and sat on the Office of Attorney General's desk and then secretary this school.
Then again, his appointment, we really cannot tell if it was an award or not. He was appointed. We cannot really tell. I mean, that's just to put that out there.
Let me be clear. Mira, let me be clear on this. I said there's a difference between Emmanuel Agoma's counsel to the PDP pre-July 9, 2015, when that annulment came, and Emmanuel Agoma as Attorney General of Rivers State. Now, when he became Attorney General, and after I said it is his school, I said he, first and foremost, Wike nullified, Wike not only nullified elections, Wike disbanded all statutory appointees.
But he was appointed, he wasn't awarded, was he?
Excuse me. I'm laying the foundation. I'm laying the foundation. I told you that the Appeal Court had taken over this matter, and the Federal Court had just seen it there. Now, when he took over as Attorney General, he went and withdrew that appeal prematurely. So allow for the Federal Court to do what they did. 2, they nullified, they disbanded the RISEC headed by Professor Augustine Ahiazu, which appointed his tenured statutory appointment. The same thing they did to the boards of the River State Assembly Commission, River State Civil Service Commission, Rivers State Local Government Service Commission, all those boards were disbanded because they are APC members. But remember, President Muhammadu Buhari took over at the same time on May 29, 2015. And PDP members in federal boards stayed and ran their tenures down. That's what we're talking about here. You don't turn politics into governance and governance into politics. They're two different things. So we're saying that come February 1st, they should allow the due process of law prevail. This they are doing is sort of self-help. They're provoking us. And we're not ready to do anything that looks like it's illegal. Let the appeal courts that is the jurisdiction on the matter now, let them determine the case one way or the other. If the appeal court tomorrow wakes and says, guys, your case, you have no case here, go home. We'll go home. Then they can go ahead and run the elections. But pretending that we're not Nigerians or that we're Nigerians by assimilation, so we do not have rights under this constitution, is the height of provocation. They have done this for too long. And don't forget, the Supreme Court had ruled severally that local governments, governors should stop tampering local government councils. You just mentioned it here. When they do elections, when they conduct elections in all the states, the chairmen that are produced from all elections are from the governor's party. Mm-hmm. And it's affecting the quality of the grassroots
and hence my last question to you. Hence my last question to you, because we need to wrap this up. If you have just what you just said, this is a PDP government, and you hope, I'm hoping that the courts will do whatever they have to do, but you're hoping that you win an election and run as a local government of APC, because you were all 23 of you were of the APC. And you all won, obviously, because the governor that was in power was an APC governor, or a PDP governor turned APC. And you hope that you would win this court case and run a local government under a PDP administration. Quickly, in a few words, how well do you think that's going to fare?
Wike is a PDP governor serving his people under an APC federal government. Muhammadu Buhari is of the APC, Wike is of the PDP. I serve in any implosion. The bottom line is service to the people. That's the bottom line.
Has that been the case in Nigerian politics? Let's be very realistic. Which PDP person, as we speak, because you keep making reference to the Muhammad Buhari administration, which PDP person is serving on the Muhammad Buhari administration? Because you're saying he's the president of Nigeria. That's true. The president is the president for all, but which PDP person is serving on that administration?
Madam, I hope you're not mistaking appointees for elected persons.
I'm just saying, I know that there are governors who have been elected in their states and local governments, but I'm saying, you know what I mean when it comes to state elections. That's totally different from federal elections and House of Reps elections. I'm asking, in this regard of local government elections, how well do you think, I'm not preempting anything, I'm just asking a simple question, because you said that the governor is the governor of all, which is clear, of course. And don't forget, when you won that election, former Governor Rotimi Amechi was the governor. So you all won. It was a landslide victory. Yeah. There was not one person from the PDP who won in that election. So my question is...
The PDP did not contest. The PDP boycotted elections.
Because...
They didn't contest.
Exactly, and they had their reasons. They felt like the elections were not going to be free, fair, and credible. That's an issue.
Listen, Miriam,
that's another issue. And I'm not here to make a case for the PDP. I'm asking how well. I asked a simple question.
Let me make this point.
Hold on, sir. If you were to win this case, and I don't want to talk about the case, how well do you think that the relationship between you and the government of the day will work?
Okay, see. There's what they call the Rivers State Local Government Law that regulates the management and administration of the councils. There's also an institution known to law called the Rivers State Local Government Service Commission, where civil servants employed to work in the local government system who are not political appointees report to. For instance, as council chairman, I do not sign checks. I only approve schedules. It's the council treasurer and council head of personnel management that sign checks before I can access funds. The House of Assembly of the State, created under Section 90 of the 1999 Constitution, supervises the local government as well. So the governor has no problem regulating local government councils under him. They must not come from his party. There are statutory organs created by law and the Constitution that can regulate us. and have a harmonious relationship.
Okay, all right.
So,
I think you attempted my question, but Eugene, before we wrap this up, my next question is for Eugene Abels. Eugene, you have no dog in this fight. Obviously, you're not a politician in any way. How do you see this panning out? I mean, I asked him a question, and I don't know if he was able to answer it properly, but I want to ask you the same question. If this were to be the case, how well do you think this will work? Bearing in mind that we still have an issue with governors having to regulate local government councils as opposed to what the law indicates.
Well, even though we cry for things to be done properly, we know that they're all guilty of the same crimes. Don't forget that Sobe used to be a staunch member of the PDP. He was a local government chairman under the PDP, youth leader, troublemaker, everything. And if you go and see even the internal crisis in the APC before the last elections, you can see the shenanigans in the courts, what they turned the courts into, became ridiculous. So the political class of 1999, who are still in office, they're all of the same school, have the same bad habits. But you will not blame them. It's not their fault. It's the fault of the managers of the institutions who have refused to do what they are supposed to do. So this one stops at the table of the Chief Justice of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Stops at his table. If he wants that under his tenure, the judiciary was reduced to, it depends on what legacy he wants to leave behind. It is time for him to rein in the politicians, whether it be PDP or APC, and say, look, this is my watch, and this is how things must be done. There are institutions, so sanction lawyers, judges and lawyers in the judiciary. So it's for him, for the Chief Justice of Nigeria to do that which is necessary and clean up the system and make things begin to work. By now, I should expect that the federal level of the judiciary system should have started some form of collaboration with states and at the customary level, whereby some things that still happen don't happen anymore, so that there'll be some forms of standardizations. For instance, that all levels of people on the bench stop writing with their hand, that we begin to digitalize and automate the system, that it becomes a minimum standard that if you're seeking for an appeal, this is the minimum level of time which you must get it. I have an appeal I'm seeking. It's almost 5 years now. I don't have a date. I mean, I've been in court for over 20 years.
This is a whole kettle of fish on its own. We could go on for an hour talking about judiciary reforms, but I think this is a conversation that we have to have another day. But Sobeye is complicit both ways, as a politician and as a lawyer, because he's also part of the legal arm of government. So either ways, he has his hands full. But gentlemen, I want to thank you for being part of this conversation. We'll keep our fingers crossed and look forward to the court hearing come February 2021. And then from there, we'll obviously know what the way forward is. Sobeye Eli is a member of the All Progressive Congress in River State, and Eugene Abels is a political commentator. Thank you, gentlemen, for being part of the conversation.
Thanks for having us.
All right. Well, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll talk about the DSS and the recent alarm that they raised. Of course, CAN responded saying, do not cause panic. We'll be right back after the break.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent.
on the basis I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
I mean, how can anyone think that if I tell him to do a will, it means that I wish him dead? He himself is a dense person.
We have a lot of clergymen dabbling into this whole thing, mystifying it, concocting it with relating to end time and the rest of it, and then creating a lot of fear.
Yes, you know there's unemployment. Yes, you know there's insecurity, and then we should be coming down. We shouldn't be talking. Seriously, just this week, you have increased the electricity tariff again from 2 naira to 4 naira.
4 naira.
So what is that? And then when we talk, Femi Additional tells us we're waiting. Really? When Ghana is giving free electricity to citizens? Are you for real?
There's a joke about these monkeys because they come within the estates next door and they'll carry your pot of soup from fire. So now I know why. It's because we're the ones inhabiting their space.
We're the one inhabiting their space. The monkeys are protesting, and that is what we're having.
Recently, the Department of State Security Services, DSS, raised an alarm over suspected plans by some elements working with external forces to incite religious violence in states across the country, such as Sokoto, Kano, Kaduna, Plateau, Rivers, Oyo, Lagos, and some states in the southeast. In response to this, the Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, alleged that the alarm raised by the DSS was an artificial creation aimed at causing fear and panic among people. They also expressed that they perceived it as a ploy to stop some clerics from expressing their views on the state of the nation. Now, to discuss this conversation this evening, I have Dennis Amakri, former Assistant Director of the DSS, and of course, we're also being joined by Reverend Joseph Hayab. He is the Christian Association of Nigeria President in Kanu. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to start with you, Mr. Dennis Amakri, because your former people raised this alarm, obviously, warning that people do not whip up sentiments that could cause disorder, that could cause disunity in the country. I'm wondering to myself, there have been so many allegations of, this about to happen, that is about to happen. And for some people, the intelligence agency in this country collects intelligence, not necessarily raising alarms that could cause or send fear to the hearts of people. Who signed off on this warning that was put out, and why did you think it was a good strategy?
Well, intelligence agencies the world over do operate this way. They gather intelligence, and when they get certain alerts, then they inform the public, or they inform the particular sector that is concerned. For instance, in this particular case now, it's just like the wording alert. When you have even foreign embassies do it, when there is going to be a problem, if our elections, for instance, have been known to be very violent, all the embassies will send out alerts to all their indigents that you can travel out of the country or you can stay where you are, but be very, very careful because there is possibility of violence. It's an intelligence report that is given to people. Now, when the intelligence agencies do that, that is for public. There are two stages of it. One is for public, one is specifically for those people who are targeted. Because if they find out that These are the people perpetrating it. What they do is to go for them or watch them. They can put them on surveillance, and then, of course, by the time they will create that problem, they are preempted. And that's how it works.
Okay,
all the world over.
Let me butt in there. You just told us about advisories that are put out by embassies. And advisory is totally different from what the DSS put out. The DSS is saying there are people who want to make trouble. There are people who are trying to disunite the nation. That's different from an advisory that, oh, there's Boko Haram in the northeast. If you're traveling to the northeast, or there's going to be elections in River State, and the elections in River State are always violent. So if you live around there or you walk around there, be careful. That's an advisory. It's totally different from saying there are people who are going to make trouble. If you are the DSS, you should hold on. I'm trying to make a distinction here. Because of what you put that out. You're saying this is what embassies do. But what you did was say, this is what is going to happen. There are people who are going to come under the guise of religion to cause trouble. Now, if you do know these people, why do you not go straight to these people, arrest them or question them, instead of having to come out to the public to put out these statements? Of course, people will start wondering who's going to cause trouble. And so there's room for all kinds of speculations. Why do you not go straight to do that instead of putting out that? An advisory is totally different from what you just put out, sir. In case I'm wrong, please correct me.
Well, advisory, alerts, warnings, they are all the same. But it depends, like you said, there are some that are preemptive and some are just to inform the public. Right now, the SSS have come out to tell you that there are some people that are trying to use religion to foment trouble. If I can just recycle right now, review what you have done, what is happening in the United States right now, there is an alert by the FBI that there are armed groups that are going to attack in 50 states of the United States if Donald Trump is not inaugurated. And that alert is out right now. Now, they don't go around and start arresting people. They might either put them on surveillance, they might either watch them, and if they actually see them in the act, then they will be arrested. Because we're in a democracy. It is these same people that will tell you that, oh, they are just coming to arrest us, we've not done anything, okay? Because one thing people don't understand is that when they enjoy peace in a country, the security agencies are working. For somebody to say that the security agencies are raising alert, fear or panic, I think it just shows signs of ignorance of what the security agencies do.
Talking about raising panic, and that's where we have Reverend Hayab. Reverend Joseph Hayab is the CAN president in Kaduna State. Reverend Hayab, you're the one who spoke on behalf of CAN, reacting to this message put out by the DSS, saying that they're causing fear. And you did not just refer to this one statement by the DSS. You have made reference to other statements that are similar. And for you, you feel like it's causing fear and panic unnecessarily. Why do you think so? Why do you think the DSS has to do this?
Thank you very much. I've listened attentively to the effort by my father, by his age, I believe. We've lived in this country for long. We've followed the activities of the State Security Service, even during the days of the NSO. We know how operations are done, but this kind of new pattern of public statement is a little bit different from what you are trying to project, or you are trying to convince us to see that is the same. It's not the same. The fact about it is that we've had crises, like me coming from Kaduna. We've had crises. People have lived in their home and they were attacked, killed. What exactly did the security agents did? People didn't know anything happening and their homes were burned. Hoodlums or criminals or bandits came and destroyed a whole village. What exactly did we do? People have already developed fear and uncertainty in their minds. And what keeps happening is that every time we just hear DSS coming with a press statement, as if the work is about press statement, it's not about silent investigation, it's not about going out there to find concrete evidence to show that some people are out as enemies of Nigeria. It's not about going after them, not to even allow them complete their plan. It's just about giving people information. You see, when you want to give me such information, I must also reflect and see, before now, what did you do in situations like this, or even situations that were openly violent? What exactly did you do? If you think we're ignorant, I'm not sure we're ignorant, because we also follow the patterns of work. DSS shouldn't become another. You see, there's something going on in Nigerian social media. This same press release by DSS, give it another 6 months, give it another 8 months. If you are patient enough, give it another 12 months. You will find another person repeating and circulating this kind of story out there. This is what is happening. So we felt DSS shouldn't just join the band of those who just make statements. Statement is not what Nigerians want. What Nigerians really want now is that if there are enemies of Nigeria, and according to your statement, if you know about them, dislodge them. Stop them from operating. But every day you are telling us there's going to be tension, and when there was real tension, there was nothing that happened. You just keep on put fear on us every day, every day, every day. We love your work, and we've been supportive of the work. But I think that when the work is beginning to become more of a media work, not an action work, we have also the role as citizens, as people who want to see you do the best, to remind you that, no, wait a minute. This alert every day isn't really the work we know you to do. And when you were not doing alert, you were actually doing, because we know the kind of capacity you have. But because we've turned it to be this alert thing, we are not using that your capacity to prevent crisis, to prevent crime, but instead just making it a media statement.
Before Mr. Makri responds to you, I want to come in there. There have been, and not in any way trying to attack you, but there have been several religious leaders who have made very sensitive statements that also could be capable of, you know, causing some form of havoc, permit me to say. And some of them, you know, wield some power in terms of their congregations. So they have a huge following. And do you think that maybe this could also be part of the reason why the DSS put out this warning saying, just in case somebody's thinking about doing this, do not do it? Maybe, just maybe, this could be the reason. And let's not also forget.
I do understand.
It's a question.
I do understand what you
Just also recently, Reverend Kuka has
by religious leaders, whether from whatever angle. If the statement is inciting, security always have a way. And we also have laws in states and in this land that treat people who make statements that are inciting. Have we evoked that? Have we evoked that? Or we just now put an ignorant Nigeria who really do not even, is struggling to earn a living, is struggling to find a source of livelihood. We put him into the fear and confusion every day with statements that we ourselves know that what we're supposed to do is act. We know DSS to be a very active, intelligent gathering organization, and we know the difference and the role the police play in such things. But of recent, we've turned it to be more about the DSS becoming more, you see, I don't want to use this time to begin to remind us, DSS, where some of these things started. But I believe strongly that not many Nigerians are happy with this kind of statements coming from the DSS. What Nigerians want is, if you are gathering intelligence, go after those who you believe you have enough credible intelligence to show that what they are planning is evil, dislodge them, stop them from doing. Nigerians will just be commending and praying and wishing you well. We're coming up. Before Christmas, there was also another one. Some few months ago, there was also another one. Have we turned to be statements first? You are too good for that. We know what you can do. When your men are out to protect, when your men are out to get information, when your men are out to really ensure that evil do not happen in our life, we know what they can do. But when we now begin to allow these issuing of statement becomes the order of the day, then it becomes no longer the DSS with us.
Mr. Makri, would you like to respond before I go back to my next question?
Well, I think the Reverend gentleman wants to be the Director General of the SSS, where he will direct them on what to do and what not to do. Apparently, does not know the inner workings of the organization. The NSO he was referring to, I was recruited as an NSO officer, where we later changed to SSS.
That's
and
right.
we know how things have changed. Things have changed. Believe it or not, things have changed. Before, we don't even have a public relations or press spokesperson. But now we do. And because of the recent times, there is need to inform people. There is social media going on. You cannot keep your mouth shut when things are going on in the social media, which could be misleading. So there is need for the DSS to come out today and say, look, be careful about this. I don't see anything wrong about that. If somebody is going to tell you that, look, don't follow this road because there's something going to happen in the road there, and you're telling me, don't tell me, go and stop the thing that is happening on the road before you come and tell me.
Quickly, because
no, that's not how it works.
Quickly, because
we're
running out of time, Mr. Makary, quickly before we wrap up, you're saying that the DSS's job is to warn us now, and this is a new strategy of sorts because you're saying things have changed. But is this the best line of action, issuing statements? Because I'm thinking this is also what he's dragging you about. Is this the best line of action? Because you're saying that that something is happening on social media. Is that the job of the DSS? We have the Ministry of Information and Culture. They're supposed to be the ones who are correcting or changing narratives to try as much as possible to keep us united. Should that be the job of the DSS again?
No.
Is this not, square peg in a round hole? Quickly, in one sentence.
No, not in one sentence. You cannot tell me that the DSS, as an intelligence organization, let me tell you, there is what we call open source information, open source intelligence. And there are many things happening in the social media.
My question is simple, Mr. Makary. Is this the best line of action? Okay. Looking around you, Nigeria is some form, we were more like a boiling pot of hot water. Is this the best line of action? Because everybody has to do, whatever they're doing has to be in the best interest of the nation. And the people that we're talking about here are our people. Is this the best line of action going forward? These statements issuing?
One thing that we have to understand is that we are in the information age. And the DSS is not wrong in informing people about potential threats that are facing the country. They will continue to do that. That's for the general public. At the same time, they go specifically to those areas where those threats have come out and then nip those things in the bud. That's how it works.
And finally, quickly, Reverend Hayab, quickly, what do you have to say in response to that going forward? Is this what we need? Could there be a better way to go about it? Quickly.
Well, this is where some of those who have been privileged to serve us get it wrong. You are in DSS, but you don't have monopoly of ideas of everything. You work with us to get information. You work with us to nip crime in the bud. You need us as we need you. But when we begin to tell you some of the things you don't do right and you think we need your office, then you are getting it wrong. Nobody needs your office. What we want is that you do it as an organization that is right. I'm just happy with some of the questions thrown to you that you do not clearly want to answer them. Is it the new pattern? Is it the way you want to do it? Don't you have the National Orientation Agency? Don't you have other agencies that are supposed to address issues among people? Do you now begin to do this job of another media thing? Because the more you go to media, the more you create more different versions of the story.
Unfortunately, we're out of time, unfortunately. Thank you, Reverend Joseph Hayab is the CAN president in Kaduna State. Also, Mr. Dennis Amakari is a former DSS agent and he's a security consultant. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for giving us your time on this particular issue.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for joining us. We'll take a quick break, and when we return, I'll be giving you my take in just a moment. Well, here's my take. 20+ years of democracy, yet we cannot have free, fair, and credible elections devoid of violence and bloodshed. The drag between the APC and the PDP in River State definitely has to stop. Politicians have to stop the blame game and begin to prioritize us, the people, because that's why they're there. They are supposed to serve us. Enough of these distractions. We cannot continue like this forever, can we? Now, why are we whipping up unnecessary sentiments in terms of, instead of beefing up security and guarding against issues and circumstances that could lead to it? Instead of raising unnecessary alarms and pointing fingers, there's work to be done in Nigeria. At this point, we need to work to heal and foster unity and not feed the flames of disunity. This is what we desire, and that's what we must do. I am Mariana Kuhn, thanking you for joining us today on Plus Politics. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good evening.
To an extent, the reading culture of Nigerians is not too good. A lot of people believe that every other thing is much more important than buying a book to read. Apart from the fact that people just want to read books for the purpose of passing their exams or going through school, hardly do people believe that reading outside that purpose still will help them to an extent.
It's been full of ups and downs. Nigerians don't read. I dare to disagree because, we're 16K followers strong on our Instagram account, on other platforms as well. We also have a huge following. So if at all people are not interested in books in Nigeria, we don't have people follow in the first place. And it's so exciting to find out that there are so many people outside of Lagos in deep core parts of Nigeria that are buying and shopping for us, and they are just so excited that, oh, this book is locally available and it's sort of like within reach for them. So it's been exciting. It could be better, but again, we do it for the culture, you do it for the passion, and hopefully more stakeholders get interested in it, and it gets better. I got into selling books because I was very passionate about it, and then I was hungry to find other people like me. I wanted to connect with them, and the kind of books that fascinated me were not, I could hardly find people around who were excited about them as well. So at the time, when I interact with people within my age range, they're either talking about some foreign authors that write books outside of the context that I'm familiar with. So I wanted to meet with other young people, other people of like minds who were excited about the kind of books that I liked. And that was basically how it all began. And then beyond that also, I definitely used to go to some website online to find out what books are forced to reckon with internationally. And then most of those books are not available locally, so I had to either shop from some big names out there. And then I thought, if these books are available and people are actually talking about them, reviewing them, perhaps there might be young people or people in Nigeria as well that would really want to read about them. So I end up bringing a few copies, see if I can circulate within my circle, publicize, use social media, and see how far it goes. And so that was how it all started.
It's actually more like born out of inspiration, and then the drive to bring books closer to people, because at some points that I loved reading, I found it hard getting the kind of books I really always wanted to read. So it was like, you could get this for other people, and then it's been there for me. So I'm having fun doing what I'm doing, and I'm the fact that I can have access to books too as a bookseller is fantastic for me. Yeah, it's been profitable. It's how you do the business that makes it profitable for you. So it's been profitable. It may not be the best of the businesses in the country or in the world, especially maybe in this part of the world, knowing fully well the attitude to reading and education generally, and then even government's attitude to education, So, but still, there are still people who know that without education, they wouldn't be where they are. And then even if they are not educated, they get the best of educated people to work for them. So that means education, which comes through reading of books, is a key and vital role in this life.
It has enhanced reading, but what I realize is that even for those who normally would not like to buy a Bible before, because of the ability to read their Bibles from their phones. A lot of people are beginning to dump reading Bibles on their phones with buying regular Bibles because they've seen the importance of having to carry a Bible or read a hard copy Bible. When people read from their phones, most times they can't easily go back or even highlight certain things. But with the hard copy Bible, they are able to do some highlighting, go back, make references and all that. So technology, to an extent, it has its own advantage and its own disadvantage to our business. Advantages are the fact that people could, read at any time they want to, in the dark, wherever. But disadvantage is the fact that it's handy, when you have your books on your media, electronic media. But for those who still cherish the hard copy books, they still come back, to pick up the hard copy books from us. A lot of Nigerians are writing more because virtually on a daily basis we get new books from Nigerian writers, asking that Latana should carry their books. It's a bit challenging, but at the same time we try to encourage them, to review their books and then accept it for display on our shelves.
We still battle with issues of piracy. There are times where royalties are not paid the way they are supposed to. Publishing houses don't put enough effort to promoting books the way they are supposed to. So that way books and people are not even aware that some Nigerian authors are writing really, really good books. I think sometimes more books written by Nigerian authors are sort of like accepted in the Western world better than they are locally. And also, in terms of marketing, publicity, locally, more effort still needs to be put in place to help us combat issues of piracy and then ensure that people are more able to access so many of these books as well locally.
For book lovers, I say keep reading because you know already what you are gaining from reading. And then for governments, give more allocation to education. Allocation to education is very important, and you can't have a government that just places less emphasis on education, and every year you expect your people to be better, and then there are fightings. Any small thing, any little thing, there's fights, and it's all because of the level of exposure and education of the people, and it's playing a role in every facet of the economy, every facet of the society, because people are not well enlightened about their rights, about the opportunities that they can actually get, and many of those things come in through parts of education, and reading is part of it.
Close to 800,000 persons die by suicide every year. Now that's according to statistics from the World Health Organization. More statistics reveal that every 40 seconds, at least one person is likely to die by suicide. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among 15 to 29-year-olds globally. When Nigerians crossed over to the new year in 2019, it was all prayers to God and excitement. Little did the nation anticipate the reign of multiple suicides that would soon ravage it. January 2nd, 2019 was greeted with the first case of suicide. DJ XG, the popular Lagos DJ, who took his own life allegedly over marital troubles just a few hours after posting a sad suicide note on his Instagram account. Then to Ms. Hikmat Badamosi, a 100-level student of the University of Port Harcourt. And that statistics continued to swell with a first-class student of yet another Nigerian university, the 21-year-old Akachi Chukwuemeka, who took his own life after dropping a suicide note on his Facebook page. This suicide takes me all the way to the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, where his friends and classmates speak about his last moments.
Akachi was dealing with depression long before he came out as an atheist. So, if anything, the depression had left a footprint. And like I said earlier, you can find it reflected in his writing, which is what a lot of people should do.
Akachi's life is kind of complicated, sort of, because I've always known him right from year one as this type of person who is reticent. It's kind of a lonely being, let me put it that way. He usually like being on his own, kind of. So most times, even earlier that day we met, I noticed his mood, kind of. I even asked him basically, Akachi, what's your problem? I've asked him several times, what's your problem? He always tell me, Chris, you won't understand.
I meet Victor, Akachi's closest friend and course mate. He is very emotional as he speaks with me. He deeply regrets his friend's decision to commit suicide.
I never expected something like this to happen. It was a shock. It's so sad that he had to end his life at the ending while we were just about graduating, but I don't still understand it. And concerning the circumstances of his suicide, I personally know the struggles he went through.
From my findings, the pain of suicide is only passed on to the family and loved ones of the suicide victim, as Ifani, Akachi's friend, tells me.
The Monday he died, the Monday morning, I saw him last. We greeted and we talked. The news I got around 8 a.m. was that he was in the hospital. So I had to rush to the medical center. I saw him in a really bad situation. Getting to around 8 p.m. in the night, I got the news that he passed on. The major issue there is the reputation, should I say bad reputation in quote, that he left behind. Because, for instance, someone would just walk up to you that he's a close friend. Why do you let him do it? And someone might almost think that, okay, since you guys are close, you must know what happened to him, or you participated in making him commit suicide. So the stigma and then the loneliness that your friend is gone.
Just a few kilometers away from the campus, I meet this clergyman who is using his church to reach out to more depressed students. He complains to me that most Nigerian universities do not have the structure to help suicidal students.
Talking about suicide among students, I have come to see that there are 3 factors implicated. Some cases are absolutely mental. The student loses mental coordination and he wants to kill himself. Others are emotional. The student is battling with failure, battling with heartbreaking relationship, battling with one thing or the other, sometimes even parental pressure. And he breaks down emotionally, he's depressed, and he wants to kill himself. But others are absolutely demonic manipulations. The case of Akachi that happened last week, I believe, is one glaring example of demonic manipulation. We live in a very harsh situation in the country now. There is poverty, there is joblessness, and it's not a good enough reason for someone to kill himself. It's not. That is why even those of them who go to school should understand that school is not just about passing exam. School is about being enlightened. So you're able to understand situations of life and how to bring them under your control. That's what education should give to anybody. And besides this intellectual enlightenment, there should be emotional education. Maybe the university should think about introducing a course like emotional intelligence as one of the general courses.
He came all the way to this secluded building to take some bottles of Sniper. As at this time last Monday, Akachi was actually battling for his life, a battle that he lost. Akachi's case is one case too many of suicide, of increasing suicide attempts across Nigeria. The Department of English and Literary Studies of the University of Nigeria. This used to be the classroom of Akachi Chukwemeka, who had actually committed suicide on May 10th. The last time Mr. Akachi was in this class was on May 10th, his last moments, according to information that I gathered. Well, this used to be one of his favorite sports in this class, where he shared beautiful moments with classmates and friends. According to information that I've gathered from the head of department here, Akachi was actually one of the brightest students of the department, and he was in a first-class grade.
Akachi was a good student, very studious, and he was also a student of mine, all black literature. And to be honest with you, I never had an inkling that there was any trouble with him.
Only a few days after, another devastating news breaks about yet another suicide case. This time, a church worker, a music minister allegedly from the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Michael Orowoshaye, in Abuja. Now, this leads me to the streets of Lagos, where I ask the question, why would someone want to take their life?
I just read recently of the Jambites who failed jam the second time and they went to commit suicide, and that was crazy.
I'm not God. Even self God self that created everybody knows that we are one way or the other going to fall short of his glory. So why do I want to commit suicide?
I think the guy that committed suicide has low self-esteem. Suicide is not the best way out. I have a purpose on this earth, so I can't waste it by committing suicide.
These answers lead me to a mega church where I ask this clergyman one question. What does religion say about suicide?
The spirits responsible for suicide are wicked spirits. We've got to understand that this physical world is controlled by the spiritual. Paul said, we don't wrestle with flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, rulers, wicked spirits in high places.
And seeing that Islam is one of the two major religions in Nigeria, I am here at the Lekki Central Mosque in Lagos to ask the same question. Is there a spiritual side to suicide? And if there is, what is it?
As a Muslim cleric, I think suicide is demonic. It is against the law of God, against the law of Allah.
We never commit suicide. A Muslim must never commit suicide, must never even contemplate it.
The life that you did not create, why would you want to take it?
Religion has given us its side. Now we speak to the experts. Dr. Maimuna is a psychologist. She tells people to stop blaming suicide victims.
Sometimes when people just sit down and just make statements like those that have attempted suicide, or those that have killed themselves, that they are worthless, they are sinners. No, you shouldn't say such a thing. We as a society, we should begin to build a culture of compassion where we show empathy to people, listen to people non-judgmentally, to understand them from their point of view rather than just to respond to them.
She says with love and support, along with professional help, depression and suicide can be overcome.
Send them to professionals where they can be properly evaluated, assessed, know the root cause of why they are even suicidal. Suicide is an end thing. It's a bigger picture, but you need to know what this person is even suicidal. And of course, if it's depression is treatable. If it is pain, is it the kind of pain that can be managed? There are painkillers, there are even surgeries to even regulate pain. And there are even non-medication treatment for some of these illnesses. Meditation, yoga, some form of exercises and all that. So it's very key that we put all this on board. Let's not demonize people that have completed suicide. Let's not see them as bad people. Let's not see them as evil people, because anybody can be suicidal depending on your challenges, what you face, and of course from your past experiences.
Oftentimes, when we speak of people attempting to take their lives, it seems vague, with very few sharing their stories. I spoke with Fumi, who had tried to take her life a few years ago. From her account, we understand the link between depression and suicide.
I was under a lot of pressure. Then it was marital pressure. I was just under a lot of pressure from, family, from in-laws, from my ex-husband at the time. Just, hearing so much, it was almost like the pressure of the marriage was on me, like, oh, I wasn't doing enough. I wasn't doing well. I just felt not only was I feeling like I wasn't doing well, I felt like I couldn't do anything to change, the situation, or to turn things around, or to just, so I just had this heavy burden, upon me, and that's when I just started feeling depressed. Of course, at the time, I don't think I knew that I was depressed. I didn't know I was depressed until the time I tried to take my life. I was just very, very, I was just very sad.
According to more research, depression is one of the leading causes of suicide world over.
Depression is a mood disorder characterized by low mood. So it has to do with the mood. But what affects the mood has to do with your mental state. How you are mentally, then affects the mood. Probably what you're going through, how things are not working out fine, the issues, the challenges that you're facing affects you mentally, then it basically affects your mood. You're not happy, you're feeling down, you're sad, you're indoor, you're secluded.
Depression itself is a clinical diagnosis. You cannot just say I'm depressed because you're broke or someone jittered you or something didn't go the way you planned it.
But what are the symptoms of depression?
If depression, sadness or low mood, you are experiencing this on a near daily experience for at least 2 weeks, coupled with this second sign that I'm about to mention, loss of interest in what you used to find interesting, loss of interest in what you used to find pleasant, or you're beginning to feel you're apathic. There is no interest, there's no excitement about any activity you used to find interesting before. These two, when they are present on a near daily experience for at least 2 weeks, and they're beginning to affect your ability to relate with people, to work productively. And there are 3 other symptoms and signs among these remaining 7 we call classical symptoms and signs of depression, like a change in your appetite. It could be appetite for food reduction or increase. It could be appetite for sex for married ones, reduced or increased. There's a struggle with maintaining concentration or attention or focus or sustaining focus. That's another classical symptom and sign. If there is a problem with fatigue, with energy level, so you cannot explain where this fatigue is coming from. You cannot explain it, or you are extra energetic, you are restless. Then there are other physical symptoms, especially in men. Depression can manifest as physical symptom in men. If a man is beginning to visit a doctor, visit a clinic repeatedly, this week treated for malaria, next month treated for typhoid and malaria, and it's becoming a repetitive stuff, it can be a pointer to depression. Another classical physical symptom is sleep alteration. You're struggling to initiate sleep, or you might even find it easy to initiate sleep, but you are waking up intermittently, or you even sleep all through normally, but when you wake up, fatigue is there, you don't feel refreshed. That's another classical sign of depression. Then a chronic feeling of guilt, hopelessness, or regret can also be a pointer to depression. Then another common one in our society is what we call social withdrawal. In fact, I should have mentioned this as number 3, social withdrawal or isolation. You could begin to withdraw yourself from social media, Facebook, Instagram, and the likes, or even religious activities that you belong to, or social clubs that you belong to, or even your siblings or family members. That could be a pointer. If you see anybody, observe this in anybody, that could be a pointer to depression. Then lastly, suicidal ideation. And I need to explain this because it's quite peculiar with Africans. because of religious indoctrination or religious restraint, some people might not have it well thought out to end it all. But when someone begins to tell you in any conversation, they are quick to say, I just want to escape from everything and just be alone somewhere. It could be a pointer. Or there's a news about a collapse of building. And the person is saying, what's the big deal about collapse of building? Even where we are now, if the building collapses, what's the big deal? We end it up, we go over, and we go and rest. That could be a pointer. The religious folks can sound like this. I just want rapture to happen. Let's just go. Let Jesus come. And let's end it up. If it's becoming repetitive like that, it could be a pointer. So these are the 9 symptoms and signs of depression, but with the first 2 that I mentioned must be present with 3 other ones, making 5. When they are present on a near daily experience for at least 2 weeks, and they're beginning to affect the productive living or relationability of that person, something has shifted in the brain, both chemically or structurally. The diagnosis of depression is made. And at that point, the person needs professional help. There is this tendency in Africa, because mental health issues cannot really be grasped with physical descriptions of physical ailments. They are quite abstract. We tend to just adduce everything to spiritual under the balance of religious doctrination. Because I hear people say to the people battling depression, have a firm grip on your mind. Come on, are you not a child of faith? Are you not a prayer warrior? And my question to those people is this: if a woman has breast cancer, do you say to the woman, have a firm grip on your breast? You are a child of faith. Or you encourage the person to seek help. If a man is battling prostate cancer, do you say to the man, come on, you're a prayer warrior, have a firm grip on your prostate? You know why? Because those ones are physical. You can rightly see the symptoms and signs physically. But because this is psychological, it's quite abstract. Pray with the person, quite all right, but refer them for professional help.
And how can you know that your family or friend is depressed?
A lot of depression cases will be caught early if the people around are able to spot it early enough and able to get the right information and referral to the right places. Because these things will manifest subtly. Because it's a progression. It doesn't just happen suddenly. It manifests subtly, but people cannot pick it.
What remedies are there for depression and suicidal thoughts?
Globally, we are advocating now that all organizations should have 1 or 2 people in their human resources department or human capacity development that are trained in mental health first aid, so that they can deploy this model. ALGE model, ALGEE, A representing assurance. You can only assure someone when you are aware of the signs and symptoms. So if you don't know how to spot the signs and symptoms, how do you even start assuring? You will start misreading the behavior. There are ways people that are already sinking into depression behave. If care is not taken, you will misread it or misinterpret it as being snobbish. You will misinterpret it as being unkind or as being lazy or as being a man or woman of weak faith or not prayerful enough. So awareness is key. Awareness and assurance, that's the A. Being able to assure them that it's something, it's just a mental health issue. You're passing through so condition now. It could be triggered by stress. It could be triggered by a trauma, but you can get out of it. Now, L is listening non-judgmentally. You must know how to communicate with people battling depression. The problem with us, especially Africans, is that we are quick to conclude and condemn. And that's not love. Listen non-judgmentally. In fact, limit your talking and do more of listening. And when you're listening, you are not trying to judge them as being weak, not mentally strong, not prayerful, not strong in faith, or this and that. You must be able to listen non-judgmentally to them. By the time you are repeatedly saying, aren't you a man of faith? Aren't you prayerful enough? You are judging because you are concluding it's lack of prayer that led the person into depression. And you're further sinking the person into depression. I see a lot of comments on social media when somebody says I'm depressed, even though I'm always quick to say that a lot of people that claim they are depressed, they are not depressed, they are just sad because they are broke or they just got heartbroken. There's a difference. You will get out of it if you know what to do because it's natural to be sad. However, depression is different. But I see a lot of people commenting when people say that I'm depressed. They say, is it only you that you are depressed? All of us are depressed. As long as you are in this country, you cannot run away, this and that. But that's not the right way to go. Listen non-judgmentally. Just the awareness that you are present in their life is enough strength for them to even pull through to a large extent. Then next one is G, which is giving support. Giving support and information. So a lot of people, we have more people that are unaware of these signs and symptoms and what to do than people that are aware. So that your friend, that your colleague might not even be aware of that this is depression I'm battling. That's where I'm low in mood. That's where I'm withdrawing. Might not even be aware. Just you giving information that, have you considered researching or checking it on a doctor concerning these symptoms you're feeling? Because I think I've experienced it before. I've read about it that when you're having this, when you're having that, it could be depression, and it's better caught early. It's better managed early. That's giving the right information. The fourth under the model, which is E, is encouragement. Encouragement. And when we say encouragement, it's encouragement with tips. There are basic tips that everybody should be equipped with. As simple as nutrition change, diet change. Because your food controls your mood. These are things we need to create more awareness about. As simple as how to be in charge of your thoughts, how to be in charge of your self-talks, how to reframe from negative thinking to positive thinking. Encouraging people is quite key, and the people around must be able to do this. It will go a long way in preventing suicide and also curtailing the progression of depression. Then the last E, which is essentially about ensuring that you follow up on the person gets the professional help. It's not enough to refer the person or give information that you need to see a doctor, you need to see a psychiatrist or a psychotherapist. It's not enough. You must be able to ensure that the person gets that help, seeks that professional help, follow up. What are the obstacles? It could be fear of financial implication. Could it be stigma in the society that they will see me going to see a shrink? You must ensure that you are able to help them follow up, to seek help, see the professional help, and if there's any obstacle, you help them to remove it, or you ensure you support them in removing. That's why we say that social support is as important as psychiatry and psychotherapy. Family, friends, colleague, workplace, the support they give is as important as the medications. By now, because of the crisis we are having, I dare call it crisis, mental health crisis in Nigeria, I believe every religious body should have a counseling center. And religious bodies have a lot of role to play. We're not relegating their responsibility or their role or their usefulness, but we're saying they should do informed religious help. While they're praying, while they're helping them support, why not try to have counseling centers? Why not try to have counseling center? It doesn't cost much, so that it is served as a mental health facility. So churches and mosques should rise up to this responsibility. Why government is doing theirs and we are advocating for government to do more, churches and mosques must rise up, because, see, we cannot divorce our societal culture from religion. We are highly religious. A lot of Nigerians will obey their pastors or imams before they obey their parents, before they obey doctors.
According to experts, with more awareness and a lot of effort, depression and suicide can be overcome.
I mean, how can anyone think that if I tell him to do a will, it means that I wish him dead? He himself he's a dense person.
We have a lot of clergymen dabbling into this whole thing, mystifying it, concocting it with relating to end time and the rest of it, and then creating a lot of fear.
Yes, you know there's unemployment. Yes, you know there's insecurity, and then we should be coming down. We shouldn't be talking. Seriously, just this week, you have increased the electricity tariff again from 2 naira to 4 naira.
4 naira.
So what is that? And then when we talk, Femi Additional tells us we're wailing. Really? When Ghana is giving free electricity to citizens?
Are
you for real?
There's a joke about these monkeys because they come within the estates next door and they'll carry your pot of soup from fire. So now I know why. It's because we're the ones inhabiting their space.
We're the one inhabiting their space. The monkeys are protesting, and that is what we're having.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he left me.
Yes, I commit the first trillion.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya, which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria?
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
If you come out here and you build something of great value, you can make it. That's what's amazing about Silicon Valley, and that's why you see everyone flocking towards Silicon Valley.
It's really that place where there's this groundswell of smart people dedicated to using technology to solve very difficult problems.
I was like, oh my God, people just think of these things and it just happens, and how can I build something? I just want to like build something from scratch.
We come here ready to make something of ourselves. So when an African leaves Africa and comes here, we're coming here to do battle.
Hi, my name is E, and I am Managing Director and Co-founder of Flutterwave. And Flutterwave is one API for payments across Africa.
Hi, my name is Jonas Beshouted, CEO and founder of StackShare. StackShare is the best place for engineers and developers to discover and compare software tools.
Hi, my name is Bukola. I consider myself a connector. I build platforms to reach African audiences back home, as well as here in the US, to tap into their common interest. This is exactly what I've done with Jandis.
Mall for Africa is an online platform that enables US and UK retailers easily sell into Africa without any hassles or worries. We also help people in Africa purchase items from UK and US retailers without any stress. Mall for Africa started really with an idea. I was born and raised in Nigeria, so out of necessity, I guess, my parents and brothers and friends thought they could utilize me as their shipping company. There was one day in particular, I went to the airport and I had 10 suitcases. And I remember vividly the lady across the counter, it was a Delta flight, the lady across the counter looking at me like up and down, like, you are not serious, this is not gonna happen. So I decided to build an app.
Jandis Radio started off with just word of mouth. I sent it to a couple of friends who wanted to listen to live radio back home. We didn't have a lot of apps that were catering to African content and radio at that time. So I sent it out to them and they sent it to their friends. And before you know it, it actually was a trending topic in Nigeria on Twitter for like, I think it was 12 hours straight. People were talking about, oh my God, I have an app that has over like 300 radio stations. I'm in Abuja, I can listen to Beat FM. Beat FM is the most popular station in Lagos. And they're like, oh my God, I could never listen to this before. Now with this app, I can listen to my favorite station now.
You know, I'm working on a platform product, which is payments, right? And I started digging into that and realized like it was an absolute nightmare to be a developer and get paid in Africa. I'll give you an example. Like up until recently, if you were an Android developer in Africa, you had to put your apps up for free. You couldn't make money on your apps because there was no way for Google to pay you. We're not just enabling people the ability to increase revenue by providing them new means of payment, but we're also enabling them to access global technology services by doing so, right? That is revolutionary.
The concept was, let's bring all of these tools that you use to build your company and your apps and infrastructure, let's bring them into one place and organize it. And other industries had done it. You know, Yelp has done it for restaurants, you know, TripAdvisor for travel and international places. So this wasn't really a new concept, but no one had really done this for software. If you think about it today, you know, where do you go for software decisions? It's still Googling around and it's mad. We were actually the first site to really do that. You know, there were other sites that were trying to do sort of similar things. They've done software reviews, but we were actually the first site to say, you know, share all the software that you're using.
For an average entrepreneur in Silicon Valley, there are stages to what the venture funding cycle looks like. You have to start off with a seed stage. You have to be able to get people who believe in you early enough to take a risk in your idea. Every time an entrepreneur describes what they do, it usually has to hit the point of, I saw a problem, it was very unique, I had a solution, it was very unique, I was able to get, or I should be able to get somebody to pay me for my solution, but I should be able to repeat that so many times that it becomes scalable and sustainable.
I know people who have joined a startup that thinks it's going to be the next big thing. And then you just wake up one morning and they didn't get the funding round and it's lock up shop. And that's it. Happens a lot more often than it's talked about. We hear about the Facebook and Google and Apple and all the other startups that are successful, but 1 out of a million succeed and the rest fail.
Silicon Valley is probably the Disneyland of capitalism, is a good way to put it. It is a place where you can come and make your dreams come true, and particularly in the technology space, it's a really a good ecosystem to get things done. Yeah, and of course part of it's venture capital, right? So people take risks here, and you know it's a place that's tolerant of failure.
They're not looking necessarily for the steady company, they're looking for companies that will grow quickly. A lot of them will fail. They won't get their money back. Some of them will bring some money back, and a small percentage of them will hopefully bring a big return. The Draper Venture Network's mission is to be in all the places where interesting technology is being developed, where entrepreneurs are doing great things. And right now, we have partner funds on all the continents except Africa. So we're actively looking for a fund that fits the kind of profile we're looking for. They're investing in early stage technology companies.
It's not an exact science. A lot of it's just character assessment. People who are trying to build something bold versus like copying an idea. In it for the long term, have the tenacity and ambition to see it through, boldness. Yeah, definitely think e-commerce is a huge area, allowing Africans to buy products they couldn't otherwise access easily, particularly without having to build huge malls and, you know, kind of leapfrogging retail. Financial services is also a big area, fintech, anything around telemedicine, because you know access to doctors is really hard in Africa.
What everybody hears is you raise the 100 million, they say yeah, but that's not success. Success is lasting long enough till you can exit, either through an acquisition or an IPO, and the money that the investors get in becomes liquid and fungible. So a lot of businesses I've seen don't make it out of the exit, and that means everybody gets washed out. You just spend 7-8 years of your life working on this thing that didn't pan out.
The 5 or 6 most valuable companies on the stock exchange are technology companies that were once venture-backed. So it's a compelling story about how people that invest in high-risk ventures are able to move a society forward because they were willing to make the investment when those ventures looked silly. And one thinks maybe this could happen in Africa.
We belong to the school of thought that that believes very firmly that Africa's future will be built on the back of entrepreneurs. We are firmly rooted in bridging those knowledge gaps and making sure that the interconnectedness between Africa and the rest of the world comes in forms of capital, in forms of education and resources, and mostly its people and their ability to think and grow beyond what's currently attainable by using technology to flatten the playing field.
Zibracorn is going to be a company that's built in Africa, for Africa, and scaled in Africa. It could become a unicorn by going beyond Africa, but made in Africa, scaled in Africa, serves multiple African markets. And that's really what distinguishes Zebracorn.
So the first piece of code I wrote was my freshman year in college. I was like 16. I took Java, and it was a program to like animate some radio, and I was able to code it, and I'm like, oh wait, it works. Like I just wrote code. I typed stuff and I ran it and it worked. I got thrown into mobile app development towards like 2010, where I created an app that went viral in Nigeria. Initially, it just started off as just radio and nothing else. So I said, what about news? What about gossip news, entertainment, sports, health news? Then I was like, okay, we can make this a little more social. What about having people interact on the app?
I'd always been into tech. You know, growing up, I was like the tech person within our family. You know, people would always look to me. So I'd always been interested in it, but I'd never considered it as a real career path because I didn't have someone that I could point to that was in that industry. Everyone I knew was, you know, sort of outside of tech.
I started to look at the internet as this space where it didn't matter who you were, but you were able to reach the most amount of people.
Hey, good to meet you, I'm Mark.
Mark Zuckerberg was my earliest influence. I've continued to be influenced by his approach to tech because it's the perfect mix of social mission, right, and economic impact. It's not about building a big company, and neither is it about being an NGO and giving everything away. It's about building a system.
Introducing Mall for Africa,
So let's say you are in a rural town in Nigeria. Download the app on your preferred device, find the product you want. Once you've added it to the cart, you click on Our Pay button, and as they say, that's when the magic happens. We take the content from the cart, we put it in our environment, and now we allow you to select where you want to have the item shipped, how you want to pay for the product. Once you've made the payment for the product is then shipped from the site you purchased it from. It's shipped to our warehouse. Then we tag it, and then we ship it out to you, taking care of all customs, duties, fees, and making sure everything goes perfectly right.
When I turned 25, kind of just reviewing the 5 years, I kind of settled on this vision of the world that was about building the future of Africa. And for me, it settles on three things. So it's a remarkably clear vision of what I want to do. And it's very simple. It's people, it's platforms, and it's policy.
Andela is a platform for tech-powered growth.
Its future will be written in Lagos,
Nairobi,
and cities across Africa.
And that was what we did at Andela, right? Found really smart young people, very motivated, with high learning agility, paid them while we taught them how to build software, and then got Facebook and Google and IBM and all these companies to hire them to build products for them.
This is Andela.
So what Flutterwave is, it's an API that enables anyone from anywhere in the world to process any kind of payment across Africa. We are finally making financial inclusion real.
Every time I went to one of these hackathons, I'd see a new API and I'd think, man, I should know about that. Like, there should be this one online space that has all the best stuff and feedback from developers and engineers and people actually building software, you know? I was like, man, this should exist and I should just go build it, you know? And so I just treated it as a side project at first. At the time, it was called Lean Stack. Eventually, I got introduced to this guy named Nick Grandy, and he was the first employee at Airbnb. So we started working together for about 6 months. We built out the first real version of Lean Stack at the time. And then he actually stayed on as an advisor, and he was the first investor. So, you know, that was big.
We had a hosting company that had malfunction in their servers, and they deleted the whole database by accident and had no backup. Sadly, we had to shut down temporarily, but we're working on rebuilding.
We believe the best way to solve this problem is to show you what the best companies in the world are using and why. The transition was, it's like realizing that The best thing we can do is try to mimic an in-person conversation between two people, the two engineers, right? It's like, okay, what's the problem you're trying to solve? Oh, okay, well, we don't have good visibility into how our app is performing in production. Okay, well, here's what we use, right? Like, here's how we solve that problem, right? And you tell them what you use, and then, like, within 30 minutes, it's like, okay, I know that I need to use that now because I trust this person. I trust their decision-making process, and it sounds like a good one to go with, so let me go with that.
I have a passion for creating products that I am interested in and that I'm passionate about. It's tough because at the same time, you have to make a living. And being a startup founder, you don't always have the means to provide for yourself. I didn't have any of that, any serious investors. So after a while, I just to keep myself from not starving, I actually had to break down and actually get a 9-to-5 just so I can provide for myself.
I basically just kept at it because I saw the value of it and I saw that it was picking up steam. I could see it getting easier.
So you typically wake up around 4:35 because that's when the first calls are. My team all over the world, I try and talk to them as regularly as I can. I'll probably end around 12 only because I like to sync up with some banks and team members very early in the morning when they wake up. So it's a lot of work and not a lot of sleep.
Definitely, it's a lot of work because the 9-to-5 does take a lot of your time. But always in your free time, even if it's an hour or 2 hours a day that you can find, I'm always doing that. I'm working on something right now, that I'm hoping is gonna be very massively successful once I'm ready.
You go to a venture capital in Palo Alto on Sanio Road and you say, hey, I'm trying to raise funds for my African company. And they look at you and they say, are people buying Ralph Lauren? Are people buying Louis Vuitton? Do they know who Prada is?
So I think part of the challenge with being black in tech is that there just aren't enough black people in tech. When you see all the big companies, they all have like co-founders that went to school together. And when you grow up with people that aren't in tech, you don't have the luxury of saying, okay, I'm gonna start a company and I know exactly who I'm gonna tag and bring in as co-founders or early employees.
What role do networks play here in Silicon Valley? I think it's a huge, huge role. It might be the distinctive of Silicon Valley, how over time these networks have grown. Cold call somebody or send a cold email to somebody and say, hey, I saw this thing that you did, and surprise, surprise, they respond.
There's a lot of work that has to be done, the cultural preparation of what to expect in the Valley. And sometimes it's the most ridiculous, mundane, simple things. Punctuality at meetings, the way you approach people, email etiquette, business etiquette. It's the simplest things that have profound consequences within a cross-cultural scenario.
Growing up in Nigeria, as an African in Nigeria, I have natural networks. I have cousins, I have brothers, I have classmates. I like to say I can get to the president in Nigeria, whereas in the US, I can't even get to my mayor. If you are not from here, it's very difficult for you to have a social network. You have to create that social network yourself.
We want to make it.
If you came into Silicon Valley and you're a well-trained research and development professional and you went to Stanford or UCSF and you were a specialist in what you do, you'll get a great job and you'll get well paid. If you came into Silicon Valley and you were of African descent and you knew nobody in the Valley, it would take you a longer time.
In Africa, I'm an Igbo man. I don't even know that I'm black because everybody's black. It's like asking a fish what is water. So Silicon Valley also has the aspect of the fact that it's about 3% black, which a lot of people don't realize until they get here.
Where I work right now, I'm the only female mobile engineer. I'm also the only black mobile engineer. It's not something that I expected. The culture fit is still a big topic here. You wouldn't think that people can refuse to hire you because you don't fit into a culture.
It's happened in small ways where, you know, you go to a meeting with an investor and you can tell that they just don't want to hear what you have to say. And, you know, maybe it's your venture, maybe it's like what you're working on, but sometimes you can kind of feel that it's just because of you and like your color, and they're not even open to it. They just don't have to deal with people of color on a regular basis. From my perspective, I just brush it off and I'm just like, okay, you know, not for me, let's move on.
If a company just invested time and said, look, we're going to sponsor you, we're going to provide your visa, your work visa, to come to Silicon Valley and work for us, you'll have this opportunity. But they're not going that route. And you have to ask yourself why. There's talent. These people are brilliant.
One of the ways to solve that is just making sure that tech is part of that pool of options for us, to make it the norm, right? Where when they see an African entrepreneur or, you know, a black founder, it's like, oh, that's normal.
Hey, it's good.
How's it going?
I'm back sooner than you thought, huh?
Yeah.
How was the integration? Was it good? What you want to do as an African in the Valley is really plug into as many networks as you can, because that's ultimately kind of how you find the people who are ultimately going to root for your success.
I definitely see myself doing this for the next, you know, at least 5 to 10 years. And I think anytime you're building a company, you have to be thinking long term. I'm also a realist, and I know that if the worst happens, right, we get to a certain stage where it's like, look, you know, we've sort of like exhausted all of our options and this is the best we can do with this thing. There'll be something else that I work on.
I think the biggest impact that an African entrepreneur can have on Africa is to be seen, be a role model. Be something and someone that people want to aspire to be like. Be successful.
Thank you, Eddie. All right.
Apple actually has a woman of African descent. She's actually Ghanaian. That's one of their top people in marketing. Her name is Bozoma St. John. And that's what I'm trying to achieve. I don't want to fit in, because I feel like when you fit in, you don't stand out.
Come on, y'all.
I love the Valley, but I only love it to the extent that I can establish these networks between the Valley and Africa that make Africa better. And I think that's ultimately the vision of Africa that we believe Flutterwave is going to enable. One Africa, starting with unified financial infrastructure.
I'm doing 7 figures, even 8 figures a year. This is a really good idea, and it's a good company to work with. My vision for Mall for Africa is bigger than Mall for Africa. It's actually a mall for the world. The vision is to help other emerging markets via a brand Mall for the world, and we've already started doing that.
We are sitting on a huge powder keg of potential in Africa. Over the next 20 to 30 years, more than half of the world's working population is going to live in Africa. It's the second largest continent in the world by size and by people. I don't think there's any narrative of the world that is complete without Africa being a major part or player in it. For us, winning means being able to come back in 10, 15 years and say, technology changed Africa, and you were in part of one of the greatest wealth creation, value creation opportunities in modern history. That's what winning is.
Okay.
Hello?
Hey, how you doing?
Hi everyone. Since we last met, we have made a lot of progress and done a lot of great things. We're under a new name called Mall for the World, which is same thing as Mall for Africa, but outside of Africa.
I have released a new app called Afrocast, and basically it's a podcast aggregator for millennials. So far we are in beta. We have over 300 users, so I'm really excited about that.
We launched a new jobs platform that allows engineers to essentially find jobs based on the technology they're familiar with. We've had our Best month ever in terms of traffic. We were also featured in Software Development Times, online magazine for engineers and developers.
Flutterwave has been doing really well. Since that time, we've more than 10 times our total process volume. So we do about $500 million in total process volume, and we do more than $100 million in total process volume every month.
Come back to the West Coast.
I mean, how can anyone think that if I tell him to do a will, it means that I wish him dead? He himself is a dense person.
We have a lot of clergymen dabbling into this whole thing, mystifying it, concocting it with relating to end time and the rest of it, and then creating a lot of fear.
Yes, you know there's unemployment. Yes, you know there's insecurity, and then we should be coming down. We shouldn't be talking. Seriously, just this week, you have increased the electricity tariff again from 2 naira to 4 naira.
4 naira.
So what is that? And then when we talk, Femi Additional tells us we're wailing. Really? When Ghana is giving free electricity to citizens. Are you for real?
There's a joke about these monkeys because they come within the estates next door and they'll carry your pot of soup from fire. So now I know why. It's because we're the ones inhabiting their space.
We're the one inhabiting their space. The monkeys are protesting, and that is what we're having.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.